How's it going? Everyone's having a great day. Fantastic day. Fantastic afternoon. Fantastic evening. Fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, mate. I'm Hasan Piker in this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny, but also relatively inconsistent Melbourne. I'm live. I'm alive. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Good day. I hope everyone is, I hope all the Matildas are having a fantastic day waltzing around. I'm in fucking Melbourne. Local time, 7:52 a.m. California time, 1:53 a.m. Folks, I'm a little late. I am 24 hours late, technically. I'm more than 24, 25, 26 hours late at this point. And I apologize. I have a lot to talk about with you guys. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me begin without further ado. Because, like, I have a lot of funny stories to tell you. I have a lot of funny things that have happened. Things that I was just, like, completely oblivious to because, like, I have just been, I've been doing something that you're not supposed to do when you're a Twitch streamer, which is have a fucking life off camera. Yeah, that's right. It's just like and not be online, which is pretty funny because like I took 24 hours off from streaming and people thought I was like because they saw clips, or not even clips this time. They saw me like responding to the biggest dumbasses in Discord being like, I'm going to kill myself. And then they clipped the reply and posted it being like, oh, he's like spiraling. And I had no fucking idea. Like I literally am out there living my life and I got motherfuckers like texting me like, bro, are you okay? Like, are you all right? Is everything going all right? I'm like, yeah, dude, I just had a fucking, like Mike Malak reached out to me. Okay. Mike Malak reached out to me and he was like, dude, is everything good? And I texted him back. I'm like, yeah, I'm at this restaurant that you're at actually, like that apparently you really loved. I was with Laserbeam. And it's so funny because I had no clue. I did not have any idea what the fuck was going on because I don't have Twitter on my fucking phone. And I have people doing checkups on me. And I'm like, where the fuck is this coming from? And then I found out that on Twitter, like people were speculating that I was like literally going to kill myself, that I was like spiraling out of control. Bro, have you ever been in a Discord? If you don't say you're going to kill yourself to a Discord user, then you're not doing Discord right. Of course, I'm replying to dumbasses on Discord. Of course, I'm saying shit like I'm going to kill myself. I'm on Discord. That doesn't mean I'm actually going to fucking kill myself. What the fuck? Well, yeah, but I did think it was pretty funny that like all of my haters they like lost their minds apparently. They were like, we did it, we got him. Meanwhile, I'm just offline. So that was pretty funny. I was hanging out with the Cold Ones boys. Yeah, actual schizophrenics on Twitter. Yeah, but it like doesn't really matter because they just basically believe that. Like at this point, were you and Laser friends before this trip? In my opinion, that guy can be really funny. No, I don't think I'd ever hung out with him before, but I love him. He's funny as hell. He's a great dude. Anyway, wait, you mean MaxMofo? Yeah, I've been hanging out with MaxMofo and Chad a lot. Here in Australia, obviously, like we're in Melbourne. It's like their city. But yeah, it is pretty funny because like, Twitter is just like an entirely different world. You know what I mean? Like people are just like reacting to my Discord messages to other people out of context and thinking that I'm having like a mental health episode or something. Meanwhile, I'm having the opposite of a mental health episode because I'm just not online. Like I'm out here fucking having a dope ass time. Like dude, Melbourne food is incredible. Melbourne food is out of control. Like completely out of control. An edited collage of messages. Yeah, exactly. It's just yet another indication that, Twitter is just so bad for you. It's so crazy. It's I mean, think about it this way. How do I address the rumors that I am suicidal when I didn't even know that was going on? You know what I mean? Did you see the Rabbi Shmuley going off the rails and being insanely anti-Semitic? No, I haven't. I don't have Twitter. I don't have it. What the? Whoa! What the fuck? Yo! Okay, Hasan is a buy. I was about to be like, come on, we haven't even started yet. Like, and you're already hitting me with something. Guys, I'm issuing a trigger warning. What the fuck? Dude. Bruh, dude, what the fuck's he doing? Bro, he's out of control. Somebody stop this man. Sorry if I'm being pedantic. Don't you want to close your window? What? Why? It's sick. It's like nice little view behind me. What do you mean? Hasan, look out. Oh, shit. Arnor. Oh, guys. Oh, my God. There are actually hot air balloons outside. I'm not even kidding. I just oh my God. Fuck. I should have done that. That was the thing I should have fucking done. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow morning. There are literally 2 hot air balloons right outside my window above. You can't see it from this camera, and I don't want to touch the camera because it's so heavy. But yeah, apparently in the mornings in Melbourne, they do hot air balloon shit. Like they go above the city. I don't know if I can stream from the hot air balloon though. Lamest way to die is a hot air balloon. Can't risk it. I don't think so. I think it's kind of a cool way to go. If you die on a hot air balloon, it's old school. You know what I mean? Anyway, yeah, if I die on a hot air balloon, then all my haters can be like, see, he killed himself. He was actually sad. And it wasn't a freak accident that he died on a fucking hot air balloon. He actually was he was really sad. He was really sad that his community is so invested in politics and nothing else. And that frustrates him to no end because they're being cringe whenever they're like, do politics. The funniest thing I've seen so far is, can you do a pog face while pointing out the window and looking at the camera? What happened? What happened is I had a conversation with my own Discord 2 days ago, not even yesterday, 2 days ago or 3 days ago at this point, about how fucking annoyed I am that I do this try hard ass content, IRL content, and IRL content is there's a lot of uplift, you know what I mean? There's a lot of thought you have to put into it. You're putting yourself out there, whatever. And it sucks that people just don't care. You know what I mean? And that's what I was saying, which is true. I mean, anyone would understandably feel that way, that they're just people will literally be like, yeah, I don't give a shit, dude. If you're not sitting on your desk and talking politics, I'm not there. I don't care. Right? And that's kind of the attitude that a lot of people have in my community because they're older. And I think that's what it is, honestly. This community has gotten older and they are adults. A lot of people hold jobs and they see me as a guy who delivers them news and not a human being that, wants to do a lot of different things and used to enjoy doing a lot of different things and had a community that enjoyed that kind of thing. I just think it's different post-COVID. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't work from home anymore. They just can't, keep up with the streams and whatnot. And I basically should have, I mean, I was upset that they were just so, I felt like there was a lot of backlash to it, which is annoying to me. It's annoying when people are just oh, well, you're not doing politics. Well, then fuck you. I'm going to go watch someone else cover the news. And it's it's cringe. But yeah, it wasn't even a big deal. I was just having one of my regular fucking normal conversations in my own Discord, and responding to people in Discord. And then I guess my fucking parasocial update account immediately posted it. And then I don't know. I actually don't even fucking know what happened really. I had to piece all of this together from people checking in with me in the real world, being are you okay? Jake and Bake talks about how much of a hassle IRL is. Nearly every streaming with tech issues is a nightmare. Yeah. I mean, politics is your bread and butter. Can't fault people for not showing interest in the content you're most known for. See, this is exactly what was the reason why I was I'm gonna video game myself. It's because of this shit. I can't have I can't just be hey man, I think people should stop being so fucking invested in just politics and have interest in a broad variety of things that I have to offer. And someone immediately has to be no, dog, actually, I'm going to debate you on that. And then when I hear that, when I have that kind of energy from someone, I'm I am going to off myself. So that's basically what happened on Discord. and immediately someone, I guess, like clipped it and was like, he's spiraling. But honestly, one of the greatest things that I've done is just tapping out online and just not having Twitter on my phone. It kind of sucks right now because like I have to communicate with people that are currently here that I can't talk to directly because I don't have their phone numbers or because Australian phone numbers are just fake. But even then, it's whatever. It's worth it. I tune out most IRLs for most people because I can't stand the dropouts and audio issues. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I don't care. But yeah, ironic because I'm having like quitting streaming is what people think I was doing because I didn't stream for one day, which is pretty funny. I think my haters love me more than like most of my fans do. Like they tune in every day. I think they must. Like they'll go, oh dude, he's not streaming today. He must have killed himself. Oh no, he did it. It's always such a strange coincidence that drama always happens when you're traveling and IRLing, Monka Hum. Yeah, drama always happens when I'm IRLing and traveling because like I don't have the same way to respond. What is this? This is the order that the post went viral and posted in. So stupid. Even outsiders took it so far out of context. Yeah, this is a joke. We used to be a community that like I hate what my community is becoming. That's not a joke. I swear Twitch streaming isn't about the actual content. It's about whether when people pay attention to you and not cloud. All that shit was a banger and 30K watch like I'm fucking gaming at 8 p.m. I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. I'm going to kill myself. I'm replying to someone, dude. Oh my God. Okay, I do have to say something. Hold on. Oh shit. We got the healthcare professionals here at the door. Hold on one second. Just kidding. I got coffee. They're deporting me. It's over. No, I got fucking a little tea and crumpets. A little tea and crumpets. A little coffee. Oh my God, is this super dark now? Shit. Heavy. Yeah, I got room service. I've got room service, mate. This is like when Freddy got clip chimped by the news in Scooby-Doo live action. Yeah, do these guys think that like I'm just straight up bro, what is that cathedral behind you? It's the oldest church in Australia. These loser freaks always shit on you for feeling literally anything. It's just like it is pretty funny because I think like because of the way this is presented, people took this seriously and were like, wow, he must be like really sad. Like I'm venting in my own Discord and they didn't even they didn't post like any of the actual parts. Like me being like, you guys are fucking normie bait. You hate normies. You literally hate normies. You're being so fucking annoying about politics. So of course they like clipped the messages, like the bad messages, I guess, without like me talking about what I'm actually upset about. And for the record, you know, half the people that get mad in this chat do this, by the way. This is what I was like angry about, which is funny because I streamed after this rant on Discord. I streamed before I flew to Melbourne that day, but I guess it went viral while I was like not live. So I guess it went viral while I was not live and I had no idea. So it's just not only was I not live, I was also not online and I don't have Twitter on my phone. So I just had no fucking clue that there was all these people that were like, oh dude, this guy he's killing himself, man. He's really fucking sad. They edited this out. Oh yeah, that's it. By the way, as you can see, I'm replying to a Discord user here who literally was going, hey, you know what's a really good idea? You know what's a really good idea for you to do as content? Go to the ocean and do a scuba diving or like do a snorkeling stream with a heart rate monitor. While I was complaining about how I do all this fucking try hard content and you guys don't fucking watch, this person literally was like, here, I didn't watch, but here's an idea. What you did yesterday, the thing that you were ranting about that I didn't watch, you should do that and then I'll watch it. Like the quintessential typical fucking gaming viewer. The gaming watcher in this community is this mythical deity, this being that is always demanding gaming. And when gaming happens, they are nowhere to be found. Okay? So I was like, this is crazy. You're describing to me what I should be doing as content when I'm in the process of complaining that I did it as content, and people were like, I don't really care. Anyway, but yes, contrary to popular opinion, I am not going to kill myself. I'm actually having a fucking phenomenal time in Melbourne because of the fact that I'm, one, not online as much, and two, the Cool Ones boys have been really hospitable. They've been really nice. And last but not least, the food. Oh my God, boys, Australia food actually is phenomenal. This is not a joke. I actually thought that, like, when I go travel, I'm always like, I'm sure the food is good, whatever. Like, it's not going to be that great. They're probably fucking exaggerating, right? Australia food is very good. It has not, like, no misses so far. All hits. I'm shocked, straight up. What is going on? I hate this fucking computer. Urgh! I cannot zoom out. I can't zoom out. I can't. Look at it. Look at this zoom in, zoom out. Look at this. Look at this dumb fuck. Look at this dumb fucking shit. Look. Wow. Thank you for the massive zoom and massive zoom out. Thank you. This seems really good. This seems like such a good amount of zooming in and zooming out. Okay. Press the magnifying glass at the end of the URL bar. Oh my God. I didn't know that was. Thank you. Anyway, are you going to name 100 women today? No, because I am not a feminist. Okay. So I'm not going to do that. Anyway, let's blast off. Okay. All right, let's do it. I am live and was totally oblivious to the drama on Twitter, worried about my well-being because I was offline. Lemau. Okay. Or maybe I should say I am live covering the Discord. Yeah. I'm live covering the Discord messages. You said clickbaited, but honestly, I don't want to clickbait it because, like, people literally don't care. They see the clickbait. You don't have to tweet that. They'll say you're coping. Yeah, but, like, what do you mean? It's me. Like, this is the funniest part about it, is that people will be like, no, dude, actually, I do know he's spiraling. And it's like, but I'm the person. Like, what? Why is your assessment that, like, I'm suicidal more important than, like, my existence? It's so stupid. People are like, no, dude, I actually know you are suicidal. Okay, you're lying. And they're going to say I'm coping anyway, which is so stupid. This is my point. Like, Twitter is so fucking dumb. It's full of so many stupid people that, like, they unironically look at the situation and go, I don't really care what your situation is. You didn't go live yesterday. You must have killed yourself, right? It's like, you're spiraling. And it's like, it's crazy. Like, what do you mean? I think I know what's going on internally better than you do. Anyway, staunching a rue. Staunching a rue. That's a funny way. They band together to increase their stupidity. Yeah. You went live after those messages, by the way. I know. That's the funniest part. Like, all of that shit that was on Discord, I already had fucking ranted and vented about, and then I literally went live after, before I flew to Melbourne. So that's the funniest part, is that, like, you could have seen what my opinion and my mood and my vibe was like at the time of me posting that shit, because I went live after I said I'm not going live today, because everyone impression. I'm going to just post the I'm going to kill myself response. I am alive. Drama pervert. Impression farmers. Joe Lieberman pack. Talking Israel. Trump v. Biden. Whatever, buddy. You definitely offed yourself. Yeah. It's like, yeah, whatever, dude. You're actually sad. I promise. Genuinely seemed happier being with the Aussie boys crashing at their place. Mainstreams feel less college-esque. We always got to hear your little scared bitch about possible spiders. Yeah. I'm live covering the Discord messages that were clipped out of context because everyone on Twitter is now duped by drama pervert. Impression farmers. Joe Lieberman pack talking Israel, Trump v. Biden. Baltimore investigation and more. Later we learn about tradies. I know Lolo got a job at fucking Babylon Bee because he told me about it. He got offered a job at Babylon Bee. Okay, you know what? The tradie thing I'll delete. Anyway, there it is. I'm blasting off. Did y'all know that the spiders die after you put them outside? Always try not to kill them, but they die anyway? Good. Actually, spiders are kind of chill because they do eat all the other bugs and they're fucking annoying. Like, they eat all the other annoying bugs. So I guess they're fine. Are you Hillary's body double? Yeah, I'm Hasan's body double. Anyway, blast off, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually Hasan's body double. Hasan killed himself. He was very sad and he killed himself. He was like, oh no, I only have a amount of viewership that like every single one of my haters would fucking kill themselves to have. That's so sad for me. I'm going to kill myself now, is what I said. And then I died. And then I was replaced by a body double. It's so funny. People are like, oh, dude, he fell off. It's like, bro, if I fell off, then like, what is your favorite content creator at? He never fell on. He should think about falling on. You know what I mean? What's up with that? Why is he thinking about me falling off? He should fall on a little bit and then we'll talk, you know? Jesus Christ. Fuck Joe Lieberman, by the way. Speaking of someone who's not alive, okay? Motherfucker fell and died, okay? We're going to be talking about that. Let me tell you. This is like wrestling fans arguing over TV ratings. Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking stupid. Are you going to cover Alice Springs being put under curfew? Wait, what? Please, for the love of God, what is the building behind you called? The building behind me is called your mother's pussy. I don't fucking know, okay? It's a church. It's a church, goddammit. It's a church. It's a church. It's the oldest church in Australia. Google oldest church in Australia, and you'll figure out what the fuck the goddamn church is behind me. The guy that was crying about not being invited to creator parties talking about falling off? Are you talking... I don't even... Dude, what is this? No, it's not. Well, that's what my driver said. Please don't be mad at the chatter. What? I wasn't actually mad, man. I'm fucking hamming it up. What kind of nerd are you? Don't even know the name of the church behind you? Shaking my head. I Googled what you said, and now I am banned from my internet. I just know Joe Lieberman from the easiest difficulty postal 2 called Lieber mode. Yeah, we'll do the crab raven shit in a second. Anyway, I didn't even get to talk about like my fucking personal news. God damn it. Oh God, I kind of have to poo again. I drank so much chocolate milk yesterday with the Cold One boys for their Patreon. It is fucking insane. I drank like 2 liters of chocolate milk, I think. And then we went and we got hot pot. And honestly, I almost did die, which would have been really funny because like if I just like died from shitting my pants too hard after eating some of the spiciest, but some of the best hot pot of all time after drinking 2 liters of choco milk, it would be like the funniest way to go out. But it would make it even funnier because all my haters would be like, oh, he killed himself. It's like, oh, we got him, boys. We got him to kill himself. And it's like, no, I just died from shitting my pants too hard. I did a Patreon video for them with the boys where we just tried and taste tested choco milk. And then afterwards we went to get hot pot. And let me tell you, that hot pot was so good. Melbourne food has been 10-10 every single time. Sydney food has been 10-10 every single time. It is not even a joke. I am telling you right now, Australian food is out of control. Thank God. Thank God for immigration. Okay? Because honestly, if they were just like letting these boys off, okay? If they were just out there raw dogging life on their own without any like immigrant populations, they would be like London. Okay? Which is really interesting because London is also carried by immigrant food, but like Australia carried even harder by immigrant food so much that it doesn't even feel like immigrant food at a certain point. Like they do a lot of like Australian cuisine fusion and shit like that. It's just great overall. Honestly, Melbourne clears shit knee. Hasan, you've been offline for 2 days that you missed this? The fuck is this, bro? I've seen the Dune MMO exclusive preview. Austin is shutting it out for everyone, slutting it out for everyone but you. Yeah, I know. I'm the one who says I don't want to do it with Austin because I'm not ready. Are you an Aussie now? Yes, I'm an Aussie. Those Biang Biang noodles hit? Yes. Is there a lot of Vietnamese food there? So you should get some pho? Bro, this is valid across sectors. The country is run by immigrant labor and ingenuity, and in return, they get vile racist treatment. Dude, I'm telling you right now, dude, the Vietnamese food out here is so fucking bomb. Oh my God. The Chinese food out here is so fucking bomb. It's out of control. It's so goddamn good. Anyway. Yo, you hit that Vietnamese real southern. Vietnamese! NMP Milena collab when? I did hear about the epidemic of women getting punched in New York. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Have the Aussie boys talked you into planning a trip to China yet? I talked them into planning a trip to China. Because I am doing it. I'm getting ready for that. He's like a 30-minute drive from the largest concentration of Vietnamese people outside of Vietnam in North OC. He should be able to find plenty of good Viet food at home. Dude, like, Fango, what's wrong with you? Not everything has to be a debate, man. Like, why are you getting weird? He's literally mad that, like, I like the Vietnamese food in Australia. He's like, we have our own Vietnamese here in America, you fucking piece of shit. You stop that right now. You fucking... Don't say the Australian Vietnamese are better than American ones. It's like, chill, man. It's okay. I'm sorry that I haven't had the Vietnamese food in Los Angeles, bro. Chill. They're Vietnamese too, man. Chill out. Man, I'm just telling you where you can find good stuff at home. Not mad at all. Okay. Maybe I just sussed out the vibes wrong. I don't know. He owns a restaurant. Leave him alone. I'm lying. No, he doesn't own a restaurant. He's a fucking EV blogger journalist guy. What is this? Not gonna lie, I'm hella poor. Most food combo is food purgatory adjacent. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. But yeah, if you ever catch yourself in fucking Australia, let me tell you, it's really good. Yeah, Moen Rabbani's thread I saw, but like only saw that he had like written a thread. I didn't actually read the thread. And then I saw at the time it had like 8K likes. So I was like, oh, dude, Destiny is probably so mad. I'm sure he'll like... Moen Rabbani made a thread about Destiny. So Destiny, I think, has been like crying about my Discord messages for the past 2 days to be like, hey, guys, Hasan is going to kill himself. Please. I did not get owned in this debate. Please. Okay. Look, see, I'm covering Hasan's Discord messages. Oh, man. Oh, brother. This is... Guys... he's getting lasered, bro. He should have never done that. It was a bad idea. Bad idea for him to go and get intellectually outmatched by dudes who know what the fuck they're talking about. Waltzing Matilda. He was so mad. He said Jim Crow was okay. Yeah, if he doesn't... The thing is, like, here's a really cool idea. Okay? This is a free one for Destiny. If you don't want to look like a racist asshole, try not being a racist asshole. Free one. It's literally $0 and 0 cents. Okay? Mr. Bonatelli, just don't say shit that's like super fucking racist and you'll be fine. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Maybe it's hard. Maybe it's really hard. I don't know. I just like, it shouldn't be though. Like, don't defend genocide. Like, this is a good way to start. I think you would probably feel better overall if you just didn't defend genocide anyway. You should make an alt Twitter just to have it keep up with the ongoing stuff. No, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Chatters are like, hey, just have a little bit of a crack. Just have a little bit of crack. He's like, yeah, just get an alt Twitter. So I already have an alt Twitter. And I don't use it anymore because I just like, it sucks. Twitter just sucks in general. There are like 1.5K people watching you say this and they're sniffing their fingers sharply and then typing funny coming from the extremist. Love them. Yeah. Emma, you don't have to call them out. What do you got? Like, are you in their webcams? What's going on, dude? How do you know this? Anyway, speaking of Twitter, Lamau, the Moen Rabbani thread. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Spam bot owners say it's gotten easier to drive traffic since Elon bought Twitter. Why are spam bot owners flexing, dude? That's crazy. What is happening? Hello? Why are they literally flexing on New York Magazine? Spam bot owners are like, hey, listen, dude, Pussy and Bio is on top right now. Pussy and Bio is no longer relegated to just a bio. It is in your bio. Well, you don't even understand it. I got pussy everywhere, dog. In my bio, in your bio, on your replies. Pussy in everyone's bio, bitch. Why are they flexing? I think it's really fucked up. They should not be able to flex. Okay? It's like what you're doing should be illegal. In the real world, okay? In the world that I want to live in, you should go to jail. And so should Elon Musk for fun. Twitter was also thirsting after you. What is this? Is this just your bookmark? What? This is crazy. Wait, does this have 13,000 likes? What the fuck is happening? Did you just send me your fucking bookmark and it has 13,000 likes? What is going on? Also, never send me bookmarks ever again. Okay? Send me the actual link. What the fuck's wrong with your brain? This is terrible because it's all of my fears. Looking not hot and also my fear of the ocean. Specifically the animals within the ocean. I'm doing both at the same time. Terrible, terrible stuff.
Oh, that's your flipper.
Dude, I was so not scared. I was just faking it. You guys believed it. You guys believed it because I was faking it, dude. I was not having. Oh man, what? Wait, fuck off. Fuck off. What? What is happening? Are you okay? You were so loud, dude. I was loud because I was faking it. That's right. Don't believe it. Nobody believed the thing that happened where I was scared. Bro's just mad that you look so good. Oh, nice. Anyway, fuck these pussy and bio bots, bro. I can't believe that they're like literally flexing on us, dude. They're like, Elon Musk is such a dumbass that we get to like run train on Twitter. That shit sucks, okay? Anyway, we'll cover that too. Let's get started on smoking on this fucking dipshit's pack. Joe Lieberman, giant piece of shit, literally almost single-handedly responsible for not having universal health care in this country. Just fuck him, honestly.
Joe Lieberman, the former senator and vice presidential candidate.
Joe Lieberman's entire goal in Congress is basically to play the role of spoiler, okay? Famous spoiler guy.
He was known for
the OG spoiler. Like, I mean, he wasn't the OG spoiler, but like he was the spoiler for the Obama administration.
Party line that was still active on the political scene in this election year. Our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, has more on his life and legacy. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Michael. Joe Lieberman was an American original, a man of faith, a man of principle, a partisan Democrat who turned independent, a man who tried to overcome political differences during our deeply divided time. In 2000, Joe Lieberman came within just a few hundred votes in Florida of becoming the first Jewish vice president in American history. As he accepted the Democratic nomination that year, he vowed to do everything he could to help his party win the White House.
And I want you to know tonight that I will work my heart out to make Al Gore the next president of the United States.
Democrats loved it, but Lieberman was never one to put party first. And just 8 years later, he was once again center stage at a party convention. This time, the Republican convention, endorsing his friend John McCain.
Being a Democrat or a Republican is important, but it is nowhere near as important as being an American.
I hate this fucking piece of shit so goddamn much. Like OG, early Christian cinema ass, dumbass, bullshit ass, bitch ass motherfucker. Just absolute piece of shit. There was a bot that was trying to get interaction by asking if they should send you news so you won't video game yourself. That's awesome. What has become of the world? What has become of Twitter? Musk is fixing the issue right now. No more pussy in bio. We're going to have community pussy. Ay, ay, ay. Can you be nicer to Connecticut now that one of our demons are gone? By the way, it's pretty funny because, like, you know how I always have the smoke for Connecticut? Like, he's one of the guys. He's one of the reasons why I have the smoke for Connecticut. Him and fucking, what's his face? Is it Chris Murphy or Chris Coons? No, it's Chris Murphy, right? It's like, I can't stand this motherfucker. I could not stand this motherfucker, and I can't stand Chris Murphy. Just so annoying. Honest question. I assume pussy in bio actually works on people because they else would. Why would they do it? Dude, honestly, pussy in bio works against other bots. Like, everything is just fake now. That's what it is. I'm sure this guy went off on Joe Lieberman.
Did do personally. So
yeah. Okay, look, see? Obabe boys got the smoke for Joe. Smoking on the dead ops pack. John Favreau. Shocking. Because remember, these guys are like civility politics guys. Or not John Favreau, John Lovett. Sorry. Fuck, what am I saying? Favreau is also a part of Crooked Media. These are the Podjohns. Remember, they were Obama speechwriters. So, of course, they fucking despise Joseph Lieberman for tanking like a big chunk of Obama's like signature accomplishments, especially in the form of the ACA. Like, there was a supermajority in the Democratic Party, and of course, Joe Lieberman basically fucking did the classic rotating villain shit and cooked it.
After the public option was killed from Obamacare, there was a compromise proposal. Now, of course, Obamacare is a compromise, and the public option is a compromise. So this was a compromise on a compromise on a compromise. And the compromise was that near seniors, people 55 and older, would be allowed to buy Medicare. I'm sorry for going to the details, but to me, this is one of the most galling and despicable things a person's ever done.
I suspect Lovett made this a while back, for the record. I suspect that this is old and it's being resurfaced now because, like, didn't you do an episode in the old pod with him? Yeah. I think that this is an older, John Lovett did this back in the day probably, and it's being resurfaced now. Hasan made a video with Lovett. Yeah, I did. Back in 2021.
Scum, right? But even then, in comparison to what you see on Facebook, it's like, well, at least they're not saying that there are space lasers. And
yeah, I'm tapped in with the Podjohns. You know, those are my boys. Remember that. Do you think it's possible to get him on the show at some point? Yeah, of course.
Done, and I will repeat this till the day I die. The Medicare buy-in, 55 plus. So what that means is near seniors can buy into a public option. My parents would have loved to have this. They were counting down the days till they were eligible for Medicare because their premiums were going up because they were older, and people that are nearing retirement are sicker and require more medical care than younger people because your bodies are falling apart because of the vicissitudes of evolution, and it really sucks. Not one part of us gets better. And that's the deal. I don't make the rules. I wish I did. It'd be better. They'd be different rules. I don't know how much different, but different. The Medicare buy-in is exactly the kind of thing that a moderate like Joe Lieberman should support. It was fiscally responsible, it was practical, it solved a problem, it was moral, it was just, it was a compromise, it was something Democrats all agreed with, but he has insurance companies in his state, and so he personally kills it. And when you get rid of the Medicare buy-in, so the Medicare buy-in means that near seniors pay less for insurance. It means younger people that are not near seniors pay less for insurance because you just removed a bunch of older people out of the population of people buying insurance, so insurance premiums on the whole go down. Medicare is more efficient than the private system, so insurance costs for healthcare costs for the whole country go down. Care gets better because Medicare provides excellent care. The only people that pay are the insurance companies. But as a favor to the insurance companies in his state, Joe Lieberman killed the Medicare buy-in himself. He was the 60th vote. If he said yes.
Yep, 100%. That's it. That's like, this is the most famous moment for Joe Lieberman's career in a sea of back and forth. Like, I'm an American. I care about America. Like, I'm a compromise guy. That was his signature accomplishment in his life. And honestly, that's just pure evil, even though it doesn't track as pure evil. This is the problem, right? Like, people who operate at the behest of pharmaceutical companies, at the behest of insurance providers that do stuff like this, that legitimately impact the life of millions, hundreds of millions of innocent civilians, never read as villains. We don't think about them as villains. What that man did is basically comic book villain shit, okay? And that's why when there are instances like elderly statesmen getting celebrated by the media for fucking falling on their ass and dying at their old ass age, a beautiful future that they did not offer to millions of Americans as a consequence of their actions at the behest of American corporations, because I'm sure plenty of Americans would love to die in their old age around their fucking family when they fall on their ass, okay, at the age of like 80 or whatever. But they never got there because they never got the health care, because we don't have free fucking health care in this country. Fuck that guy. Actual villain.
It would have been in there, and every person in this room is paying more for healthcare because of Joe fucking Lieberman. And so the idea that Joe Lieberman is to come in and lecture us what's good for working families and good for the Democratic Party, he can go fuck himself.
Like, that's it. He's right. That way he literally fell and died, dude. Fuck him, Lamau, that owns. That's what I heard. I don't know. I heard he fell and died from NPR, and I don't think NPR is lying to me. It's because his villainy has been alienated and safely separated from the actual harm to the point that he appears civil instead of him using a pen to kill millions of people. Imagine if someone did that physically, like used a pen as a weapon. Much more gruesome and easy to comprehend. No, because our system is designed to churn out these fucking results, and because of the division of labor in every aspect of our existence, it doesn't track as like a singular person being evil. But that is exactly what it is. And it's not even like a singular person. There's a lot of people that are also just as evil. But it's like kind of crazy to think about, because like this guy's got bodies, but we don't ever fucking think about it like that. We don't think about like this guy having bodies, okay, to his name. I don't know. Joe Lieberman is the failure of liberalism. You cannot talk about Joe Lieberman without talking about liberalism's many different glaring, obvious failures. Joe Lieberman is a deity, is yet another great figure of the rotating villain that is embedded in the Democratic Party. It is inside of their infrastructure that the Democratic Party basically relies on, okay? And the reality is that we need that. We need the Joe Liebermans. Like, the Democrats need the Joe Liebermans. They have to have their own internal villains, so they don't just shit on the Republican Party, God forbid. They have to make it easier for the Republicans to win stuff. And yeah, Joe Lieberman, Kirsten Sinema, Joe Manchin. Here's my warning to all the up-and-comer rotating villain Democrats out there, like that sexy mechanic lady from what's his face from, I think she was from Colorado with the tattoos, like the alt chick, the John Fettermans. She's not even a mechanic. She owns an auto shop. What the fuck was her name? Anyway, you'll know more about her in the future. Yeah, thank you. Marie Glusenkamp Perez, the Problem Solvers Caucus, John Fetterman. Okay? Let me tell you, she's not from Colorado. She's from Washington. Okay? You will be remembered in infamy, but not in a good way, but exactly in the same way that we're shitting on Joe fucking Lieberman. Okay? Many of you think you'll make a name for yourselves and you'll live comfortably and, you know, that you will be remembered fondly. You will not be remembered fondly. We will shit on your fucking graves once you are long gone for all of the crimes, for all of the villainous behavior that you subjected the American population to, you subjected the global population to. We will remember them and we'll shit on you. You will not be remembered fondly. So if that's all you care about, and many of these fucking dipshits are self-interested and they do care about that, if you don't want to have a graveyard soaked in piss, then figure it out. Get your shit together. Okay?
Lieberman says in this that Joe Crowley's reelection would be evidence that Democrats are capable of governing again. Fuck you. We are the only governing party this country has had, and the problem with the sleazy people like Joe Lieberman who do no labels and all that bullshit is they look at our politics right now and they would rather say that both parties are to blame than admit the truth, which is we have one party that's lost its fucking mind.
Depending on which way our politics sway in the next 30 years, they may be seen as heroes. Not really. They're still like seen as partisan by the fucking Republicans who will say like, oh, well, he was a Democrat, so he's like a baby eating vampire. It's just like the Democratic Party itself will most likely not hail them as heroes because their job is to be a ruiner of the agenda. Is Fetterman on the same level? I thought he was less a roadblock for legislation and more a genocide pervert. Yeah, he is. I mean, look at his attitude on immigration and shit. You know what I mean?
McCain later said he came close to picking Lieberman to be his running mate. Joe Lieberman served 24 years in the Senate, representing his home state of Connecticut. He was a progressive on most domestic issues and a hawk on foreign policy, a strong supporter of both wars in Iraq. He was a deeply religious man, the oldest of 3 children in an Orthodox Jewish family. He was one of the first prominent Democrats to denounce Bill Clinton's behavior after his affair with White House intern Monica Lewinsky was revealed.
Such behavior is not just inappropriate, it is immoral, and it is harmful.
President Clinton called him after that speech and told him he agreed with every word. But it was Lieberman's support of the second Iraq war that infuriated Democrats.
This is a battle in the war on terrorism. Failure and defeat is not an option.
Lieberman ran for president as a Democrat in 2004 in a campaign that never really got off the ground. And when he ran for his 4th Senate term in 2006, he lost the Democratic primary. Undeterred, he ran for re-election anyway and won decisively as an independent. He retired from the Senate in 2012 but remained active in politics, supporting both Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden in their campaigns against Donald Trump. But this time, he has helped lead the effort by No Labels, a group he co-founded to run a bipartisan third-party ticket to take on both Trump and Biden. In an interview just last week, appearing a little weaker, but his conviction as strong as ever, he made the case for a bipartisan presidential ticket.
We'll begin to solve our problems, and we'll stop fighting each other all the time, which is what the Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, we got to stop fighting each other all the time and just fight more Muslims. Fucking ghoul, bro. Sucks dick and ass. Here.
Iraq.
Joe Lieberman was a public servant who clearly cared about America and cared about his family and friends. If we're assessing legacies, however, like, Mehdi doesn't, you don't have to fucking suck his cock, man. You don't work at MSNBC anymore, okay? I just hate this, like, civility bullshit. He, like, literally has to do that. Oh, he cared about Americans. It's like, no, he was not a public servant, okay? He was a public villain. Fuck that guy. Like, actual piece of shit. Actual piece of shit. Ugh. Anyway, yeah, here. No remorse for the Iraq war by this fucking ghoul.
I got to ask you about Iraq. We just saw the 20th anniversary of 9/11, the end of the Afghan war. You have someone like Chris Murphy now representing Connecticut that you sat in for the Senate. He's very critical of the Iraq war. Have you disowned it? You know, as recently as 2015, 2016, you were still saying you thought it was.
Yeah, someone like Chris Murphy is very critical of the Iraq war because it's now allowed and appropriate to say that the Iraq war was bad, even though it is objectively bad and was objectively bad, right? But, like, Chris Murphy also is, like, talking about doing coups, talking about fucking Venezuela, talking about America interfering in the affairs of other countries all around the world, okay? Like, Chris Murphy, I'm sure, is you know, he's the type of dude who's not very upset about what's going on in Gaza, for example, okay? So the notion that, like, he's somehow different is silly. This guy is just an extra piece of shit. He's an old school piece of shit who's still maintained his piece of shit attitude when all the other people that were, like, champions of the Iraq war in the same way that Lieberman was recognize that, like, that's no longer in fashion, and therefore you have to retriangulate and act like you were never fully on board with it. You know? What is this?
Election night victory over long
Lieberman urges voters to back Crowley over Ocasio-Cortez. Another fucking L for that pathetic loser.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is stunned again by a scorching attack from Senator Joe Lieberman, proving becoming the it girl of New York politics has its ups and downs. Lieberman, using an op-ed piece in the Wall Street Journal, says Ocasio-Cortez is likely to hurt Congress, would make it harder for Congress to stop fighting and start fixing problems, and is more socialist and democratic.
When you look at the policies, those are not policies that will be supported in very many places across America.
Lieberman, appealing to the residents of the 14th Congressional District to vote for Crowley in November on the Working Families Party line, is also critical of her foreign policy views. She upset many during an interview last week when she called Israel an occupation force over the Palestinian territories.
I also think that what people...
Yeah. Tim Pool said you had a mental breakdown on your loss of viewership. Yeah, dude, it's right. I did. I'm having a mental breakdown from my loss of viewership, even though my viewership is, like, maintained stability this entire fucking time. I'm losing my mind. Thank you. You're right. What happened to these people that used to be like, yeah, I don't believe anything that Tim Pool says, but now that like he's in agreement with Destiny, that you're like, you guys are both on board? What's happening? Tim Pool is so obsessed with their viewership, he made a whole ass YouTube vid on it. Yeah. Part of the reason why my viewership has gone down is because of October 7. I'm sorry, a lot of people in the liberal circles love dick riding Israel. Okay, you know, that's it. Not true. You used to average 30K. I think the emotional, mental health aspect of it is this, though, because like I literally have the most autistic fan base of all time, and they literally have debate autism, right? Like everybody has like different degrees of autism in the fandom. Some people love trains, some people love politics, but everybody has debate autism, and they literally cannot stop themselves, like physically, from immediately being like, not true. Like no matter what I say. And after a while, it just gets really annoying that I have to deal with like contentious ass motherfuckers nonstop. Just talk about trains, man. Fuck. Anyway, my point is, yes, post October 7, like a big chunk of this community left and never to return. That of course makes me sad, because it's not about like, oh man, people don't like me anymore. That's, who gives a shit? It makes me sad about the state of affairs as far as like the progressive left, as far as like leftists and their opinions. So that's what it is. It is, of course, going to be frustrating to go from 30K to 20K, especially because of an issue that is very important to me, an issue that I have been talking about for years and years, right? And that's it. That's what makes me sad about it. It also makes me sad because that was also like 6 months ago. Why would they bring it up now? Well, because people are just like desperately looking for new angles and like drama. It's so funny because you're big in relation even when you're falling off, so you still surpass them all. You've fallen off. What are they? Yeah, I mean, no, Tim Pool has a bigger audience than me for sure. He's always had a bigger audience than me. I remember my ex, who's never watched you, was telling me to stop watching your content because you have bad takes. I want to ask them what those takes were. They couldn't answer. Yeah. Do you think liberals who left will eventually realize your position on ad breaks is and was correct? God damn, dude, you cooked. One hot issue undid years of work. Anyone would feel shitty. Yeah, it just makes me feel like a lot of people's allegiance to progressive politics is like totally conditional, and they do have like very reactionary approaches ultimately that end up swaying them like in a totally different direction. And that kind of sucks, because like everything that I do specifically so I can like get people to recognize the error in their thinking. Psychedelic Gazelle, thank you for the 20 tier 1 gift of subs. By the way, here's a 3-minute ad break now. It sucks to see that. That's just, there's no other way to explain it. Like, yeah, it doesn't feel good. You know what I mean? Why would it feel good? Of course it doesn't feel good. I'm not like dying or anything, but it is weird because like, I think what is really shitty is not necessarily like losing a third of your audience because of your opinion on, Israel's active genocide campaign. What also feels shitty is like everyone literally making content out of me talking to my own community about how fucking annoying they are about politics and robbing it of that context and then speculating on my behalf while I'm not even fucking live or online, having a great goddamn time, completely oblivious to this reality. So then when people fucking check in with me in the real world, they're like, bro, are you okay? Like, I saw some shit. People are talking about how you're going to kill yourself. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? I didn't even know. And no, I'm more mad about my community being like, I only want politics, which is something that everyone would objectively agree to in the broader sphere if it wasn't me saying it. So that's what it is. Like that whole rant that I had in my Discord was about that, was about the fact that like there are a lot of annoying motherfuckers out here who only fucking talk about politics and only want politics. That's it. You're like the lady that took a flight and landed infamous. Yeah. It might also be the H3 audience leaving. I mean, I'm sure that plays a role in it too, but still. But it does blow my mind. What? Damn, my bridge request was ill-timed then? What do you mean? Just to add in, it wasn't just October 7. Political content as a whole is down. Your sub count hasn't gone down massively either, which is why I think people in general are busier. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I see this a lot. Like, I think my audience is getting older. You know what I mean? They were younger. They didn't have jobs. They were in college. And now they have jobs and they're no longer in college. So they still support, but they don't watch as much live, which is fine. I mean, it happens. That part is not a contentious aspect of this at all, right? What is actually shocking is the fact that, like I said time and time again, this is about Twitter. This conversation always devolves around, or always revolves around Twitter. What do I mean by this? On Twitter, people literally took 3 days ago on Discord. I was complaining about how much Discord loves politics. Like, the heart of this community loves politics and nothing else. And they are like antagonistic towards like anything that's not immediately political, which is something that every human being that is not in my Discord would agree with, right? Most of those Twitter losers would agree with that. They'd be like, yeah, don't make everything political. So that was what the rant was. And I was like responding to people, including like some of the people who were like saying, hey, I have a really good idea for content. You should do a scuba diving stream with a heart monitor, which is what I had done. And they did not watch. So I was like, I'm going to kill myself as a joke. Like, I wasn't being serious. But they took all of that out of context and posted it, and did not post the rant that started it all, which was like, you guys fucking love politics and you are making normies go insane. Like, you're like normie repellent, right? Like, why the fuck are you so incredibly brain broken about politics? You are behaving like normie repellent. Like, we have a project where we want to be fucking normal and we want to present leftist politics as a normal thing. All of that, of course, not in the fucking clips, okay? Not in the clips at all. So then they presented it in a way where it was like, oh, Hasan wants to kill himself because he's like losing viewership. And it went super viral. And I had no idea. I had no fucking idea whatsoever. You want to know why? Because I don't have Twitter on my phone and because I wasn't online, okay? I wasn't online. So I had no fucking clue that this was going on, and I started getting messages. I started getting messages from like Mike Malak, and you know, like random friends of mine that are on Twitter, but like are normies otherwise, being like, "Hey, bro, is everything all right?" And I'm like, "What the fuck? What's going on? Did you actually fall off after October 7th?" No, it's dumb as fuck. My fall off is still 20K. That's insane. I'm still one of the biggest fucking content creators on this goddamn platform. People are so stupid for saying this. It's like people who, here, I'll tell you this much. People who are always like, Hasan is falling off, are the same people that would literally lose their minds if they got the normal viewership that I get. And it's so sad because like, those are the same people who are desperately trying to farm clout while I'm offline to be like, yeah, he's falling off, guys. I'm falling on though. Try falling on, dude. Look, I'll keep it $150. Like, Mr. Bonarelli, if he got 20K consistently, his audience would be so fucking unbearable. You know what I mean? His audience would be unfucking bearable. They'd constantly be like, dude, we're killing it. We're killing it. Hasan is dying. Hasan is dying. Our boy is on top. Mr. Barilla, I don't know what his fucking stats look like, okay? Because I'm not as obsessed with him as he is with me. He apparently looks at my stats every fucking day and loses his goddamn mind. Like, I have lost a third of this community after October 7th because of my Israel takes. That motherfucker doesn't even have a third of that. So I don't know what we're talking about. Like, he would be excited to literally have the entire chunk of just my community that is left. So I don't know why he's like talking about falling off and falling on all the goddamn time. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. But I feel like they just have created this universe in their minds. Don't you also think this hater power hour recurrent segment is also driving people away? Brother, there were people who reached out to me because they thought I was committing suicide. I think it's okay to fucking address that, Comrade Liho, especially because you are literally one of those dipshits that I'm fucking talking about. You are the exact type of dipshit that I'm talking about, as a matter of fact. Holy fucking shit, you are the guy that I say I want to kill myself to on Discord, and then people clip it out of context because you're like, get back to the news, monkey man. Like, you are literally the issue. Stop trying to fucking debate me. This is what I'm saying. You don't have to fucking debate everything. You don't have to debate everything. You're like, your lowest views is the highest ever. Fuck that dirty asshole. Yeah. Yeah, it's a multitude of different things. Most boring election cycle of all time. People genuinely hating like the Israel-Palestine takes or the coverage in general. But who gives a shit? I never did the monkey man. It does turn me off though. I know. Anyway. All right. longest election cycle, Trump been running for 4 years law. To be honest, your feelings make a lot of sense. You deal with a very gaslighty group of people. Yeah, my point wasn't even about like Mr. Bonnaroo or anything like that. My point more so is that like on Twitter, someone could be like, Hasan is having a bad day today. And people want to believe that, so they just like upvote it. They like it. And they go, yeah, he is. And I don't even know, it is not the truth. And I don't even know that that is what's going on. And then I wake up to like people being like, dude, I heard you're having a really bad time. And it's like, what? No, I'm not. I'm having a really good time because I'm not fucking online. But when you're not online, I think when you're not online, people just like think that you're dead, or they can just like make shit up about you. And there's a shit ton of people who are looking into believing that. And I don't know how to defend myself that I'm like actually having a good time. It's such a weird thing to do. And it's so strange. And people would, I think people would just rather believe the lies than know what the truth is. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't realize how often you get in drama, not even by your own violations. And then you discover you were in a drama, then you actually get in a shitty mood because of it. Yeah, but I didn't even realize like Tim Pool is like doing fucking videos about how I'm spiraling or whatever. Like that's crazy. That's a crazy fucking situation. Like it's literally a Discord. It is straight up a fucking Discord rant clipped out of context that has made people make videos about how I'm like losing it or some shit.
Who do you think is the most evil member?
I kind of want to see it now. All the worst people eating, but there's nothing I can do about it. You know what I mean? There's like, where is it? It's such a funny thing to get Hasan Piker viewers. Bro has a 5-person panel for this. Dude. Okay, this is kind of awesome. Dude, come on, bro. They're doing like analysis with 5 people. Hasan Piker viewership dropping off a cliff, down 40% in 1 month. This is not true. I think for the amount of people who try to debate you have a 2% debate rate or lower, they have like graphs and shit. I would love to fall off the way you do, Hasan Lamau. Yeah, this is crazy that they're doing like, why is this commentary? For a socialist, Hasan Piker sure loves money. I'm shocked that he even had an audience to begin with. Nothing he says makes sense. His 12-year-old fans turned 13 and realized being a weetard isn't cool anymore. Bro, you wrote weetard. What? Like, you should be euthanized. What is happening? Like, just fucking write it with the R at that point. Like, what is this? Is this 2008? What the fuck? That's so stupid. You literally medically are in need of a lobotomy, like immediately. Okay. I think the fact that you had a great day yesterday without hearing about all this nonsense supports the point that your hater power hour comment. In my opinion, the best way to deal with haters online or offline is that don't give them the space. The best revenge is living well. Yeah. Yeah. It's like they're trying to do, dude. There's nothing funnier than people being like, hey, this guy who has 50,000 subscribers, 50,000 $5 a month paying subscribers is actually doing really poorly. He's also a fake socialist because he's so rich. None of this makes sense. So which one is it? Am I popping off and therefore fake socialist? Or am I fucking falling off and therefore real socialist? Which is it? Remember, none of this fucking makes sense. It doesn't. The sub count grab. Anyway. Yeah, Tim Pool dropped from 60K to 30 to 40K and they all defend Crowder. Exactly. Like everyone in the political sphere has like lost a big chunk of their audiences for sure because most people just don't care. Trust fund baby ain't got no spine. See, this is what I mean. You're just like randomly yelling at things that are not true. Like this is exactly what I mean. Like this 100 like none of this is correct. And it also doesn't even fit here. Like, bro, you do that all the time? What do you mean I do that all the time? What does that mean? I'm a trust fund baby that ain't got no spine all the time. Is that what you're saying? Like none of this makes sense. At a certain point, a lot of people need to like, understand that you're just angrily reacting to things and it doesn't make sense. You give them the attention, they'll never stop. You ever analyze your fame increase even if you knew how to skateboard? This is true. Anyway, did you see Scumart's last post? Yeah, I did not see it because I did not have Twitter, but Alexa showed it to me. You just insulted a druid. I remember someone on Reddit saying your dad was a billionaire and he was 100% serious. Have Maya teach you how to kickflip. Anyway, the title is dumb too because I feel like most Gen Z lean left more Lamau. Yeah, all right. What is this? It's never been more over for Anna Kasparian. Oh, what? There ain't no fucking way. Is this real? Oh, no. Bro, there's only one unifying factor here. There's no way that's real. No, this has got to be a fake tweet. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. These guys always make fake-ass tweets about Elon Musk. It's starting to piss me off because, like, it's just like Elon Musk is such a dumbass in and of itself that, like, when I see stuff like that, it's just like, is he actually that much of a dumbass? I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to Joe Lieberman. Let's finish off the Joe Lieberman shit. Like I said, a total piece of shit, a monster, Obama-era rotating villain. He died after falling in his home surrounded by his family. He spent his life warmongering and stopping Americans from having universal health care. Absolute piece of shit and a staple of the Democratic Party. Anyway, Hasan, you didn't know, but Anna really turned right. I know, she like unfollowed me and stuff, and I think doesn't like me anymore. 20K more viewers are looking like this. Bro, come on. Do you just hate all old people? No, just like evil old people. I think you misunderstand. Keep fucking doing that. Like, Joe Lieberman is just like an evil piece of shit. He's a uniquely bad guy. Don't make fun of him. It's grown a lot under that hat since 2017. I think you just hate old people. Bro, what do you mean? I'm an old person. My entire community is old. Also, you know who actually hates old people? Joe Lieberman. Because guess what, dude? He worked tirelessly to deny them health care. Hello? What are we talking about? Let me tell you who actually fucking despises old people. A guy who worked tirelessly to ensure that they don't get the most comprehensive health coverage. Like, what the fuck? Who do you think hates old people more? Anyway, I can understand why you think I just have like a natural anti-old person position though, because like a lot of people that do live to be old and get fame are kind of evil under capitalism. So you do basically see me shit on old people that recently died all the time, because a lot of those guys who get like positive media coverage are unfortunately getting positive media coverage because they're fucking evil. That's it. Maybe I should do like a power hour of like the good old people that pass away. You know what I mean? My dad was a Democratic superdelegate for years. None of what HasanAbi is saying is out of pocket. Joe Lieberman was a piece of shit. Yeah, it's funny because like old school Democrats kind of despise him too. Like Democrats that have been around and are like partisan party loyalists also fucking hate him because of what he has done. It's like, imagine all the anger and resentment you feel towards Kirsten Sinema. That's Joe Lieberman. Maggie Hasan, Kirsten Sinema, Joe Manchin. These are all the Joe Liebermans of today. Joe Lieberman is the Kirsten Sinema of yesteryear. That's it. So like a lot of the party loyalists also hate him for understandable reasons because he fucking sucks. Anyway, Crypto King Sam Bankman-Fried, jail for 25 years. I love this story because of the volatility of crypto, they are now launching a very funny defense, which is that maybe everyone that got fucked over by Sam Bankman-Fried can actually get their money back, which is really cool. Yeah, Sam Brokman-Fraud, jail for 25 years. Let's take a look.
Welcome to Verified Live. Let's start with
Verified Live. All right, I got to piss.
New York, where in the last few minutes, Sam Bankman-Fried has been sentenced to 25 years for what's been called one of the biggest financial crimes in U.S. history. These are the live pictures from outside of the court. The 32-year-old founded the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, which made him a billionaire before it collapsed in spectacular fashion. He's just been found guilty of fraud and money laundering, or sentenced for fraud and money laundering. And these, the pictures from the court. We will get reaction as the various parties emerge from that courthouse. But let's get straight to New York and our business correspondent, Erin Delmore. She is outside the courthouse, was inside for that moment of sentencing, and describe what that was like.
Matthew, it was very impactful. Everybody in the room was on tenterhooks, just waiting to see what decision the judge would hand down. And it came after a lengthy preamble by Judge Lewis Kaplan here in this New York courthouse, talking about Sam Bankman-Fried's actions and his behaviors, pointing not only to the crimes that a jury decided Sam Bankman-Fried had committed during the trial, which ended 5 months ago, but also talking about Mr. Bankman-Fried's demeanor, his likelihood of recommitting crimes if he were released early or with a smaller prison sentence, and talking about his lack of contrition, showing that while Bankman-Fried would say something like mistakes were made, he wouldn't take responsibility, and the judge said that that continued up until this day.
And in terms of what is likely to happen, is there any sort of indication from his defense team of any sort of appeal?
Oh my God.
Well, what we know.
This is a really funny. I feel like I'm cooked here. 25 is a bit much, isn't it? No, it's not a bit much. What the fuck do you mean? What are we talking about? Bro, this dude is like a massive, massive criminal. What are we talking about? Like, we're talking billions of dollars, man. This is exactly the fucking type of crime that we should get more punishments out of. Like, I think it's fine in general. I will say this much. I don't think anybody fucking deserves 25 years. I mean it. Like, seriously. I don't think anybody deserves it. That's like super, super, super bad. And the reason why Sam Bankman-Fried is getting it is because he fucked over rich people, not because he fucked over poor people. That's one. Number two, if we are comparing his crimes and his punishment to like the normal modus operandi of the American criminal justice system, then he's getting off scot-free. Okay? Does that make sense? Like, when I say, dude, 25 years is nothing, I don't mean that like from a broader moral framework that I'm operating off of, in which case I don't think, you know, I don't think there are a lot of crimes that justify 25 plus years in an American prison, right? Like, you have to be a real bad guy, in my opinion. Like you're decapitating babies and eating them or some shit because of how the gruesome conditions of American prison, right? However, if we're looking at like the way that, if you're looking at the way that the American criminal justice system like treats like routine offenders of like, you know, drug abusers or those who sell drugs, or, you know, even are caught with cannabis under the 3 strikes law and whatnot. Like, when I say 25 years is fucking nothing, that's what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm saying that like 25 years in that same criminal justice system that like has people locked up permanently for being black and having weed on them is insane. Because this guy like stole billions of dollars with a B. He stole billions of dollars with a B. He was a massive scammer. And the only reason why he got punishments for it is because he didn't just steal from the rich. He stole from, he didn't just steal from the poor. He stole from the rich as well. That's the only thing that will land you in trouble in this country in general.
Know right now is that a sentence of 25 years has been handed down by the judge, including some years of supervisory release, 3 to be sure. And part of what the judge said amounted to that sentence was losses, he said, that totaled more than $11 billion. This is how he calculated his decision. Now, as you know, Matthew, the defense have been asking for far less, just 5 to 6 years. And so we are waiting to see what action they will take further. But for today, that is the number handed down by Judge Lewis Kaplan.
Aaron, just remind our viewers, because we are talking about billions of dollars, take us through what this man actually did in terms of the fraud, the money laundering.
Yeah, speaking of which, yet another incredible prediction from the man famous for incredible predictions, of course, and being like a big brain genius that everybody loves. Elon Musk, remember, said in 2022, SBF was a major Dem donor, so no investigation. Now, of course, will Elon Musk ever get yelled at or laughed at for having the wrong opinion on every fucking take? Of course not. Of course not. Just like when he said COVID would be done by April, but didn't say which April, I guess, technically. So, you know, just more fun stuff from Elon. Our boy Elon doing the damn thing over and over again. By the way, Lewis Kaplan was also the judge who presided over the E. Jean Carroll trial.
Sam Bankman-Fried was crypto's golden boy. He was the founder of the FTX cryptocurrency exchange, where customers could come trade their dollars and their pounds for cryptocurrency, and he assured those customers, as his FTX crypto exchange was collapsing, that their money was safe. But when customers went to withdraw their funds in November 2022, the funds were not there. And a jury found that money...
Bro, he has so many monitors. How could this guy be a fraud? I don't understand. He looks like he's got the good kind of autism. He is like fried. Look at his fucking hair. He's like a guy who's a numbers cruncher. You know what I mean? Like, I trust this guy. What is going on? You know what I mean? And then you find out he plays League, and you're like, oh, dude, put him in jail permanently. Put him under the jail. Okay? That should have been your first inclination. That like, oh no, he doesn't have the good kind of autism. He's a bad kind. Okay? Very bad kind. It's called playing League. Will plays League? Exactly. Will calls League of Legends depression. Like, he will literally be like, yo, you want to play depression? And he still does it. He fucking still does it. Why is League of Legends still legal? Dude, my manager, who I love, David, okay, sat there before dinner and got a fucking League game out. I'm telling you guys, this is not normal. I can't steer them from this path. They just sat there, him and chat, and fucking played League before dinner. They were like, oh, we should like queue up one fucking game before we leave. Just banged one out. And they were so excited because they won. And they were like, oh man, what a fun thing that we did. Just one out, just banging a League game out. Quick dub, feel great. It's basically self-harm. And we just sit there and we watch our friends and our loved ones basically cutting. Okay? And we just go, no, that's normal. How could we as a society allow this to happen? How? It's like fucking literally watching someone just like roll, just find a fucking vein right in front of you, okay? And just like, boom, slam a little bit of fucking opiates directly in front of you. And you're like, that's fine. Okay.
Money had been moved to a hedge fund, an investment fund called Alameda Research, and that Sam Bankman-Fried used that money to enrich himself in his inner circle.
What is going on with this animation?
Charitable contributions to buy luxury real estate. And so when customers went to pull their money out, it wasn't there.
Erin, for now, thanks very much. That is our correspondent there at the courthouse. If there's more reaction in New York, we will return there. But let's bring in our cyber correspondent, Joe Tidy, who was the last person to actually interview Bankman-Fried before he was arrested in December 2022. Let's start there, Joe, because when you did that interview back then, what was he like?
Well, he was the same as he's been throughout this trial. He was saying sorry, and he was saying all the right things in terms of showing remorse, but never admitting to any deliberate criminal guilt. He said, I made some terrible business mistakes, none of it was deliberate, and I asked him, well, it's either incompetence or fraudulence, which one was it? And he leaned towards incompetence without actually saying that. And that's the kind of defence that he and his team have portrayed all throughout this trial, the idea that he was a maths geek who was just completely out of his depth, didn't know what he was doing, really bad records.
That course sketch was fucked up, but like, it's kind of worth going to prison for 25 years. If someone is drawing you like a fucking Giga Chad like that, you know, it's got to make it feel a little bit better. I'm just saying. The 25 years because of League, not because of the fraud. Yeah, he'll go to a white collar prison. I know. But it still doesn't matter. Like 25 years of being fucking locked up is devastating. You know what I mean?
Bad auditing.
Unless 25 years being locked up is devastating unless you get a fucking banger court sketch out of it, in which case it's like not as devastating and kind of chill, actually. Like they make you objectively hotter. The courtroom artist makes you objectively hotter. You're like, it doesn't feel as bad now, you know? I'll take the little victories.
Keep a record of where the money was and where it was going. That was the claim. But throughout the case, we heard from a queue of different people who worked for him at FTX or Alameda, including his ex-girlfriend, in fact, saying that he did know what he was doing. It was all deliberate. He knew exactly what he was doing with people's money, and that he had a wish to become rich and powerful, in spite of what he was portraying to the public as being a shabby person not really interested in personal wealth and more interested in giving to charity.
Authorities in the U.S. city.
Hold on, let's do more of the SBF shit. This was SBF's game plan for how not to go to jail from the release court documents. It's crazy reading it. Notes from Sam Bankman-Fried. These are all random and probably bad ideas that aren't vetted, confidential. Filed a doc with problems about Chapter 11 process. Newer draft here. Go with the lawyers were in a shitty situation. I feel really bad about that. Wait, this is a joke, right? Wait, oh no, it is actually a document from USV Sam Bankman-Fried 2023. I love that, like, okay, listen. I love the strategy that they applied. Okay, this is basically a summarization of it, but like, I'll give you the high notes. Okay, some of the high notes are use the effective altruism to be like, he gives a lot of money back. Bitch, it's not his money. He stole the money. What do you mean he gives a lot of the money back? It's not like his lawyers tried to do the, well, he gives a lot of the money back and he was planning to give all of it back. And it's like, bro, what do you mean? What is this, Robin Hood? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, that's number one. Number two, well, technically, crypto bounced back a lot. So we might have a way to pay everyone back after they get fucked over by FTX. So that's the other thing that they're going for. And the last but not least, Your Honor, my client is a neurodivergent minor defense, which is my favorite. Law tip. Fraud is a criminal charge that also requires the mens rea, criminal intent, state of mind to defraud. SBF was found guilty of fraud and therefore was also found to have intended to defraud those who he committed the fraud against. SBF can chat all he wants about not intending to do so, but a jury found that he intended to defraud because he did. He did intend to defraud. Now, let's hear what these banger fucking ideas that this guy had. Filed a doc with problems about Chapter 11. Go with the lawyers were in a shitty situation, and I feel really bad about that. And like most people do, they've reacted poorly to difficult circumstances narrative. Go on Tucker Carlson. Come out as a Republican. Pure vindication. What do I always say? This is the exit ramp for everyone. This is the most consistent exit ramp for all of these fucking dickheads, okay? It literally doesn't... You can be as stupid as Sam Bankman-Fried, and you still are smart enough to read the room and recognize that, guess what? Republicans are stupid, okay? They're dumb as fuck. They have monkey brain, so literally they will go, oh, this guy's one of us now. He's going against woke culture. It's awesome. And it works. It always fucking works. It always works, baby. He should have basically put number 4, shit on socialist but rich Twitch streamer HasanAbi Piker. Okay? It always comes with a Tucker Carlson side, too. It's so great. Bro, he said send out a Twitter poll. You know he expected Elon to bag his ass up too? Classic bot laner. Go on Tucker Carlson, come out as a Republican. While public contributions show one thing, you see another thing, including super PACs. Yeah, he's like saying, come out against the woke agenda. Talk about how the cartel of lawyers is destroying value and throwing entrepreneurs under the bus in order to cover up the incompetence of lawyers. Leak out this document to press. Fulcrum lawyers and Chapter 11 are broken. Focus almost exclusively on the fact that we could have given value back to the customers and the Chapter 11 team is destroying it. Try to get people to support the true narratives. Come out as pro-crypto, pro-freedom. Focus on the fact that Chapter 11 team has no idea how to run FTX, is colonial, run by a cartel of lawyers. Come out as extremely pro-crypto, pro-freedom. Come out with a strong anti-Binance message. Go strong with the message of, I have funding ready to make customers whole. If only the Chapter 11 team would care about customers. It's so sick. It's so sick. Number 18, send out a Twitter poll asking people what to do. Oh, I love this, bro. It's beautiful. Look at the mind. Look at this beautiful mind, dude. Yet another indication, yet another glaring, obvious example that these guys are so fucking stupid. And it is so easy. It is so easy to make, it is so easy to like get gullible fools on board. Your Honor, League of Legends death penalty. Did you stock up on grog? Pubs are shut? Wait, what do you mean? You think they'll have to wean him off League in jail so he doesn't die? Like give him a few ARAMs a couple weeks? Unsurprisingly, his whole altruistic thing was an act, and of course he wanted to rally up the anti-woke crowd. Yeah. He means that there's no alcohol sales over Easter. It'll be fine. Grog is Max and Chaz drink. Yeah. So I've been hanging out with the Cold One boys, and it's really funny seeing their like original assessment of me from like Twitter clips that they've seen basically. and like them thinking I'm some like super woke joy killer, woke scold that is going to constantly do this to them. Like, no, no, no. You know what I mean? And then being absolutely shocked at like absolutely being shocked at the things that I was saying. Like it is pretty funny that they like, it's always funny when they see people who are like, wait, this guy isn't just like a super serious, super woke guy who's like always fucking angry. Anyway, when is it coming out? So I don't even know if we'll be able to end up shooting the Cold Ones one, because unfortunately, I came during Easter. We haven't shot it yet. And it's like, they have a lot of people that, yeah, I came during Easter like Jesus. And they have a lot of people that are, yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I didn't realize that there are people who like actually care about Easter, because this is one of those things where it's like, I didn't grow up in America and I'm Muslim, so I didn't know that like Easter was a thing that people do stuff with the family over. Yeah, apparently it's like a big holiday. Yeah, it's not about Easter, it's about a chance to get with family and drink. Yeah, exactly. Easter is a big Prody holiday. Nobody really cares about Easter. It's just an excuse to give kids candy. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. But I'm working on putting together a pod with Laserbeam and iDubbbz. And then if I don't do the Cold Ones, I want to get Chad and Max on, and we drink on the Fear and podcast on their set, potentially. Just boozing. So we'll see. I start a big fight every Easter with my family. It's kind of tradition I usually start with. So you think this asshole was really dead for 3 days? Or just had a shallow heartbeat? Okay, dude. Well, I mean, I'm not like going to fucking do that. Anyway. Ask Max to open a One Piece trading cards. There's been a cool Zoro card in the new set. Have you been evil maxing? What is evil maxing? What the fuck is evil maxing? I think it's lame as fuck that people put out like this Risen shit before Sunday. Like, spoiler alert. Okay. I called Fraud's doctor and had his autism diagnosis revoked. It's in that tweet on screen. Wait, what? Hasan Piker viewership dropping off a cliff, down 40% in the month. I used to like him when he was a standard Bernie guy, but then he decided to go full tanky. He laughed about China invading Taiwan, defended October 7 massacre. He's been evil maxing.
From Drew Pavlau. I'm not super familiar with who this individual is, but this tweet is going is being passed around. Hasan Piker, for those that aren't familiar, he was the most prominent leftist streamer on Twitch.
What do you mean was, bitch? Who is that? Like, my man said was. Okay, who is then? What's going on here?
He is, how does he describe? Is he a socialist? Is that how he describes himself?
I mean, he's a himbo socialist, yeah.
Himbo socialist, is that what he says?
Well, no, he doesn't say that. That's me mocking him.
Oh, okay.
But wait, I do say that. What is this guy? Who is this guy? Why is this divorced dad saying, I don't say that? He's mocking me. I do say that. I actually do say that all the time. Okay, these guys are like, I assume they're like secret admirers, right? Is that what's going on? Bro is a fan? Okay.
He's allegedly a socialist. He says that he is culturally not American. He rejects essentially everything that there is about America. So,
well,
what? Oh, that's not true. I love America. What the fuck are they saying? Bro, I'm literally an Ameriboo. How is he saying the exact opposite things? It's like, okay. I just got to say something here. One, it's like funny because he has to be a fan because he's basically saying all of the right things, but then in reverse. So if he wasn't a fan, he wouldn't know these things, right? Like, one, I'm an Ameriboo, okay? I'm an Ameriboo. I say I'm an American all the fucking time, and I love American culture, literally why I sound and look and know all the fucking things about American culture. And I also do say I'm a himbo socialist. What the fuck?
According to this tweet, his viewership is down 40% in 1 month, from averaging 49,000 viewers to 27,438. And I think the issue here.
Wait, what is happening? Is this? I don't know what these numbers are, but I don't really understand what these numbers are actually from. But like, I don't have 27,000 live viewers right now. I'm pretty sure this is sub count. Oh, wait, they're so dumb. I don't have oh no, they think, oh no, these guys are talking about my sub count. which has stayed consistent the entire time. I currently have 47,000 subs because like I didn't go live for 2 days. So usually it doesn't recycle. That's it. The numbers are like that because it went down from a month where you had more also. I saw these posts of yours on Twitter and I was worried. Anyway, let's keep going.
Is that, wow, undefined from 30,000 to 9,000. That's more than 40%. I think what's happening is younger people are realizing that this leftist.
Yeah, bro, what are they talking about? Like my sub count has been the same, like pretty much nonstop for the past like 3 years almost. It's had like massive peaks in between, but usually it's like, that's so weird. They're trying to pocket watch, but they're not even doing it correct. You can see the graph here. You are literally exactly the same for the last 6 months. Yeah. Like my viewership has gone up and down, and I definitely like lost. I would say I definitely lost like, if I was like 10K average, usually I did go down to like 20K average now. And that part is true. And that happened post October 7 for sure. But it's like pretty funny that they're talking about like my sub count, and my sub count has not gone down. It's just like it's around 50K nonstop. Dude, they did such bad math here while they were covering this that I literally had a hard time. I have to investigate how they fucked this up so bad. Like, this is hilarious. This is one of those things that's like pretty fucking easy to do math on. You know what I mean? You just look at the numbers and you go, okay, here's where he's like, here's where he's at a drop off. Here's where he hasn't. And they did such a bad job with this information that like I had a hard time trying to investigate what their investigation was done on. These people are sub till the date they took the numbers. If you took them in the middle of the month, half these people didn't renew it. Yeah, I don't really understand why they will never be punished for it, but yeah, obviously like my drop off has been severe, as you guys know. I'm dead, I'm dying. I think that like I don't think that I have like ever not been in the top 5 for overall subs on the platform in general, which is of course a major drop off, as you guys know. Pretty dead. They assume sub count must be lower than average viewership because that's how it fucking works for most people. They don't realize you buck the trend and have more subs than average viewers. Yeah. I don't think they understand that I have like an older audience that always is like filtering in and out with disposable income, and therefore don't have all the time to watch, but they still support and they come in and they watch and they resubscribe, that kind of thing. Like, I think that's just what it is. But still, check this. They are so stupid. Be aware that the data for current month will always be incomplete until the next month begins. Yeah, I think that's what happened. They like accidentally, or maybe not on accident, but they basically put like an incomplete month in their numbers and said like, oh, he's fallen off of a cliff or something. But it's like super easy to check. I'm so confused. Anyway, there's never been a moment in my life where I feel like my haters don't fucking like clip me out of context consistently.
This grift is just that. It's a grift. Here's a guy who, and so
I do love Tim Pool saying I'm a grifter when he grifts as a guy with hair. Like that's his like overarching position every day when you see him. He's literally grifting as a dude who actually has a full set of hair when everybody knows that he's not. You know what I mean? Everybody knows. As Asmongold said, if Hasan is such a bad guy, why do you have to make stuff up about him? I know. It's so weird. Also, love to be... I mean, listen, if Tim Pool is calling you a grifter, then you must be, because he is the king at grifting.
To get to the gist of it, because I know it may be a bit esoteric to people who don't pay attention to the sphere of politics, but this guy's massively he was massively influential among young people. And now he's seeming to fall off. At the same time, we're seeing numerous polls that Gen Z is shifting right. Gen Z no longer...
What is happening? Bro, this is news to me, dude. He's like, no, dude, he's dead. He's dying. He's in the ditch. Let me tell you guys, I promise he's fucking falling off pretty hard, okay? It's just, nobody's watching him. Absolutely nobody.
Support same-sex marriage at the same levels as millennials. It's now lower than that of boomers. And I think 65% said they thought Trump would do more to fix this country if elected. These are shocking poll results we're seeing. At the same time, one of the most prominent streamers to a young leftist audience is dropping in viewership. It all starts to correlate. I think young people, as I mentioned,
he's not wrong about one aspect of this. I don't think Gen Z is like more right wing than before. I just think that Gen Z is more invested in TikTok, and I don't have like a massive TikTok presence. I mean, I'm still one of the largest leftist commentators out there, obviously. But overall, I think like there are just less people super invested in the everyday minutia of politics, especially amongst Gen Z. I've talked about this quite a bit. I think that a big chunk of it comes from the fact that they saw during the COVID lockdowns, like they saw that political action doesn't amount to anything for them, no tangible results whatsoever, right? Where they literally saw the criminal justice system like execute a black man, George Floyd. They took it to the fucking streets, and then after months and months of protest, basically nothing came of that. And I think that had a really damaging impact in the way that they understand the world, in the way that they analyze politics and political action in general, which is understandable. You are going to shut people out from engaging in politics when, you know, you show them that their demonstrations don't matter, that their words don't matter, that their feelings don't matter at all, their actions don't matter at all. And then beyond that, it's just, you know, we got back to business as usual politics, which was, again, Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. And sorry, nobody likes a rerun, you know? Nobody likes a fucking really shitty fucking rerun episode. And that's what American politics feels like to a lot of people right now. So they're just not invested. That's it. That's why there's a noticeable decline in every mainstream media outlet. There's a noticeable decline in almost every single social media news content creator in general. It is what it is. But I think those are the major reasons. Numbers are down industry-wide. Tim Pool's numbers are pretty much down industry-wide as well. Yeah. And also, if we're talking about decline, Tim Pool's homie, Steven Crowder, holy shit, like, there has been major noticeable declines in every part of the political world, even on the right wing. There is a swing in the pendulum towards the right because Joe Biden is obviously the president. And when Joe Biden is the president, you, of course, are going to have like more right wing sentiment in the culture wars and whatnot. But that doesn't mean that like Gen Z is actually like aggressively becoming right wing or anything like that. But I do think that there's a lot of staying power. Ironic for these guys because you had 50K viewers during the State of the Union. That's more than every right-wing streamer who was streaming the exact thing you were at the time. Yeah. Who are you inviting to a 5-panel person discuss Tim Pool's numbers? Well, I'm not a freak, which is why I'm not doing that. You know, instead, I'm doing important things like serving the top of the hour ad break and telling you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, which, of course, you know, the reality is I've fallen off. I have no more subs. Please support your small streamers, as in me. You're fallen off streamers, me, HasanAbi Piker, especially at the top of the hour. Talk about a decline. Is that Gavin McGinnis in the bottom left? Oh my God, no, it isn't. It's the wall guy. That's so sick. He got like some of the greats, some of the goats, dude.
In the previous segment, are waking
Thank you, MP Sharky, for the 5 gifted subs, allowing me to, stopping my demise, stopping my fall off. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. He's the guy who dresses up as the Trump's wall. Bro, quit talking about this. No one cares. Honestly, I think this is good content. Like, I think this is like a funny thing. It's the best way to address this because it's obviously someone who is diametrically opposed to my worldview and they're doing an embarrassing fucking job at like covering it. And I'm having a good time covering it, especially because you have like 5 divorced dads sitting together, including fucking a dude that is known for dressing up as Trump's wall, talking about how my fucking numbers are, talking about how my numbers have diminished and I'm dying and irrelevant. I'm sorry, but this excites me a little bit. This is awesome. It's so much better than like having dipshits like Mr. Bonarelli and Bonnaroo talking about this shit. Because like, the reality is a lot of people are not smart enough to recognize when someone is actually just a reactionary right-winger, especially if they say they are progressive. Mr. Bonnaroo is one of those people that can mask themselves as a progressive and talk about me from the progressive point of view, even though he's progressively defending genocide, progressively defending the idea that, like, white supremacy should mow down Black Lives Matter protesters, progressively shitting on trans people, you know, doing all of that under the auspices of progressivism, right? And a lot of people are silly and they don't get it. But most people understand that Tim Pool is a right-winger who's a grifter who says that they're a liberal. So Tim Pool is basically, in many respects, very similar to Mr. Bonarcelli, except Mr. Bonarcelli does a better job of, like, hiding his more reactionary sentiment, I guess, or basically claiming that they are legitimately progressive.
Up to, yes, you're being screwed over by powerful uniparty and corporate elites. No, communism and socialism are not the answer. But I can give you an example of why Hasan perfectly exemplifies the grift that is the left. When I made a video agreeing with him about something, he had criticized Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast was curing cataract blindness.
I remember that.
And Hasan said, why are we praising this? It's a simple procedure, and yet we're relying on an entertainment TV show to help people with their vision. And I
He's mad that I didn't fucking get excited that he agreed with me. What the fuck? He didn't even criticize me. He agreed with me on it.
I completely agree. It's an absurdity that as a culture, we've turned healthcare into a TV show to make it function. He ends up responding by insulting me because I was critical of funding the war in Ukraine. So here's a guy who simultaneously says the military-industrial complex is bad, we shouldn't fund wars, and we should be funding Ukraine and supporting Ukraine. We can't leave them hanging. Because
Wait, what? Dude, I love my politics are an enigma to everyone. Okay? What is it? Am I pushing Z and I love Vladimir Putin and I want him to wipe out Ukraine? Or am I, like, fucking saying, like, we have to give all of our money to Ukraine? Please keep giving more of the money to Ukraine. What is happening? Which one is it? It's all of it at the same time, depending on who the audience is and what they want to hear. Like, on the right-wing circles, they're like, Hasan wants to fund Ukraine so much. In liberal circles, I literally want Ukraine to be wiped out. And it's just like, no one, I don't think, like, I think people watch both of these videos and go, yeah, it's both, actually. He's both at the same time. I fucking hate him, so it's good. Not realizing that, like, a lot of that hatred just comes from watching videos like this where these people are talking about my opinions and just making it up as they go along.
It appears he's saying whatever he thinks individually will attract the most viewership. That will work for a young person who is very naive and only for so long until they eventually realize, how can you both simultaneously say funding war is bad, funding Ukraine is good? That's contradictory.
It's a difficult...
Oh, dude, this guy. I can't wait. This guy's going to have some good-ass takes, bro. I'm so excited. God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. I'm such a fucking dumbass nerd, but, like, oh, my God. I really need to know what this guy is going to say, dude. They're like, hey, guys, this Hasan guy is irrelevant. Also, here's a 5-person panel discussing for 20 minutes why he's actually irrelevant, okay? He's fallen off, which is why we made this YouTube video about how much he's fallen off.
Difficult act to straddle the fence all the time. I mean, the Krasensteins do it to great effect, but you can only go with the wind so many times before you lose.
Okay, this guy has no idea who I am. Like, okay, I just realized he compared me to the fucking Krasensteins, bro. This guy is such a fucking Twitter boomer. Yo. He has no idea. He's just like, I don't know what the fuck this guy is. I'm just going off what you just told me. Also, yeah, I can't wait to see what the wall guy has to say about, like, the guy wearing the Trump's MAGA wall suit. What is he going to say about what the children want to hear? Bro, you look like you are not allowed to be around children by a court mandate. What the fuck do you mean? He literally looks like he is not allowed to be within a mile of a school, okay? And he's over here being like, this is what the kids want to hear. Let me tell you.
Whoever it is that's following you, because maybe that's what's going on. I mean, he
this is
changes
awesome.
his shift. He shifts his thing and it drops 40% in a month. That's cratering.
It's worse. And so I want to address this next one sensitively, but also stress, I don't have confirmation on these posts. They're going viral. Many different accounts are sharing this post that alleged to be from Hasan in his Discord server. Camelcast official says Hasan Piker is melting down because only 13,000 people watched him on a recent stream. According to this image, which purports to be from his Discord, he said, "I'm so sad. I think the streams are bangers, but people just don't see them. We used to be a community. I hate what my community is becoming. I swear Twitch streaming isn't about the actual content. It's about whether people want to pay attention to you or not and clout. All that ish was a banger and 13K watched, like I'm effing gaming at 8 p.m. I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. I'm going to..." He then threatened self-harm. So I certainly hope that's not true and he's not actually threatening self-harm. I hope he's okay. But man, there's a couple things to address here. I think that...
Bro, oh no. Oh no. Dude, they clip-chipped my Discord, dude. Oh, dude, I was pissing. I had the fucking rum bag in here. Bro, he said he threatened self-harm. I really hope he's not actually going to kill himself. Dude, here's what's really funny about this. And I talked about this already, but like I'll probably make a YouTube video about this, so I'll repeat it one more time. This was a conversation that I was having with my community in my Discord about how annoying they are about politics, about how they never want to have fun, and how they get like genuinely upset when I'm not sitting like I am now and talking about politics. Okay? And that part of the conversation, of course, was not mentioned in the Discord clips that were clipped out of context, where I was talking about how like my community has become this normie repellent, right? Where like normies come in and they're like, "Oh yeah, I like this Hasan guy. Like, what's happening here?" And then they yell at every fucking normie where they're like, "You like this Hasan guy? Well, he's not doing politics right now, so fuck you." And they have this approach where they think like anything and everything that is not like immediate political revolution is basically counter-revolutionary, reactionary, bourgeois decadence, right? And your community fucks up the vibe so much. Exactly. Which is something that a lot of people, I think, would agree with. There is this idea that we are like very annoying, no fun having ass losers from the outside world. And for some, you know, for good reason in many respects. And it's like something that I want to change again in my community, right? Because that's not what we're about. That's never what I've been about, right? Like, we are pro fun in this community. And that's basically what I was talking about. But then they fucking literally like clipped my responses to other people and made it seem like I was just simply saying, "I'm going to kill myself. My numbers are so bad." That's not what I was talking about at all. It was a broader conversation that I was having about like how annoyed I am with try-hard content that isn't like immediately political, because like I'm doing all this stuff and I know it's like good content in general, but a lot of people in the community are not receptive to it unless I'm just like constantly fucking complaining about politics. And that's annoying. And it's ironic because all of these people that if they saw that and didn't realize that I was saying it would probably agree with that assessment. You know what I mean? For example, if a normie joined right now, they would get bored because you're talking about random Twitter drama and the average person not only hasn't heard of, but could not give less of a shit about. Yeah, except here's the thing, okay? You are also the annoying person who I'm talking about, because secretly you want me to go back to covering the news, right? Like, that's it. That's what I get it from people. They try to get into, they go, "He's not talking about funny stuff." No, well, this is drama. And drama does actually bring in a lot of views, a lot of eyeballs. Drama does bring in a lot of eyeballs, so you're objectively incorrect about this. Yeah, the issue you're describing is probably why the Cold One boys had their preconceived assumptions about you. Exactly. Can you show it on screen? Because it's not clear in the Discord if you search that you were actually responding to anyone. Yeah, because I'm a fucking boomer and I'm not like directly replying. That's the problem. I'm replying to people without like directly replying to them in the Discord, because I don't, use Discord like that. With the exception of the "I'm going to kill myself," which was a direct reply to someone else. But they even clipped that out of context too. Like I was literally replying to a person. What is this? Nah, bro, letting yourself get clip chimped like this is normie repellent. Dude, you know this? I can't believe you set yourself up for this. You actually made it so normie repellent because they're all going to see these idiots pop off. Nah, bro, letting yourself get clip chimped like this is normie repellent. Okay. I think this is maximum levels of copium, because like I'm literally addressing why it is wrong, and you I'm literally addressing why it's wrong, right? Okay, I love you, but this sucks because now we have to fight these idiots. No, you're trying to fight me, dude. What are you talking about? I have like a bunch of fucking psychotic stalkers that literally clip everything I'm saying and then turn it into content and lie about like my situation mentally. What do you want me to do? While I'm in the process of like explaining my mental health and why it's not bad, and I was literally fucking living La Vida Loca, basically fucking offline, completely oblivious to this shit that was going on Twitter, and you're over here yelling at me. Objectively, this is bad for my mental health. I think everyone can understand that, right? Like, what do you mean? You can't come in here and be like, well, you got clip chimped. It's your fault. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Come on. And you're doing it not because you actually care about my well-being or whatever, or the well-being of this community, but the reason why you're doing this is because you want that interaction. Let's be real. You want that interaction between myself and you. Okay? That's it. And there are many other people who also want that. And now that they saw that I'm actually describing, now that they saw me replying to it, they're doing it too. You did this to yourself, bro. Chill. We love you. It's like, that's it. Like, now everyone is like trying to get that engagement by being like, no, this is your fault, actually. This is your fault. Anyway, the real issue is that you broke rule 2 of the Discourse server and threatened to self-harm. Please refrain from doing so in the future. Yeah, I did not think that like my Discord venting, especially like talking to chatters about like community cleanup, which is something I engage in on a regular basis and I have in cycles over and over again over the course of the past couple of fucking years.
It's a tough business.
What I do?
Like, I did not realize that would be
unhappy with me right now.
I just think that white
people would like weaponize that in a really stupid way too, in like the dumbest way possible. That's like super easy to fucking immediately destroy that narrative. They're upset because it took a day for you to address. They can't handle you having a good meal and a nice nap. I was observing this from afar and said to myself, I'll wait till I know what Hasan has to say on this. And I think that's why I didn't end up in a spiral like some chatters. So what's really funny about this, like I was trying to explain before, people were like butting in and saying like it's actually my fault for not accounting for like having extremely online psychopathic cyber stalkers who will just like try to power farm as much impression as they possibly can by just lying about my situation. But yeah, I was doing what I always do, which is community cleanup, right? Like, I think as a content creator, it is my responsibility to ensure that like I set the vibe straight. If I feel like we are going down a weird path, like I'm going to fucking address it. I'm going to try to keep it $150 with everybody and be like, hey guys, you guys are being kind of weird, right? Like, you're being kind of weird about like only doing politics. It's like boring, blah, blah, blah. You know, when you don't want to do anything that is, when you only want to cover politics, like it gets really fucking annoying. And like normies don't like that. They want to watch like normal, cool IRL shit, whatever. And that's it. That was what the conversation was about. And I was like replying to some chatters that were saying some dumb shit, being like, I'm going to kill myself as a joke, as always. So, and then I tuned out. I went live after that rant, and then I flew to Melbourne. And then that night I went out, had a wonderful dinner with Laserbeam and a bunch of the boys, linked up and met Chad and MaxMofo, and we drank until like 2, and I had a lot of sleep debt that basically caught up to me. I had slept for like 8 hours over the course of like 3 days basically before that, so I just fucking passed out. I woke up, I was ready to stream, and then I passed the fuck out again, right? And then I woke up and it was way too late. I woke up at like 1 p.m. my time, so it was like 8 p.m. or something, and or 8 or 9 p.m. in California. So I was like, all right, well, too late. We took an L on that day. We can't stream. But because I was offline, because I was fucking offline, this shit popped off because a bunch of psychos were like, oh, he's going to kill himself finally. and it's so weird because like I unironically, as a consequence of not being online and not having Twitter on my phone, was probably having the best time I've had in a long time. Hasan quit Twitter. He about to quit Discord next. I mean, I don't really use Discord that much, so it doesn't really matter. What is this? I'm new to watching Twitch, and you are the only streamer I watch. I enjoy you as a person and how your brain thinks and your POV on all things in life. I'm glad you are enjoying life both offline and online. Your values makes this place called Earth better. Aw, thank you, chatter. But yeah, it is a pretty, I think overall, I think overall it's a pretty funny story that is like very consistent. A story is very consistent is that like Twitter is not real, and it never was really real, but it was good for like journalists breaking news and stuff like that. But nowadays it's extra not real. No matter what you fucking see on Twitter, if you see something on Twitter that seems off, it's probably off. It's probably not correct. And that's something you should probably remember. That's my point. There's nothing funnier as an example of this reality than what we experienced, what I experienced, and what this community, I guess, thought was going on over the course of the past 24 hours. People thinking that like, oh, what the fuck? I keep hitting the shit. What is happening? Oh God, I'm fucking this up. Hold on. People thinking that I'm like having a really bad time. People thinking that I'm like breaking down. People thinking that I have like a mental health episode or some shit. When I was literally eating delicious fucking hot pot and slamming fucking brewskis with the boys, having a great time, and also catching up on sleep. A succulent Chinese meal. So yeah, just something to consider for everybody. I haven't had a VB long neck yet, but I'm very excited to inevitably slam back a VB long neck like a real fucking proper brogan. Were you catching up on sleep with the boys? No, that was by myself.
The important thing politically is the shift away from the leftist grift. But I also want to highlight the social media depression that happens to people when their viewership declines and they have no mental fortitude. So I'll just say this to Hasan, who may end up saying this. In November of 2020, we were getting over 100,000 concurrent viewers every night.
Wait, me too.
September.
Me too. Same, King. No worries. You know, me too. It doesn't feel great. I won't lie. Of course it doesn't feel great. But like, I'm doing fine. I had Ale Cooper's Pale Ale. It was really good.
Over 120 million views per month for that period. Into the next year, it went down to maybe 50K. And then there was a period in 2022 where we were averaging around 29 or 30,000 per episode. Not once did I have a mental breakdown or threaten self-harm or go, oh no, what happened? You just do your show. You just do the work. Viewership fluctuates, but if you like what you do and you believe in what you do, this shouldn't be an issue, and you shouldn't threaten self-harm over it, because 13,000 people. He filled a stadium. Well, okay, he filled a decent size. I mean, what's 13,000?
Yeah, college basketball arena.
College basketball
That's
arena.
so kind that they're like being nice about my viewership. 13,000 is a great number for the record. I'm just annoyed that it's 20. The point wasn't even like I'm getting 13,000. The point is 20,000 people want politics, but they leave immediately when I'm doing something that's not like immediately about politics. That's it. And it's like annoying that it's annoying that my people are, my community is like now so politically focused and so politically inclined. That's it. That's the only point I was making. You were at 17K with constant disconnects. It wasn't 13K. That's the issue. You're actually irrational over this shit. Yeah, I'm also a bit of a drama queen too. So there's also that too.
Imagine being able to command that every night and being upset because you used to fill a stadium. This is what we see. I mean, tons of people are responding saying, I wish I could get 13K. And he's upset it's that low. This is how social media is destroyed.
It's crazy that like I can't say anything. If people fucking decide, I can't say anything. If people decide that it's bad, I was talking to fucking Chad about this, Cold Ones. He's like, I got so mad at your 9 to 5 take because you were the one who said it. And because you were the one who said it, nobody who would normally agree with it could agree with it because everyone was yelling about it. And I told him, like, yeah, Jinxie said the exact same thing. He understood what I was saying, and he said the exact same thing, literally, and no one yelled at him for it. And he's like, I know. Every fucking fraudulent ass YouTuber and streamer that fucking had a take about that to be like, oh, this is Song Guy, he's so out of touch, is a fraud for that reason. Because they absolutely knew what the fuck they were doing. They absolutely knew what the fuck I was saying. And then they wanted to come across like they were like, oh, I'm so different than these other guys. They are out of touch. They're out of touch. Instead of being like, yeah, I get what he's saying. It's bad faith that people were like fucking yelling. It's bad faith that people are yelling at this dude. Asmongold was the only dude who demonstrated the bravery to fucking have an honest take on it. Everybody fucking yelled at him. Okay? That's it.
Destroying people's brains. Not just...
There is no do in Australia, I don't think. It's illegal because...
driving Hasan to this...
Yellow 5 is, I think, a banned substance here, unfortunately, because Australians are gay and fake, and they don't understand the phenomenal chemicals that are captured in delicious Mountain Dew. It's very frustrating. I do have to say, Australians, you are gay and fake. I will say it. I'm not afraid to say it. For not having the delicious chemical substances that you desperately fucking need. Oh, shit. Maurizio. He just sent me a text message. I'm sorry, I'm texting my brother too. HasanAbi updates on Twitter cause all this, by the way. Yeah, HasanAbi updates. Don't yell at him. You don't yell at them too much. They should probably exercise a little bit more caution when like posting stuff that I post on Discord. Like thinking about how it will get presented to a broader audience. I don't think they meant harm when they were doing it. They were just being a little silly Billy, okay? But yeah. So the driver was right. It is a nanny state. It is a fucking nanny state, dude. It is a nanny state. Australia is a fucking nanny state. Mates. Or nor. Australia is a nanny state. Why? No chemicals in the water. No fucking yellow 5. No yellow 5. The Mountain Dew is not proper. It's busted. Or nor. I'd like to fucking slam back a proper Mountain Dew, and I can't even fucking do it, mate. A proper Mountain Dew 0 with a fucking yellow 5. I want yellow 5, I want yellow 4, and I want yellow 6, mate. Red 40, I want it. I fucking need it.
Depressive state, but also the people who watch him, who are being, Hasan's clearly, let me put it this way. Let me make the distinction between what we do and what he does. When our viewership declines, we just kept doing the show. We kept having conversations. Why? The conversation is what matters. The people on the show is what matters. I didn't have a mental breakdown, cry, and say, why are we negative? I was like, well, elections come and go, and, whether or not the subject that you're talking about is the most prominent can come and go, and the algorithm comes and goes. I don't really care about whether it's 50,000 or 20,000.
He's right. That's why I quit streaming, because my numbers declined. I'm famously, 13K Andy, 2, fell off and don't have any subscribers anymore, and 3, of course, stop streaming. Now, this is such a ridiculous fucking conversation to have because every part of it is wrong. Us in this community right now watching this video disproves pretty much everything he's saying. But will people go, oh my God, Tim Pool was so off base on this? Or will they just carry on with their lives going, yeah, no, I agree with him. Yeah, 4, I am not dead. The rumors of my demise have been greatly exaggerated, but it doesn't matter. I stream every fucking day, dude. I stream every day, 7 days a week. I literally fucking streamed in Los Angeles, flew to Australia, streamed the next day from Australia. It is crazy that people think I'm done streaming or will stop. I'm a fucking psycho. I love streaming. I love my community. I love streaming. I'm addicted to it. I enjoy it greatly. It is so strange that people can just like make this shit up without even like thinking about it, not realizing that like my existence will disprove it almost instantaneously. This happens every couple of months. Drama purpose stirs shit up, then you have to address it, and then people chirp at you for addressing it. I know, but like the address itself doesn't actually matter usually, because I think most people, the addressing it doesn't necessarily matter all that much, because I don't think people care about the truth. I think people just care about the vibes. And the vibes are that they kind of want this demise to occur. Charging! What the fuck? It's not charging. I have to figure out how to charge this, mate. I hate that this neckbeard is talking down to you and trying to little bro you. Yeah, I mean, it's all good. I think it's funny.
I like hanging out every night with different people. I like talking about the news. I like arguing. It is what it is. Hasan desperately wants that viewership number to go up. He's saying whatever he thinks he needs to say to get viewers. Young people are gargling.
Yeah, that's what it is. So by his own logic, doesn't that mean I should be a right-winger? Doesn't that basically demonstrate his situation? Because like he just said, the young people are right-wing now. Like I don't get it. He literally said young people are right-wing, and that's why he's losing his audience, and he only cares about what the audience has to say, when in fact, like, The real reason why this community went from 30K stable live concurrent viewers to 20K is a multitude of different factors, but one of the major roles was October 7, was a lot of people who do love Israel. And, you know, honestly, I think that there was a liberal Zionist position that I could have taken very easily, that I didn't. And because I didn't pander to like people's expectations and said what I truly believe, right? And ironic because like this is pure projection from Tim Pool. You know, I got a little bit of a punishment out of that, but I've said it time and time again. Like I don't care. I don't give a fuck that people don't like what I have to say. I'm not going to stop saying it, even if I lose some viewership. It doesn't matter because this is not why I do the things that I do. I do the things that I do because I want there to be a space for people who understand the world through this lens. But it's so funny that they like weirdly assume this position that I'm grifting, but then I'm also simultaneously grifting wrong. You know what I mean? I think you'd have the same complaint if you were streaming the 50K viewers and 25K live when you switch to gaming. Yeah, I have had that complaint. It's not about the absolute number of people who leave remain. It's about the percentage of the community who become politics-only nerds. Yeah, no, that is exactly what it is. And I've talked about this a lot.
Refuse.
Like, do we, in his mind, we're living in like this socialist utopia. And that's why, that's why I'm pandering to like people who are desperately looking for socialism. No, my job is to take this unpopular concept that has been historically unpopular in America due to centuries of Red Scare propaganda, and make it more palatable. That's why a lot of fucking leftists hate me too, because they think I'm like stupid and don't care about the real theory and the boring shit, because they don't realize they have no capacity to understand what the normal people want. Normal people don't want to fucking hear dense theory, okay? They want it to be palatable. They want it to be fun. And, you know, this kind of drama coverage is also kind of fun for a lot of people who only care about drama, which is why I'm covering it, but because I'm also enjoying watching Tim Pool be just so wrong about everything. But do you feel bad about promoting the clot shot now? No. My man. Dude, I love anti-vaxxers. I swear to God. You guys are awesome, dude. Yeah, the clot shot. I don't feel bad about it. I love it. It made me gay and autistic. More gay and more autistic.
I'm happy to see, though, with this decline, they're waking up to it. I just hope Hasan can make it through.
I want to point out that Hasan's luck took a turn for the worse as soon as he decided to call me names. So I'm going to take credit. Yeah, I'm going to take credit.
I do not know who this man is. What is he saying? I've called him names. Who is this guy? What is my boy saying, dog? What the fuck? Who is this person? What is happening? What, like, I feel like this is like discount right-wing Andrew Huberman. Like, what the fuck's happening here? He's just a divorced dad, it seems. He called me names. What did I say? Dude, there are so many fucking beefs I have with people that I do not know they exist. It's awesome. I am the king of one-sided beefs. I swear to God. At least I know who Tim Pool is. You know, we beef. We beef openly. You know what I mean? You called him divorced. He is the chatter who defended Dan Schneider. No, I didn't block that guy.
Credit for that. I'm going to take credit for that.
Why did he call you names? What happened?
He said that I was a very failed musician. That's where
that's where that came from.
That's where that came from.
Oh,
yeah. He said that he's like Tim Pool's. He said one of Tim Pool's commanders is what he called me. And so,
wait, who did I? Who is this guy? Do you guys have the tweet? Like, I assume I said it on Twitter. I guess you called him this. You found the clip. I feel like this is like discount. This is like discount right-wing Andrew Huberman. Like, he's a vocalist to a metal band. I used to be a big fan of them. Wait, really? Lamau, but like, that's not even mean and they find it funny. It was like a joke and they found it funny and they're so annoyed. Bro, this is the lead singer of All That Remains. What's All That Remains? Philip Labunt. He's a fucking loser. Dude, I have no idea what All That Remains is. Do you guys think I listen to fucking music, dog? I don't. Not really a joiner. All That Remains. Timcast, failed musician guy. Wait, what? This guy? Wait, I called him a failed musician and he put it in his Twitter bio? What is happening? Yo, bro. That's so awesome. Dude, bro. Live your life, man. Live your life. What do you... I forgot about your existence after I was done tweeting.
Oh, this is it. This is what he's like mad about.
No, I don't think Tim Pool did anything.
Absolutely.
But one of his commanders, the guy who's like always the really weird like failed musician guy.
Oh my god, dude. Yo, this is so sad, bro. Bro, that's like, even in the clip, it basically is showing everyone that I have no fucking clue who this dude is. This guy tried saying you make bad music, but it was just the AI music you made for a contest. Oh my god. It's worth losing the check for a few days to let people know that I am now Commander Phil LeBont. Bro, dude, okay, I'm gonna be honest, dude. Sometimes I get a little scared. This is one of those moments where I'm a little scared about like how seriously people take a lot of the offhanded remarks I make, because like it seems as though my random comment about a person who I don't think about at all, who I don't know anything about, altered this divorced dad's life trajectory dramatically. Like he redefined, March is right, he refined his identity. He went back to the drawing board and was like, I'm the guy that this fucking dumb himbo on a Leftovers podcast, on an episode of the Leftovers podcast called a failed musician. Those 10 seconds were 10 seconds that has now changed this dude's vibes. Like, what the fuck? 48-year-old man. You called me a failed musician guy. It was the worst day of my life, but for me, it was Tuesday. Dude, you also clowned on him when the Media Matters girl ratioed him on Twitter for being a weirdo on Tinder. Yeah, that's what I know him as. He's the guy who's like horny on Tinder. You need to understand that you wield billionaire level power when it comes to divorced dads. Dude, like Sneeko, Aiden Ross to a certain degree, Andrew Tate, Phil LeBonte, like so many men have been broken by just like something that I just threw out there in the orbit without ever thinking about it. Like I just never looked back. I just said something randomly and just moved on. Oh, Mr. Bonarelli. It is genuinely shocking. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this one. This is like, that's my girl Kat, Media Matters' very own. She's the GOAT. Getting super liked by a horn dog over here. Oh yeah, I'm not trying to be a Media Matters hit piece. I did send her a message like, yo, Tinder is fucking with me. I haven't gotten to the keys. I haven't even gotten the keys to the apartment yet, and Tinder is playing games. Hit her with a super like. You guys sent me a fucking tweet from yet another person who's like blocked me. Bad take, HasanAbi. You are banning my every sock account, and now my life is making new accounts. I can think of one billionaire divorced dad you might have busted. Oh, we know that one too. We know that one too. Elon motherfucking Musk, baby. What is this? I don't know if I want to click on this. I take it all back. Keep popping off is good content. Yeah, there you go, chatter. Chatters do not know what is best for themselves, I promise. I have a good eye for these kinds of things. I knew as soon as I saw 5 40-plus-year-old men sitting together in a panel at the Tim Pool compound, okay, talking about how I have fallen off, I knew that was content. I knew. I could smell that from a mile away, okay? I knew that this was going to lead us down a very funny rabbit hole, including finding out about Phil LeBonte and his revenge campaign. Oh my God, this quote tweet makes so much more sense now. He was mad about the AI song and everyone was calling you a failed musician, Lamafayao. Thank you. What? Thank you for your consideration.
Play the EP.
All right, here we go.
Wait, this guy thinks I seriously was making music? Bro, he's retweeting Haas Twitter fan accounts. He's retweeting Vorlo. He's retweeting a man who became a meme in our community for wanting to live under my house. Like, no disrespect, Vorlo, but that's kind of crazy that this guy, like, what the fuck? Like, he fucking thought that I was, like, genuinely trying to be a musician. You just gave him enough attention to obsess over a lifetime. I don't think he stopped obsessing over a lifetime, Themasius. I think he was already doing that, and I'm now finding out that he was doing this for the past year, dude. What the fuck? Also, can we just admit that, you know, obviously City of Sultan is a banger, like, and is better than anything that he's ever made. Phil Labonte hasn't come after Megaphonics music. Istanbul, City of Sunset, or City of Sultan. I fucked it up.
Thank you for your.
That's awesome. Bro sees you hitting the goofy gritty with your dog and gets filled with rage and cringe. This man is 48. Wow. Mixing right now. The first mix of this first single tomorrow. I mean, it's kind of catchy. Oh, let's go. Blue check marks. Always finding. This is why I take TRT every 3 days. And he calls you a failed musician. If I were in a dirty warehouse at 4 a.m. on 5 hits of Molly, then I'd love it. Wait, it backfired on him. Wait, half of his community liked it. Bro. Oh, God. Oh, this is so good. God, blue check marks are so fucking stupid. I swear to God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. 33 bookmarks. They wanted to listen to it again. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to this fucking video.
For a while, my name was Commander Phil Labonte.
So how come you don't have a hat like with the scrambled eggs on the lid and stuff?
Pardon me?
Like, you got to get the hat like with the Navy insignia on the lid and stuff like that. You gotta lean into that.
He called me Commander, so I was Commander Phil Labonte for a while, and his tweet the comment where he was saying that I was a failed musician I put that as my pinned tweet for a while. Now it's someone else that I'm not gonna.
It's kind of cute. He's being kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he seems like sincerely hurt. Am I weird for thinking that he's like being kind of cute right now? Is that weird? It's like kind of sad to see like a 48-year-old guy being like, oh, but he noticed me and called me a failed musician. Like, he kind of, I feel like he's a fan. It is a little adorable, dude. He's adorable. Yo, he's like, he called me Commander. He called me Commander, and I liked it, and I made it my Twitter name for like a month. And then the good times we had were he said I was a failed musician on the podcast, and I really liked that. That was cute. We kind of have a thing going. I'm in his bio. I have planted my dick in this dude's brain, dude. What the fuck? I live inside of him. I live inside of his walls. I live inside of his back walls. Oh my God. Oh.
Stir that pot right now.
Very failed musician.
My man said pussy in bio. How about Hasi in bio?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, look, you know, he's like really lopped onto like pro-terrorist stuff. Like he's literally pro-terrorist. Like he
called babies colonizers.
Yes. There were stickers.
7 minutes and 36 seconds. There has yet to be one actually real take, except for the love-hate relationship that I apparently have with Phil Labonte that I didn't fucking know, who I didn't know existed. That's so funny. Yeah, dude, I said baby colonizers deserve to get the smoke. You know what I mean?
That were being put up in.
Yeah, he's saying he's a bad boy.
In Times Square that were probably mocking the Palestinians and mocking.
Okay, at least he's not stupid enough to recognize that. He literally is like saying that that's those stickers were like a fucking bullshit psyop.
Hasan, but they were saying that, you know, babies are the settlers too and stuff, and it's like that's really gross stuff. And like I said, it was probably mocking them, but Hasan said it, and Hasan, being the absolute imbecile that he is, because he.
I like that they're just like, yeah, he said it. We're not wrong. We're not stupid for thinking this. He's the one who's an imbecile for saying this thing that he didn't actually say. Okay.
He's as dumb as a shoe. But he literally was like, you know, Ethan, babies are settlers too. And he wasn't being ironic about it. It was.
Yeah. My point literally was, it is fucked up to kill them. It is fucked up to kill settlers. I don't even think that we can successfully relocate 750,000 settlers. That's why I think, that's why I believe in a one-state solution. your anti-baby song. It's kind of crazy that they just like say the same stuff over and over again. But my point is, it doesn't matter. What the truth doesn't matter. What the truth is doesn't matter. What I've said doesn't matter because like people would rather believe what I haven't said. Kalu Rittenhouse and Phil LeBoner from All That Rogaines. What a duo.
Absolute idiocy falling out of his face. So, and I really think that people are just like, oh, this guy's an idiot. He's pro-communist.
Have you considered that he maybe probably only saw a clip out of context? No, I do consider that. But like, I think when you see a clip out of context, like it is kind of on you to do a little bit of a deeper dive into it, right? Obviously, after like the 10,000th clip out of context, I'm sure you think like I have all the wrong opinions on everything. But that's why I always say like when people inevitably do come in here from those clips to be like, oh, I'm going to go in there and like make fun of him for wanting to kill himself or whatever, what I perceive is like what's going on right now. Then they come in here and they're like, oh, fuck, that was not correct at all. The point at that moment, what you should do, because I don't fault you for being duped, right? Because everyone does it. It's like a massive industry at this point. I don't fault you for being duped. But like at that point, it's on you to be like, okay, maybe these people that are feeding me this information are not honest brokers, right? So if you're coming in here, for example, being like, oh, Hasan, he's like really sad. He's fallen off. He lost so much of his audience or whatever. And then you see that I haven't. And then you see that I'm not like, mentally struggling or whatever. It is on you to then go, maybe these guys that have been telling me this shit are actually just wrong. You know what I mean? Because they are. People just want to take a position. They won't put in the effort. Yeah.
And he's pro-terrorist, all just because America bad. That's the only reason. It's because America bad. And he's a moron. He's the guy that said, the U.S.
I love that. I love that these guys are basically saying the exact same thing that like liberals have been saying about my criticisms, because it is an inherently reactionary position. So I'm very happy that it's like a bunch of fucking dumb right-wingers saying this right now, because when people who present themselves as progressive, like Joe Biden supporters, say this kind of thing, it doesn't register for a lot of like people on the edges, on the outside, watching this and going, yeah, whoa, this guy is progressive too, I think. And he is saying that Hasan doesn't have like real criticism of America. He's just saying America bad. So it's good because this position is reactionary inherently. Back in my day, and I've been doing this for 10 years now, back in my day, I used to hear this all the time from the Steven Crowders of the world. You hate America. You have no arguments. Your only argument is that you hate America. It was a way to just stop discourse entirely. And intellectually curious people would move a little bit further than that. And they would move away from the right, move away from this reactionary perspective. Nowadays, a lot of people who present themselves as Democrats, progressives, liberals in general, also do that exact same kind of argumentation, which is inherently a right-wing framing of the conversation. Dude, you hate America. You don't have a good argument. Your entire argument is just hating America. No, I don't. I love America. I love the promise of America. I love what America could be. If I hated America, I wouldn't live in America, right? I would live somewhere else. I have the money to go and live somewhere else. I choose to live in America. And basically that's it. And I really do hope that although our discourse has been more and more poisoned over the course of the past couple of years, I do wish that a lot of those guys will inevitably snap out of it and go, yeah, maybe I'm just like angrily reacting to this dude because I've been primed into hating him. And I've been primed into hating this level of argumentation by other people that I trusted when they led me astray, when they basically sedated me with intellectual incuriosity.
Deserved 9/11. Yeah. Now, whatever you feel about the U.S. foreign policy prior to 2001, it was definitely different to the U.S. foreign policy post 2001.
Wrong, but that's because you're not smart. And no, American foreign policy pre 9/11 is literally directly the reason why 9/11 happened. And post 9/11, we use that momentum to do more of the same kind of foreign policy. That's it. But if you knew anything about what I had talked about with respect to 9/11, you would understand the concept of blowback. You would understand that like our actions are the reason why 9/11 happened. it's so weird that these guys want to be like edgy and different. Like they're not like the regular Fox News conservatives, right? Like, so they desperately want to come across like anti-government, and they assume the position of like Donald Rumsfeld. You know what I mean? It's just like, that's it. You're not any different. You're not unique. You don't have a moral framework that's like genuinely different than like the average Fox News watcher. Your format is different in the sense that like you're online, but you're doing the exact same thing. You're basically saying the exact same shit that fucking Ann Coulter says, that Laura Ingraham says, that all these people say in general. That's all this is. Or not even Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter's a little bit more, I would say, charismatic, even though she's a piece of shit.
And it certainly wasn't a situation where the 3,000 people that were in the towers that day deserved to die because of the United States foreign policy. So he's a kind of a just like bad person generally, basically against anyone that he politically doesn't agree with, and that justifies it, which is typical leftist in my opinion. So that's my bit on Hasan.
Happy to enjoy the results of the capital that he accumulates while railing against it. The entire system, though,
of course.
I'm sure.
And I think that's part of the reason too, is like people like his viewers really, you know, I would imagine some of them really believe the socialist kind of thing, and
not anymore.
It's clear that he's
not anymore. They don't believe me. That's why they're no longer supporting me. I'm also simultaneously grifting though, because socialism is very popular, but it's also simultaneously unpopular. But I'm still grifting in that direction, even though it's unpopular, because I'm grifting wrong. Or maybe for the past 10 years, a lot of my like foundational principles have not changed, and I've moved in the same direction. And you could literally see that if you were to look back at like commentary from, you know, 2014, 2015, 2016. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so dumb. Yeah.
It's clear he's got, you know, a boatload of money, and he's not giving a bunch of it away. Like, he raises money, but he's not giving his money away.
I think
also wrong. I do give my money away as well, but at least he knows that I raise a boatload of money. Hey, listen, that's one correct take. This community raises a shit ton of money, especially at the top of the hour. They raise a shit ton of money for me by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime's accounts to their Twitch accounts. Hasan is unironically bad argument. Yeah, that's like, I mean, this is like a lot of where this anger comes from. There's a lot of this resentment comes from. Is just like, I don't like him because I don't like him. He means you don't give your money away and then cry about it on the internet for PR. Yeah, maybe they're just like, maybe they're really fucking out of touch and they think like 50 grand to a charity here and there is like not a lot of money. Like, they might be. I don't know how much money they make. Maybe they're like super caked up and think that like $50,000 is like, not that much, you know, broke boy, that kind of thing. They want you to be poor. You cannot be a rich socialist, period. Exactly. Yeah. And there's not really, what the fuck? The fuck was that chatter? That was crazy. Her şey gambling dramasıyla başladı. Sana karşı nefret tweetleri, botlar like atıyor olmasınlar. Bazı tweetler 32 oluyor. Altında yorumlar 10 falan oluyor. Yeah. Evet doğru. Bu dediğin doğru kardeş. Yeah, no, a lot of the Twitter farming actually works because like normies see it, but a lot of that is botted for sure, and it's all like the kick orbit. Tim Pool claims his company makes 8 figures a year. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of figures, man.
We make a lot of money at timcast.com. I've never talked about our
Flex. But hey, guess what, dude? He's honest. Highly recommend visiting the 888 Monument and Trades Hall in Melbourne. DOD and early talks to fund a peacekeeping force in Gaza. Oh, shit. Do you think my grandmother will be sad if I don't get fluent in Turkish before she passes? I hope not. Reddit mods are in a Reddit thread right now discussing removing any discourse or posts that are directed towards you and D. They want to do a separation where it's either content from you or D or nothing at all. I would like to be removed from live stream fails. If they're discussing that, then I'm perfectly happy with it. Because, like, honestly, it is very one-sided. Like, I talk about Mr. Bonercelli very little. And when I do, it doesn't, like, make it to fucking live stream fails. But, like, look at this, dude. I mean, this is Destiny explains why he thinks Hasan is falling off. Destiny says he hates Hasan and thinks he's an evil person. Like, why is that relevant? You know what I mean? Like, why is that relevant? This is the first time I've been on LSF.
Funny how the post where Hasan goes, yeah, none of that was true. Never get the same attention as Destiny says he hates Hasan, and Destiny reads Hasan saying he wants to kill himself. Hate gets the views. Destiny fans like to pretend that they don't obsessively downvote clips depicting Destiny in a bad light and make it out like it's a meme. But it's so observably true how obsessive and sycophantic they are in every LSF post about him. Yeah, but like, it just sucks because there are good clips, not just from my fucking stream. I'm sure there are better clips from my stream that the ones that make it on here. But like, there are good clips from other people, like smaller content creators, larger content creators, funny shit. And all of that is, there's no momentum for it because this subreddit basically has been overtaken by Destiny's community. Let's be real, right? And they also simultaneously act like that is not the case, right? And it's pretty crazy that, like, not only do they fucking brigade, but they simultaneously brigade about people saying that you're brigading. And I think, like, for normal people from the outside, maybe it has the capacity to make people think like, wow, this Hasan guy I sure despise. But I think for many people, if they spend enough time on the subreddit, they realize, like, this shit sucks, dude. It's just, you know, they're literally constantly fucking flaming this shit. How did Destiny take his message out of context? Was Hasan not upset about his viewership? See, and then they like try to debate the merits of it. Like they're like, oh no, he was actually upset. He did want to kill himself. And it's like, how do you have a conversation with this person? He is trying to literally fucking debate you on something that is objectively untrue. Like it's basically like trying to debate someone and be like, oh dude, this Hasan guy, he hates the taste of apples. And then I'm literally eating an apple in the clip being like, I love the taste of apples. Everyone is wrong about this, actually. And the guy in the chat is like, no, actually, he's faking his love for apples. We know he hates apples. It's like, what do you mean? I'm the guy you're talking about. What do you mean you know better than me about what I am doing? I think he's talking about the I'm going to kill myself comment. Made it seem like he just said that out of the blue when it really, he was replying to someone else. I just assumed he was half joking with that comment. It was very clear to me that it wasn't serious at all. But the amount of people who were like, haha, imagine being suicidal over easy job was too obnoxious. Yeah. Hasan wasn't saying he was going to kill himself seriously or even over viewership. It was a joke in response to another person riffing about what he was talking about. People requesting to do fun streams even though he just did them yesterday and he didn't watch it. 6-hour post in the past 24 hours with these two names on it. Unhinged, obsessive, and exhausting. I'm telling you guys, okay? I'm telling you guys, I don't want to be on the subreddit. I don't want to be mentioned on this subreddit. This subreddit is basically fucking used as a way to just shit on me. I don't like that. And it's done under the guise of like bringing accountability. But what is accountability? Where is the accountability when it's like Destiny obsessively going over like Discord messages that are out of context and fucking crying about it and being like, or laughing about it and being like, haha, he wants to kill himself because his viewership is like plummeting or whatever. When if Destiny got half of my fucking viewership, his audience would literally go crazy over how successful he is. None of this makes sense to me from the outside looking at it when I'm like not live and you know, when I try to understand, when I try to make sense of what the fuck they're talking about, I'm like, what is happening? What the fuck? Objectively, it makes no sense. Like none of it makes sense. I feel like it's just like gaslighting by a bunch of dudes who spend all of their every waking moment fucking online, you know? People who post in that subreddit are 34 times more likely to also be posted as an RD. It is unironically always being brigaded by his fans. That's what I'm saying. Like, it has the highest overlap with his community because his community is, like, very active online, very active on Reddit specifically. It is funny, though, because, like, they farmed it too hard, though. Look, when you're farming the land, you have to take care of the soil to ensure that it can, like, to make sure that the soil basically gets the fucking good minerals again. You can't keep farming it over and over again and expect the same results. So what ironically happened is they farmed it so hard that it doesn't hit as hard anymore. You're basically hitting a smaller and smaller audience every single time you do this. And you have to rotate the crop out. And it's so strange. Just so you know, they're considering this only because these communities actively reducing traffic more than they're contributing to it. It literally got that bad. Yeah. What ended up happening is they captured it and they used it and they farmed it so much that like the subreddit literally, unless it's talking about me in some regard, doesn't break fucking 10K viewers. And now, even when the subreddit has like good drama content about me, it still doesn't break 10K viewers. They got too horny. They killed the fucking vibes. Ain't nobody wants to hear, even if you think I'm the most evil person on the planet, I'm sure you don't want to constantly fucking hear about like every little thing that has happened in my life
after a certain point, everyone's like, man, this is obsessive as fuck. Chill out. Yeah. It's crazy. And they're like still debating it. They're like, no, man, it's actually real. He's like really sad. He's really sad. We got him. It's very odd. And it's also very unhealthy in general. Okay. I don't think they're real. People like the bot thing got worse under Elon. Yeah. But that's different. That subreddit knows that if they ban you, they see a drop in traffic to that place. They're so desperate to see big numbers. Ironic, because if they banned me and they like focused on revitalizing the subreddit by like posting other shit, they would probably pop off. Eventually, it would take time, but I'm sure, like, as someone who doesn't like nor dislike Hasan, is everything around him always taken out of context? Every single time there's a clip that makes him look bad, he says it's out of context, but these are just messages. There's no context about it. Every time those messages have showed up, followed by his complaint about low viewership, that's because a normal person doesn't contain their takes exclusively the 30-second sound bites. So you think he was actually saying he wanted to commit suicide? I don't think anyone on LSF took the kill myself seriously. Everyone says that. It was him more making that he gets low viewership on banger content that everyone's laughing at. What? Everyone was laughing at. There is context. He was replying to a viewer about the heart rate monitor. The problem is, even if it was out of context, he constantly claims every criticism of his out of context, so I don't think it'd be unreasonable for people to see that he assumed that he might be serious. Boy who cried wolf. Bro, you know what this feels like? I'm done reading this shit because it's so stupid. But it feels like when the media will go and do polls, right? You know how the media will go and do polls and be like, 50% of the population doesn't know if Israel has withstood more casualties or Palestinians have withstood more casualties. And it's like, when I see articles like that, I'm like, bro, that's a flex. You're basically flexing your power that you have so perfectly fucking made people like warp their sensibility of like, what is the reality, that like, you're basically just doing celebration laps at this point. Like, look how we fucking manufacture the consent type shit. The guy literally is going, not going, why is it that this dude is always getting fucking clipped out of context, and going, actually, although I do seem like that he is clipped out of context here, well, I see him complaining about that all the time, so it must not be true. And it's basically a guy going, I've been duped 10 times over, and instead of going, the guy that's been duping me is in the wrong, I'm going to now say, that Hasan is in the wrong. How can you recognize that you've been duped and then you still get mad at me? I know you don't want to be on there, but do you think if D was banned, it would fix it? I don't care. I don't, like, I am happy never being mentioned on there at all. Okay? I'm happy being, never being mentioned on there at all. It's not a benefit to me at all. It's actually really fucking bad. Ahmad in that thread is suggesting banning clips from the two of you that mentioned the other. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. Let's do that. Let's take that shit off. If LSF did a fraction of PR and promised no Hasan content, streamers would start looking at it. Streamers could start looking at it again. Yeah, exactly. They would brigade another sub like YouTube drama or something. I know. There's like not really anything you can do. Their community is like very, very invested in brigading. Anyway. Also, I did forget to run the top of the hour ad break after I said I was going to run it. Let's keep going.
I think that if he just... I think the issue with him is, as I was mentioning, like, the 2020 election cycle was insane for us. We did not have the membership thing we do today with timcast.com, and revenue was way crazier with 100.
For the record, if Destiny is not allowed to talk about me, it'll be XQC talking to Destiny or talking about me while repeating what Destiny has said. That's the other part of it. Because, like, they're just... I hope that people are at least, like, a little of sound mind, and they probably recognize that it's, like, obsessive, right? I hope. Because I think it's turning into, like... here, I'll give you another political analogy. I think it's basically turning into like the Matt Walsh anti-trans stuff, where because people are, they're predisposed to normal takes usually, after like the 11th take, I think people just start hating the repetition of it and basically go, okay, dude, you're being a little obsessive. I don't like it. Why are you being so sweaty about this guy? It's such a miserable experience. I had a brief stint in that community like 5 years ago. The whole existence is farming their lol cows, realizing they've become the lol cows is so pathetic. Yeah. Like, I hope that normal people see that and they go, ugh, that's obsessive, because it really is. You must not allow yourself to normalize like this as anything but cyber-stalking, because it is. It's like obsessive. It's weird. I know that like they try to justify it internally by being like, he's a big political commentator and we're actually doing political commentary. It's not. You're not doing political commentary when you get a clip out of context about like me saying that there are downsides to fucking streaming. You're not doing that at all. You're just shit stirring and creating drama. You're not doing political commentary when you say I'm a genuinely evil person. You know what I mean? That's it. Like, you're not invested in politics at all. You're just saying that it's politics so you can moralize the obsessive cyber-stalking behavior that you're engaging in.
20 million views, you can only imagine. And then as things started to go down, it's just whether I have 100 million or 20 million, I was like, I don't know. You know, we hang out every night. We talk about what we care about. I think the issue for Hasan is his whole thing was community, as he describes it. What that really means is people just showed up to hang out. He didn't really offer a thought-provoking discussion between various individuals. It's different. I don't want to claim that we're the same kind of thing. We're not. But that means that when his community grows up, and you know what I think it might be? 16-year-olds became 17-year-olds. 17-year-olds became 18-year-olds. 18-year-olds got jobs and are no longer sitting around all day watching Twitch.
He's not wrong about this. This part is actually correct. Okay, this part is actually correct. My community did get older. And when they did get older and they became like mid-20s, whatever, they did get jobs, right? And the thing is, or their jobs were work from home and they're no longer work from home. And what ended up happening is, like, they still support. You guys are still in here, but you periodically cycle in and out. And that's it. That is a correct assessment. I know he's trying to tie this to like some broader political subject to be like, 18-year-olds are now old, so they're actually smart and Republican or whatever. That's not the case. It's just that, like, a lot of people have jobs. A lot of people no longer work from home, and they don't have time to fucking watch every aspect of the stream. So they come in, they show support, they subscribe, they watch the YouTube videos, they watch the fan channels, and that's it. I think that, and that's perfectly normal. That's why there was a drop off for everybody, right? That alongside with this political cycle being kind of boring in comparison because it's a rerun, and people also are dissuaded, or they just don't think that like their actions matter. You know, they don't see any tangible results, and that probably discourages them from being interested in politics. It's like just making them upset. You know, that's it. That is a real assessment. I agree. That part is actually not wrong. Tim is right on that front. Not in the ways that I think he's saying, but he is not wrong on that front.
And there's one other thing that I think is worth pointing out. If you look at the left-leaning Twitch political streamers, the people that are the biggest names, you've got Hasan, who's a literal, you know, he supports Hamas. You've got Vosh, who seems to have untowards photos in his porn box. And then you've got Destiny, who's kind of having a rough time lately as well.
He's been getting beat up on the debate circuit, too.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
just man. He's out there. He's just like, bring it to me.
And he's just getting pummeled.
I think that I think there's something about like his personality where he just doesn't feel embarrassment. And he's just like, I'm going in there. And I like, it's like someone that can just constantly get punched in the face and take it. I think that Destiny just is beyond embarrassment. And that's what his thing is. But you look at the leftist streamers and none of them do anything other than stream. So like Hasan, if he loses his Twitch stream revenue, that's it. If he stops streaming in 6 months, his revenue's down to almost nothing. You know, I mean,
and as a communist, he has no idea how to use capital.
It's true. This is true. And the same thing with Vosh, like, and the same thing, honestly, with Destiny. It's like these guys don't do anything else. You look at like Jeremy from the Quarter.
Wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. I felt that burnout from 2016, 2018. Wait. I missed some stuff. Are they comparing me to fucking Vosh and Destiny? Jesus Christ.
I
hate that. I hate being compared to those fucking guys, dude. Don't put me in the same fucking goddamn camp, dude. Are you kidding me? Get the fuck out of here.
Claim that we're the same kind of thing. We're not. But that means that when girls become no longer
goes in his porn box. And then you've got Destiny, who's kind of having a rough time lately as well.
He's been getting beat up on the debate circuit, too.
Yeah, you know, I mean,
just man. He's out there. He's just like, bring it to me.
And he's just getting pummeled.
I think there's something about.
I'm confused. Why are they making fun of Destiny getting his fucking ass handed to him? Don't they literally agree with him? Go back further. Shut the fuck up, Chad. I was here when he was saying those things. Like, what? That's actually kind of confusing because they said you're a Hamas supporter. Yeah, I know. Well, Hamas is the lesser evil. I'm a lesser evil supporter. I don't really care. At this point, I don't really give a shit when they're like, "Oh, he's a Hamas supporter." It's like, no, I'm anti-genocide. Okay, that's it. But it's confusing to me that these guys like don't like Destiny getting ass blasted by dudes who know what the fuck they're talking about Palestine, because I think they agree with him on that front. So why are they
out like his personality where he just doesn't feel embarrassment and he's just like, I'm going in there. I like it's like someone that can just constantly get punched in the face and take it. I think that Destiny just is beyond embarrassment, and that's what his thing is. But you look at the leftist streamers, and none of them do anything other than stream. So like Hasan, if he loses his Twitch stream revenue, that's it. If he stops streaming in 6 months, his revenue's down to almost nothing.
He's not wrong about this. Yes, that is by design. That is deliberate. Do these guys think that like I can't just hire someone to manage my money? Like, do they actually fucking think like, yeah, that's how jobs work? You're basically describing jobs. You're shitting on me for not pursuing passive income because I don't, one, need to do that beyond like a developing like a nest egg, like a 401k, right? But it is so strange that they're like shitting on me for not making my money work. You think I can't fucking buy like a gas station? You think I can't buy real estate and then give it to a management company? Are you that stupid? It is the easiest thing on the planet. Every fucking dumb fuck with a little bit of cash does it. What the fuck are you talking about? Why do these guys think it's like a superpower to make money when you have money? It's not. It is the easiest thing on the fucking planet. Okay? The reason why I don't do that is because, one, I don't have to. I'm very fortunate not to be able to, not to have to do that. And two, I don't want to do that. I don't understand why they're basically claiming that like once you have a shit ton of money, like I can't believe that you're so stupid that you're not like dumping it into the stock market. And it's ironic because like if I did do that, right? If I did actually invest and I don't know, like buy a bunch of fucking real estate or whatever, I would unironically be going against my fucking values. So I don't really get it. Like, how can you be like, well, this fucking dumbass communist doesn't fucking have a diverse portfolio because they are capitalists? They can't wrap their minds about not wanting to accumulate more capital. Like, it's not even necessarily that I don't want to accumulate more capital, right? Like, I want to be comfortable. I like nice things, right? I want to be able to buy those things. I have that now, right? I have all of that. I could make a shit ton more money with the money that I have currently, but I don't feel the need to do so because I'm already incredibly comfortable. And it's weird because like they constantly shit on the aspect that I make money by like selling merchandise, for example. And they go, dude, he's a communist, but he's selling merchandise and he's making money, while simultaneously shitting on me for not making even more money by just doing passive income. Yeah, they're shitting on me for being anti-capitalist, but then shitting on me for engaging in capitalist activities. And it all stems from the same weird energy of like, he's a grifter, but he's not grifting properly. And I don't get it. For the life of me, I will never understand this. You know what I mean? It's like, not every, like, they're like, his viewership is going down. It's not, right? It's like stayed stable once that fucking drop off occurred post October 7. They're like, he wants to make more money, but he's a grifter, and that's why he's like grifted to the left. But now he's like grifting wrong. It's not that complicated. They actually paid $5,000 for a what? Hasan? What? Latest drama? Someone paid a deorbiter $5,000 to make a Hasan hit piece? What? I don't believe that. That's so stupid. Imagine speaking with your full chest on someone when it's so obvious they have consumed approximately zero of your content or looking into what your views are. These people are all so unserious. Well, because a lot of the criticism towards me comes from people who have a very limited understanding of the world of politics, these guys included, and you guys in this community included as well. That's why a lot of people just like care about drama more than they care about the actual political actions and the impact that it has. Because politics is boring, and politics is oftentimes very unchanging. So that shit sucks. So what do? You focus on something that actually moves the needle. What moves the needle? Drama between political commentators, streamers. So that's what it is. That's what a lot of this is. It's trying to view the world from the lens of like what political streamers are saying and doing. So all of this criticism isn't just about me. It's about what they ascribe, the values that they ascribe to socialism. and taking down the concept of socialism. But because they can't just like investigate what, you know, dialectical materialism is, what Marxism believes, you know what I mean? Instead of like investigating that and making like a coherent analysis on like why that's wrong, they just go, Hasan is rich but a socialist, lol. What a fucking idiot. What a hypocrite. And his fans are stupid. It's a much easier way to try and tackle a political subject for baby brain dipshits. This is the major difference that I also regularly try not to do, I guess. Like when I am looking at a Ben Shapiro video, I don't just talk about Ben Shapiro being short. I don't just talk about his lack of facial hair and his inability to grow a beard. I also address the takes on top of that. They never address the takes. One thing you will always notice is that conservatives and my naysayers in general rarely ever actually look at like something that I've said and tackle it head on. It's either something that I haven't said that is clipped out of context that they yell at, a straw man, or basically just ad hominems about how they have assigned certain sets of values to me that they have now declared is hypocritical. He has a house, but he's a socialist. You can't have a house when you're a socialist. He has supercars, many supercars. I heard it all. It's always like an exaggeration of what the truth is too. I have many supercars. I have a fucking mega mansion. My father is a billionaire. Like none of that is true. And they're just basically fucking yelling at things that aren't true at all. He takes private jets all the time. You know what I mean?
And as a communist, he has no idea how to use capital.
It's true. This is true. And the same thing with Vosh, like, and the same thing, honestly, with Destiny. It's like these guys don't do anything else. You look at like Jeremy from The Quartering. He's got his coffee, and he's got the Publica that he's doing. Coffee brand coffee, and he's got the Publica that he does. And Tim here obviously has the coffee that cast brew coffee in it.
Wait, like, what are you talking about? You think first of all, I have a cooperative podcast. Secondly, I have a pretty fucking successful, I mean, not successful in the capitalist sense, because like the margins are really shitty, but like a pretty fucking popping merchandise line too on top of that literally wipes out the entire union garment production in the United States of America every time we do a release. It's kind of fucking crazy that he's saying this. So even on that sense, even on that framework, even on that sensibility, I do have other things that I'm engaging in that are very fucking successful. And not only that, but also I don't even care about the success of those things. I care about the impact that my community has. I care about the fact that we can raise $1.3 million in a span of a month for Palestinians after October 8. I care about the fact that there are community organizers that reach out to me and say like, hey, we need some help here. I care about the fact that I attend, YDSA meetings. I care about the fact that I talk to labor union organizers on a regular basis. I care about the fact that I've been able to get people to join unions and unionize their workplaces. That is the impact that actually makes all of this worth it. You in this community and the actions that you take make all of this worth it. And I find it really strange that these guys immediately cast that aside, partially because it doesn't suit their argument that I'm like some fake, phony bullshit guy, right? But it's like, it's not, this is a stupid way to make this argument entirely. And it's odd because like if I fucking bought like a coffee company and then started selling coffee, you would literally be like, oh, dude, look at him. He's a capital owner. He's a capitalist. He's doing a coffee business. Like, what a fucking phony. And they would kind of be right, depending on how I manage it. Anyway, unlike these fucking bozos, by the way, I do actually care about American workers, which is why I work with American manufacturers in companies that are unionized, okay? I produce my merchandise with unionized garment manufacturing shops in the United States of America. And I still sell it at the same fucking price point that these dipshits sell it at. $35 for a fucking t-shirt, for the record. Think about that. Think about that. I sell my t-shirts at ideology.shop. Okay. We have some, we have like a little bit left at this point on back order. Okay. For $35. It's American made. It's high quality. It's union made. Let's see what Tim Pool's shop looks like. I want to see what his, because I don't know. Maybe his merchandise isn't that bad. Maybe his merchandise is also made with union manufacturing in the United States of America with like, union shops. I doubt it though. Let's see. Let's go to Tim Pool's store. TimCastCreatorSpring.com featured products. Okay, let's take a look. Lift heavy thing, a t-shirt or a fucking 33 Australian dollars. Okay, make sad voice stop. Let's see. Where is this made? Worldwide shipping. Products are fulfilled in the US and EU. Okay, it doesn't say where it's made. To be fair, $33 Australian dollars is $4. No. I doubt it, since if it was union made, he'd never be able to get anything else since you're constantly clearing the entire US domestic market. It's true. Products are fulfilled from the US and EU. What is this? Definitely drama, but 100% true. The 5K hit piece was supposed to resemble the V is unironically evil video, but never got put out. Demediated the fallout on Discord. Wait, what?
Are we just mad because somebody went public, or?
Yeah, I think Doomer's a little mad that somebody went public after there was an agreement to keep it private and do this payment plan.
That counts as some form of repayment. Let's say 1K. Let's just focus on 2,800 for the Hasan video. I intend to repay him 3K. What is happening here? These guys are actually like giving money to each other to make YouTube videos. What the fuck? This has got to be fake, bro. This is like comically stupid. I mean, it's pretty sad if these motherfuckers are like literally getting together to be like, well, let's make another hit piece YouTube video for $5,000. I don't know what the fuck this is, but I don't want to know, honestly. Black market Hasan dealing? No life or mutual aid? Yeah. It just has to be fake because honestly, it has to be fake because it's so stupid. Like I don't want to think that like, isn't this like Nicholas Diorio guy, like one of those fucking dipshit like crypto fascist dudes too? This video is actually Destiny mediating because this became public instead of saying a private payment. Please skip, not worth the time. So they're more mad that he didn't actually make the video or something? Like, I don't get it. Probably would be good to damage their reputations over the fact that they're literally paid shills that are taking money to make these hate videos, even if it's fake, Lamau. No, I don't give a shit. He was paid to make the video and didn't even do it. Now he owes the money and is salty. I think it's pretty valid and awesome if they were like, yeah, I'll make a Hasan hate video, and then you just got a cool 5-stack and you didn't actually fucking make the video. Good for you, King. Get your fucking money up, dog. What is happening here? It's not because it was drama because they wouldn't pay. Bro, that's fucking sick. Actually, get your licks in, King. Fuck yeah. No, you should, because that's where a lot of the other ones came from. Dude, that's crazy. Why are they... Let's just focus on the $2,800 for the Hasan video. I intend to repay him $3K. I can't believe there's like a legitimate viable industry out here of like some of the worst losers of all time. Wait, what is this? I will drop everything.
They don't want to talk to me.
I will pay him back within 6 months. I partially pay back the initial amount, but it's been a while. I intend to repay the whole thing. That's not true. You didn't pay anything back unless you have receipts. See, you don't know what happened. So the drama is what? The drama is that like there are like hate essays being thrown around for 5 stacks, and now the drama is that like they're not getting paid or something. I thought this was a joke. I'm gonna be honest. I'll make a hit video on you for 2.8K. All our products, including shirts, are sourced outside of the United States. We offer a variety of options in our designs. Yeah, they're not made in the U.S. Of course not. It would say if they were. Tim Pool Merch Company, read the criticism section. Yeah, they use Teespring, right? Black women are trash. They made a t-shirt saying, what the fuck? Daily Dot. In 2018, the company came under fire for providing items in sale that celebrated Dylan Roof. Jesus Christ. This seems like an awful lot of coincidences. I can't understand what is happening unless it's projected on some tight shorts. Yeah. 2021. Amaze Software released a press announcement declaring the acquisition of Springs. On January 6th, the U.S. Capitol was invaded by rioters. In a viral photo, one rioter was wearing Camp Auschwitz t-shirt. On January 11th, Teespring removed and apologized for the sale of Camp Auschwitz shirts on their platform. Oh my God, they're fucking crazy. That's where they got the Camp Auschwitz shirts from? Anyway, ideology.shop, by the way, t-shirts are still available for those of you who want to buy it. How are you so unaware about how they intentionally try to drive you insane constantly? They talk about it all fucking day on Twitter and Discord circles. You fall for it pretty regularly too, so it makes sense why they keep doing it. Well, don't you realize that it
doesn't actually work if I'm completely oblivious to it? Like, what do you mean? You're like, dude, you're falling further. They're making you insane. I'm like, I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty good, actually. This guy's so mad that you're not falling for the bait. Yeah. Are you okay, man? Are you okay? Sock them 1293.4. I think that these guys are pretty pathetic. I hope that, I mean, I'm glad that they're making money. I wish them well, but I do think that I don't know if I'm the insane person, if I'm just like out here kind of going about my day, you know, covering the news, covering politics, looking at a little bit of drama, and they're the ones who are like sweatily typing in Discord circles about how like they didn't get their 5K back. So I don't know.
It's just it's coffee and news websites. It's all any of us do.
No, but you've got, you know, you're building the boonies, and there's a lot of things that you're doing, and you look at other people that are on the right. Daily Wire, like they just went whole hog with started with a podcast stuff, and now they're huge, and you look at people on the right, and they behave in a very clearly different way to people on the left.
But this is what the left and the right distinction has become.
Yes.
People of merit are now considered all right-wing, and people of no merit are left-wing.
Chatters, get the 5K and just make a positive video. What do you mean? Get like 2.5K up front, 2.5K after the release. Release a fucking positive video. If they don't give you the 2.5K, you just made $2.5 grand for making a video. That's it. What are they going to do? Be like, oh, I didn't like the fucking energy in the video. It was too positive. Who gives a shit? Fucking make your money, dummies. Make your money. Get your money up, and now you're funny up. And you get to fucking make people who are like objectively some of the saddest losers on the planet extra sad. You might even get one of them to actually end up, you know, video gaming themselves. It's like a fucking extra benefit. There's extra credit on the side.
Used to be that you could be a successful entrepreneur, liberal, Democrat, having a reasoned discussion with your Republican neighbor and going, I think you're crazy. But when's the golf game? We're going Sunday, right?
Right.
Now it's completely at odds. And as many people point out, like Donald Trump is a New York liberal from 15 years ago. And now you're right. You're far right. No, the reality is the reason why I have a bunch of business ventures outside of just this show. So my morning show, I could live off that and I'd be wealthy for the rest of my life. Just the morning hour and a half that I record Monday through Friday, it makes me a rich person. But so then we have timcast.com memberships. And I said this before, my personal salary just comes from my morning show. I don't want to discount the fact that this company makes profits beyond that, and I do get profits, but the money that we get beyond the morning show, so IRL and all that stuff, we are reinvesting into expanding and doing all these other things, because my mission, my passion is not streaming, making a bunch of money. It is building culture, building opportunity, creating cool.
Dude, what culture is this man building? What does he mean, building culture? What the fuck is he saying? No wonder these guys are so obsessed with like liberals and shit. All they care about is not like real tangible results, changing the fucking scope of politics, because that shit is like served to them, right? It's served to them. When you're a right winger, you already get that. You already get that from the regular avenues, right? So like all they care about is like getting people to listen to their dog shit art. I obviously don't have to worry about that because like there is a decent amount of art that reflects my values or reflects my worldview, reflects my ideology. But that's precisely the reason why they care about that shit so much. That's it. Because like they don't have it. They don't have the juice in that space. So that's all they obsess over. Yeah, the only thing, no, he's building cultures under that beanie is right, dude. Ew.
Cool things. That's true for Jeremy of the Quartering. Jeremy, I don't think is sitting there being like, I need to make money, money. He's like, I want to do more. I've succeeded here. What else can I do? There's a mission to be had.
Dude, I don't get it. Like, you don't fucking do commerce for, like, I don't think he gives a shit about, like, coffee. Like, he's not passionate about coffee, and that's why he has a coffee shop. He's passionate about making money. Like, that's it. For me, I love doing merch. I do. Like, it's annoying. It's a nuisance. And I've made it so that, like, the margins are minimal, right? But I like making cool shit that you guys can wear, and I enjoy wearing it as well. It's stuff that I wanted to do when I was younger, and that's why I do it. I do it because it's in high demand from you, my community, and my goal is always to get people to
wear that even if they're not fans of mine. You know what I mean? Like, get people to look at that and go, wow, that's sick. I would like to wear that, you know? And it's kind of weird that they're like trying to be like, oh, I'm passionate about like all this other stuff. I'm passionate about building culture. I don't know what the fuck that means. Or they're saying like Quarter Pounder is actually passionate about like what? Building a brand or coffee industry, coffee business? Like
their business,
just want
I
to make
guess,
money.
that's
That's it.
totally not like internet business, or it's an IT business or something like that. That's totally independent of like YouTube and stuff that he did, like completely isolated. So it's
Look
like
at-
he's just a workaholic, you know?
Look at the cultural evolution that we're going to be engaging in.
Sure.
The right has people who are like,
yeah, Quartering is such a workaholic that he pisses in his basement. He ain't got no time to fucking piss anywhere else. I, on the other hand, am not a workaholic. I only stream 10 hours every fucking day for 365 days.
I have succeeded and I would like to build more. And then you have the left where they're like, I'm making a bunch of money right now because a social media platform has propped me up and I have no idea how to monetize outside of this and I will soon disappear.
Yeah.
I'm upset because...
Yes, dude. It does not. Here's the greatest lie that these fucking dumbasses tell their audience and you hear all the time. It's so hard to make money when you have money. It requires something brilliant. That's not true. Okay? All you need to do is take the money and give it to someone, a financial institution that has a fiduciary responsibility by law to fucking yield the best returns that they possibly can for you on that investment. It's that simple. It is literally the simplest thing on the fucking planet. Once you have money, it's very easy to make more money off of that money. Okay? Anyone who tells you anything else on that issue is lying to you. They're lying to you. The system is designed to literally help you. It's so weird that they're like literally saying that it's not work if you are unironically engaging in labor that gets you to earn a wage or earn or generate revenue. It's actually work when you get passive income. It's the exact opposite. Okay? You might not like what I do and you might not consider it work, and I understand that. It is fucking super easy. I get to fly to Australia and sit in a fucking fancy hotel room and talk shit to 20,000 fucking people and make money. It's crazy. I'm the most fortunate motherfucker on the planet. But in comparison to a landlord, this is actually work in the sense that, in the exact same sense that Labonte earlier mentioned, if I stop doing this, I don't make money. Landlording, on the other hand, or fucking putting your capital into a diverse portfolio, right? And earning capital off of your capital, passive income, that's not work. It is literally not work. It's not. If your money is making money for you, you're not working. That's the whole point. That's literally why people look at it as retirement. And it's so shocking to me that dudes who were 9-to-5ers sucking the man's dick every goddamn day, getting shafted every goddamn day, sit on the fucking job site or on their way to work and listen to these fucking dickheads talk about this shit and go, hell yeah, that's right. Passive income is real work, brother. Like, how do you not recognize that? They're lying to you. They're lying to you because they're fucking rich. I'm rich too, but at least I'm not lying to you. It blows my mind. And they go, that's indecent. Maybe they think it's indecent because they feel like I'm giving the game away. You know what I mean? But many people don't want to hear it anyway. So they also get mad and yell at me.
Only people are...
Your subs are passive income by their own argument? No, that's not how that works, man. What are you talking about? My subscription revenue is not passive income unless I take the subscription revenue and put it into the stock market. No. Your subs are passive income by their own argument. No, it's not correct. If I took the revenue from my subscriptions, which are given to me at the top of the fucking hour, in the middle of the hour, and different times. No, I meant you're not getting active money from those people. I'm confused by what you're saying. But it's not top of the hour yet, so I'm not going to run a 3-minute ad break. Don't worry. Fear not, chatters. I will not cook you like that.
Watch my hot political take that I put out there. The same viewership as my gaming. And so he has to keep doing it. It's a job for him. And he's got nothing else. It's not his passion anymore, maybe. Maybe it's now just he has to do it.
I
no, it is. Oh my God. Okay. For those of you who are wondering, I guess, if you couldn't fucking figure this out, no, of course it's my fucking passion. Ain't nobody on the planet is dumb enough to consistently fucking talk about this shit for 10 hours every day. There is no, like, that's insane. Okay. If it wasn't my passion, there are many other alternatives. to me. I'm very fortunate. Okay? No, it is my passion. But my other goal here, my overarching goal, is to get people who are not personally super passionate about politics to be invested in politics. And in order to bring in a broader audience, we have to do fun stuff and not be gross to the people that are uninitiated. That was my point, which of course didn't make it out in the screenshots, but that was what I was talking about. No, it is a pleasure job. I love this job. Criminalize usury based. I agree. They don't realize that we beg you to do other stuff. Then we the people don't watch it and it annoys you, which is a true thing. Exactly. It's people that constantly go play video games, play video games, play video games, and when I do, they're like, "Oh, well, I didn't watch." You should play video games. You're the least you're the least popular and often not full understood political leaning in the country because you love being yelled at. Actually, yeah, I do. I have a passion for being yelled at by people who would probably understand my position if they were like a little bit more charitable, but they can't be because they never see me do anything but yell at chatters. Yeah, when it's not my passion, you will know, okay? Because I won't do it anymore. That's it. How coward and phony Tim Pool became one of the biggest political YouTubers on the planet. A former darling of Occupy Wall Street, Tim Pool has racked up more than 1 billion views and millions in earnings while dangerously whitewashing the far right. Bro, this shit across the cultural zeitgeist is funny as fuck. D-Boy's gaslighting Tim Pool, gaslighting his audience because you venting in your own Discord is funny as fuck. Yeah, I mean, hey, thank you for the content, though. It is pretty funny. Yeah, we'll watch the Tim Pool having a meltdown in a second about like how he's shocked that his audience is like becoming mass shooters.
You see this is a trend that's been on YouTube forever. You'll see a video where someone goes on YouTube and they're going, "I just can't do this anymore. You don't know how hard it is. I'm really struggling. I wake up every day." And then all you got to do is look at their past like 4 videos and the viewership was in decline. And then they have a mental breakdown. Because what's happening is they're watching their sales decline rapidly and they don't know why. Now, any person who has experience in business or like, you know, us, for instance, what do we think? I'm like, okay, so the election cycle is, as soon as the election ended in 2020, like I said to everybody, the election cycle is gone, which means viewership's going to drop. It means revenue goes way down. So we need to shift and figure out better ways of monetizing because ads won't cut it. Like we have a 4-year cycle in news and politics. 2024, of course, is a really big year for us. I imagine by the end of the year.
How are you liking Easter weekend in Melbourne? Just because I'm parasocial fucker, do you have any Oz plans today? Yes, I do. It's so funny that these guys are talking about this shit. Like I understand all of this and I don't believe any of this. So it's like weird that they're having this conversation as though like I disagree with it. Like I am my anger in that moment doesn't come from like viewership declining. It's not declined. It's coming from the idea that like people don't think that it is a wise investment to do stuff that's outside of the political scope and just cater to that same audience over and over again and only do politics and only do one thing. No, because I'm multifaceted and I'm capable of doing things way beyond political shit, immediately political shit, is how I get more people invested in politics in the long run. That is my job. That is my goal. My goal is to put out relatively decent vibes, doing stuff that's not immediately political, and have those people go back and be like, well, you know what? I remember him having fun. I remember him playing around with animals and stuff, and he seemed to be like a nice guy. Maybe I was wrong about the way that I originally assessed him, right? Maybe I was geared into thinking that this was a bad dude. Maybe he's not a bad dude at all. I'll listen to his take and I'll be a little bit more charitable and I'll probably understand what he has to say rather than immediately fucking react in a negative way. Yeah, the thing I always see in the comments is that you're really fun to watch when you aren't doing politics. I read Emaru's comments and all the comments are about how you seem really nice and good content when you aren't doing politics. Maybe it's time to diversify. That's what I mean. That's true. Because people, and those people would be way more understanding of my politics if they watched more of the normal shit.
She fired or did she leave of her own?
Okay, hold on. I gotta pee again. I've peed like 1,000 times, dude. I swear to God.
The year it's going to be bonkers in terms of viewership with the billions of dollars in spending and of course the civil war. I'm kidding. But you know, as things start picking up. But if you don't know how to run a business and you're one of these streamers and the only thing you do is just, hey, subscribe and that's it. Well, people come and go. I mean,
yeah,
What are you building? What are you doing?
And the worst thing about it is all of the topics that they're talking about mean nothing a week later. There's zero replay value for any of it. And that's why I was saying, like, if they stop 6 months later, there's like no one cares. Like, I mean, I am fortunate that like people have really fallen in love with some of the stuff that All That Remains is written. And I get checks from that forever because people love the music and it's going to be with them forever. I listen to music that I listened to when I was a kid still. Now, there's a bunch of stuff that I've added since, but everybody still loves the bands they fell in love with when they were 15, 16 years old. And I'm super, super happy and super fortunate and super grateful to all the people that still spin stuff from the fall of ideals, from when they were kids. But it's like, if you don't do something that people can really fall in love with, that's beyond just the daily kind of, this is what's going on, you're not going to have any kind of longevity. And I don't understand why. I mean, I assume that it's mindset, but the dudes that we've been talking about, none of them are doing anything outside of their daily stream, you know?
So my first YouTube channel was youtube.com/Timcast, and I would do one segment every day at 4 p.m. It got big. I got to a point where I was getting 500,000 views on one 30-minute segment. Then I launched Timcast News and started doing 5 segments there. Then we launched Timcast IRL. Then youtube.com/Timcast turned into...
Okay, the rest of this is boring. They're just like sucking each other off, I think. Let's move on from this. I will end it on this note. Here is Tim Pool having a hard time with his own audience, with his own guests, I guess.
Anything else? No, this is sort of verbal diarrhea.
Might do if they get in charge of the government while they're
from my lefty friends.
What?
You know, is like
I think it's only fair that I don't take the heat for what you said, Jesse, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm getting people attacking my character now for having had to take the show down because you made 2 allusions to killing people. So I'm not trying to be a dick right now, but like I've got 500 messages of like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you taking the show down? Are you fucking with us? You're trying to make money.
So I thought YouTube took the show down.
No, I had to take the show down.
Okay.
I had to take the show down because you made 2 allusions within like the span of a couple minutes to murdering people.
Okay.
After I explicitly stated in the pre-show, do not make allusions to violence. Then went on to explain, we keep having people come here and saying they want people killed or people should kill people or they can be killed. Or
Pussy, what do you mean? Wait, he's telling you in the pre-show, hey man, don't exercise your free speech. Don't exercise your right to free speech. That's crazy, man. The thing is, if you diversify, you'll take a viewership hit, but you just need to ride the storm and hope new content takes hold. Your TikToks help with this. I agree. What is this? Did you see Tim Pool getting owned by Lauren Southern, who's weirdly not wrong here? Crowder says he has to pay $25K in child support that his ex-wife uses to pay lawyers to go after him. He has to fund his own destruction. Yes, he launched extraordinarily litigious lawsuits against her and her family that she cannot afford because she quit her job to be a stay-at-home mom. He also then went for full custody of the kids, but thankfully she was awarded some funds to prevent herself from becoming homeless and having her children taken. If you understood how much he's spending on lawyers, you'd know she's spending every cent of that defending herself. Should stay-at-home wives be able to have their children taken from them and left homeless if their husband is extremely wealthy? Or should they be given a sliver of the money their husband is spending on lawyers to defend themselves? That's awesome. I cannot believe that this fucking white nationalist freak is on the right side of this conversation. I guess she remembered that, although she is a white nationalist, she's a white nationalist woman, and absolutely cumstered Tim Pool here. Jesus Christ. Let him fight, I say. I loved watching fucking right-wingers fight each other. Speaking of right-wingers fighting each other, let's move on from this subject matter to two right-wingers going at it. Let's take a look.
Was she fired or did she leave of her own volition?
I'm not going to speak to this topic, Piers.
At all?
At all.
You can't give me any insight into why she departed?
No hints, no nothing. I'm not going to speak to this.
Can I ask why?
I mean, you can ask.
No, I'm not. You can ask why you don't want to say anything.
Again, you can ask.
I'm only curious because I know what a staunch defender of free speech you are, and it would surprise me if it had been someone's opinions that would make you want to part company with them, however contentious.
I mean, suffice it to say, the only thing I will say is what I've said all along with regard to Candace or with regard to any of our other hosts. I am not in hiring and firing position with the Daily Wire. I'm a co-founder of the Daily Wire. I'm a co-owner of the Daily Wire. I'm not actually in management. Jeremy Boring and Caleb Robinson are in management positions with regard to Candace.
I think there's nothing funnier. There's nothing funnier than fucking hiring an anti-Semite and then firing them because they were not only anti-Semitic but also pro-Palestine. It is pretty funny. I love that. That's great. I mean, good moves overall. Keep it up.
Or anyone else. And as far as the free speech situation, what I will say is that no company has the obligation to literally pay anyone. The Daily Wire is a publisher. It is not a platform. I've never called for Candace or anyone else for that matter to be banned from YouTube, to be banned from X, to be banned from any platform. That's a different story, obviously, when it comes to any publisher. Any publisher gets to make decisions about what it wishes to purvey and not.
I mean, I'm just not going to labour this, but one more point I would make is it's been reported extensively that the reason for her departure was because her comments had been perceived by people at the Daily Wire as anti-Semitic.
Someone said, when you ask AI to elaborate, and it's such a good lock, dude, he literally does. He's doing the Chat GPT argument, like, I am sorry, I am not at liberty to discuss this. Would you like to hear about some other positive conversations instead? My programming stops me from telling you.
Again, I'm not going to comment on this, Piers.
Okay.
It's like how Gavin McInnes got fired from his alt-right job in Canada. The news source was run by his ultra-conservative Jewish Zionist, and Gavin was a massive anti-Semite. You get what you hire? Yeah. It's pretty funny because, like, Ben cultivates this fucking audience of people who are almost 100% aligned, 99% aligned with Nazis, right? And then that extra 1% kicks in where they're like, yeah, no, it's actually Jews that are responsible for everything. And also Israel is like doing everything secretly. Then he goes, oh, dude, what the fuck? And it's like, bro, what do you think? Like, what do you think these guys believe? Like, where do you think they came from? You align with them on 99%, okay? That's your audience. That literally is your audience. Your allies hate you because you are Jewish, okay? They are anti-Semitic. He didn't plan on that part? No. He just grew comfortable thinking that, like, you know what it is? He grew comfortable thinking that it wouldn't actually hurt him, which is funny because that's why he left Breitbart. Ben Shapiro used to write at Breitbart while Breitbart had a tab specifically dedicated to black crime, as in crime that black people were committing specifically. He didn't have an issue with that, but he did have an issue with the anti-Semitism coming from Milo Yiannopoulos. Okay? And you would think that that would have caused him to reconsider some things and be like, why are there so many anti-Semites in my anti-Semitic audience? But no, he didn't consider that at all. That's why they hired Candace Owens. Okay? They hired Candace Owens after she had famously said, Hitler simply wanted to make Germany great. I'm sorry, but if you hire someone who's saying that, you should expect them to say more of that when you hire them. If I hire Steven Crowder, I'm expecting him to be racist. I'm not going to punish him for being racist. That's why I'm hiring him. Here it is, by the way, for those of you who don't believe me, the infamous black crime tag. Yeah, why did these gay men keep sucking my cock is pretty funny. It's exactly what's going on. All right, let's skip Joe Lieberman. Moen Rabbani had a fucking banger thread, which I hope you guys can send me. Hold on, I'm gonna text my boy here. 1 second. Do you think you're losing popularity because people are turning into right wingers, or because actual socialists finally found out you're a fraud? Yeah, that actual socialists finally found out I'm a fraud. That's what happened. Dude, I love you guys, man. You're great. It's both. People are becoming more and more right wing, and people are like, this guy's a fraud. No, it's because honestly, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and people were like, dude, this guy is serving a 3-minute ad break from Amazon. Real socialist, by the way. Can't be a real socialist if you're working with Amazon, baby. That's why. Would Marx vote for Biden? What? I don't fucking know. Probably. Who cares? And that's my answer. Okay. Needed that shark mop anyway. Lighten up on the cat hate and you might get some more subs. True. Anyway, yeah, no, people are actually leaving because my ad break segues have fallen off. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Now we're moving on to this Moen Rabbani thread, apparently, that he, like, on 29th of January, I participated in a debate organized by Lex Fridman on Israel-Palestine alongside Norman Finkelstein, Benny Morris, and Stephen Bonnell, stage name Destiny. Apart from reposting a link to the recording of the event, I've thus far retained from comment. I've done so on the grounds that people interested in the discussion and prepared to endure a 5-hour video can watch it themselves and make up their own minds about the various issues discussed, rather than being told what they think by a participant. Bonnell had decidedly taken a different approach. In addition to multiple hour-long podcast broadcasts before the event, he began relitigating the discussion from virtually the moment it ended. Talking to Twitter and YouTube, he immediately began promoting his own version of events, including in the podcast issued prior to the debates, the 14th of March release, that were significantly longer than the debate itself. Much of Bonnell's commentary consisted of juvenile name-calling, insults, and distortions directed primarily at Norman Finkelstein. Bonnell's obsession with Finkelstein and his fixation with convincing viewers he acquitted himself with the distinction in exchanges with Finkelstein before these were publicly available speaks for itself. Now, let me tell you, for those of you who don't understand adult speak, what Moin Rabbani here is saying is my man, Mr. Bonarelli, was coping big time. He was, as a matter of fact, cope maxing. That's what he was doing because he got fucking cumpstered. Okay? Mr. Bonarcello was cope maxing before the debate, after the debate was released. He never stopped cope maxing, as does his repeatedly expressed view that nothing of substance was uttered during the debate and watching it was a waste of time. Bonnell also lamented that he missed a gangbang to participate in the debate. As for my own contribution, Bonnell appeared to take particular exception to an observation of mine regarding a statement he made regarding apartheid in one of his pre-event podcasts. During that particular podcast, Bonnell stated that he doubted either Finkelstein or I would be watching. In fact, since I hadn't previously heard of Bonarelli, I had not previously come across anything he has published in the Middle East. He apparently hasn't, and was entirely unacquainted with his views. I made it a point to watch. Full disclosure, I was at the time unaware that Bonarelli had in previous podcasts identified himself as a pro-genocide with respect to Israel's mass killing of Palestinians. Or that among other displays of familiarity with the region, he couldn't identify Bashar Assad, thought Recep Tayyip Erdogan as the president of Israel, and was apparently unable to locate his favorite menace state on a map. In any event, oh, it's so funny watching like normal adults be forced to interact with this fucking creature and being like horrified about even like a little bit of scratching of the surface just reveals horrifying shit to them. Because like, this is what a lot of people don't understand. We often get like so hyper focused on the little fucking circles that we create online. And we think like, oh, well, everyone is like thinking like me. They love this shit. And then this kind of stuff is supposed to like draw you out of it for a second. Because this is a dude who doesn't know anything about him. Okay? Doesn't know nothing about him, right? And he only scratched the surface. He doesn't know half the shit this dude has said. And he is horrified. Because of course, these opinions are fucking horrifying to the average human. The way that so many people in these circles, like the way that they carry themselves is shocking to the average person. Okay? It's shocking. It's gross. And I don't know how to describe it to people who are so caught up. They're so fucking caught up. They're so goddamn invested in like the echo chamber that they have cultivated. And a lot of people say that about me too. And half the time, these people are working in overtime to make me come across like a toxic individual. And when I'm in the real world doing normal shit, there's a reason why so many people go, I like his non-political stuff. I like him when he's just like interacting with other human beings in the real world, that he doesn't come across like a fucking douchebag or a dickhead. It's because I'm not. That's the difference. I have like some level of social understanding. Okay. These guys don't. And they lean into that and they make that their superpower almost. And because there's a lot of other people online who have the same exact shortcomings, that kind of becomes the norm for them until someone that is not initiated in the world of like debate and discourse online and all this shit looks into it from the outside and goes, oh my God, that is so toxic. That is so gross. In any event, during the pre-debate podcast in question, Bonnell was explaining to his audience how he would dispense with the findings that Israel is an apartheid state, purportedly basing his views on the legal definition of apartheid, separateness. Bonnell asserted that Jim Crow did not constitute apartheid, but that Arab states have not extended citizenship to Palestinian refugees in their territory is a clear example of this crime. I recounted this statement to Bonnell during the debate. Once again, claiming to base himself on the legal definition of apartheid, Bonnell changed his position somewhat, this time to, I don't know if Jim Crow would have qualified for apartheid. Why did he do that? Because he recognized that he was basically talking to a larger audience there, and he didn't want to come across like a fucking asshole or a douchebag, at least, on that issue. For good measure, he added,
Just like if Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of genocide. It remains unclear why the legal definition of apartheid leaves Bonnell clueless about the status of Jim Crow, but sufficiently confident to indict Arab states. After all, Jim Crow was a formal system of rigidly enforced segregation in the United States, imposed by state authority, enforced by legislation and violence, and confirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court. By contrast, Arab states were, at worst, exercising a universally recognized sovereign right to not extend collective citizenship to foreign refugees on their territory. Rather than clarify his position, he quickly changed the subject to Israeli civilian casualties on the 7th of October. Perhaps Mr. Bonarelli thinks there is a state named Arabia that is withholding citizenship from its Palestinian minority, or simply doesn't know or care to know how apartheid operated in his own country. What is certain is that he is entirely unaware that Jim Crow served as a model and inspiration for the South African white minority regime's racist policies, which bequeathed us the term and the crime of apartheid. In his post-debate podcast, the above exchange metamorphosed. I had merely restated his own words. Metamorphosed into my playing the race card and the like. In fact, I had merely restated his own words verbatim, seeking an explanation for his rather unorthodox understanding. Metamorphosized. I think it's metamorphosed. I thought it was metamorphosized, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, seeking an explanation for this rather unorthodox understanding and misunderstanding of what constitutes apartheid. But the above incident was trivial compared to Bonnell's multiple victory laps concerning the use of two Latin legal terms, mens rea and dolus specialis. With respect to South Africa's 29th of December 2023 application to the International Court of Justice instituting proceedings against Israel under the 1948 Genocide Convention. I'll start by reproducing the relevant exchange. And then he goes into it. I don't know if he used the term dolus specialis. That's the intentional part of the genocide. I don't know that term. I think it's called dolus specialis. It's the most important part of genocide, which is proving that it is a highly special intent to commit genocide. It's possible that Israel could. That's mens rea. Yes, I understand the state of mind, but for genocide, it's called dolus specialis. It's a highly special intent. Did you read the case? Yeah, it is a highly special intent. Inaudible. This was not the first time Bonnell that day questioned whether Finkelstein, arguably the world's foremost forensic scholar, a voracious reader, and someone who has had on multiple occasions discussed the relevant text in detail, had read the document in question. Yeah, by the way, saying that trying to accuse Norm Finkelstein of not reading is really funny. It's like accusing an eagle of not flying, okay? That's what eagles do, man. That's what Norm does, okay? He reads. You might not like his style. You might think he's rude, but you cannot question whether or not he has read the work. He writes the work, and he definitely reads the work. Regarding my own ignorance of dolus specialis, and for that matter, mens rea, I know neither Latin nor legalese. And when confronted with such terms, resort to a search engine to look up their translation in the language I understand and typically consign the original to the memory hole. Briefly, and to the interest of my understanding, mens rea denotes criminal intent and dolus specialis specific intent. Dolus specialis is, in other words, a subcategory of mens rea. What is at the issue with this specific instance is that in its application to the ICJ, South Africa references dolus specialis 4 times, but mens rea not once. As far as Bonnell was concerned, this means not only that dolus specialis rather than mens rea that is required to demonstrate the intent to commit genocide, but also that Finkelstein had not read the document in question. For the record, the 1948 Convention on the Prevention of Punishment of Crime and Genocide, South Africa and Israel's oral arguments before the ICJ on the 11th of January 2024, the court's order, initial ruling of 26th of January, and for that matter, Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, mention neither the Latin term and speak only of intent. Law tip, dolus specialis is quite literally another name for mens rea. It's just a more specific name meaning intent to destroy. He was basically taking up a similar logic to the statement, a bratwurst isn't a type of hot dog. Thank you. Thank you for the law tip. It's not just Biomart. HasanAbi is also doing law tips now. Biomart, you got to get on your... Biomart, you got to get on your law tip game, dude. He's coming for your territory right now. Broadus specialis worstus. Anyway, I'm skipping all this stuff. I was stating the obvious. That the critical point of contention in a genocide case is proving criminal intent. That's mens rea. And of course, everyone in the room understood that the threshold under the Genocide Convention is proving criminal intent to commit genocide. Given that Finkelstein has vested interest in the matter, I thought it would make sense to get an independent opinion and approach an international lawyer who has participated in cases before the ICJ unrelated to Palestine for clarification. Here's the international lawyer's response. In the crime of genocide, both mens rea and dolus specialis are essential elements that must be proven to establish criminal liability. Mens rea refers to the mental state of the perpetrator when committing the acts that constitute genocide. The perpetrator must have intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such, which can be inferred from the actions, statements, and policies of the perpetrator, which, by the way, Israel conveniently falls under that categorization almost entirely, which is why many International Court of Justice lawyers that have successfully defended against, or sorry, successfully litigated the crime of genocide in the past have said this is a case unlike any other where it is so open and shut. The amount of readily available information that Israel and Israeli officials and Israeli soldiers on the ground, where you can like basically create a direct line of communication without like having to actually parse through like what the intent is pretty fucking crazy. They admitted it from the jump and they kept admitting it every fucking day and they haven't stopped. This 1000% validates Finkelstein's charge that Boner has read no further on any given subject than that subject's Wikipedia page. No, that's not true either. It's actually worse than that. Mr. Bonercello doesn't just read Wikipedia pages. Mr. Bonercello scours through Wikipedia pages to find adequate counters to what he assumes is going to be a talking point. That's the problem. Because the reality is, for as slanted as Wikipedia is, on an issue as open shut as like Israel's genocide of Palestinians, you can read Wikipedia and gain the knowledge necessary to understand exactly what the situation looks like, no matter how slanted that information is. That's not what he's doing. My point from the jump wasn't that like, oh, Mr. Bonarelli only reads Wikipedia pages. My point was that he had already established his position as pro-genocide and that was objectively good, and then he engaged in post hoc rationalizations for it, and he utilized Wikipedia talking points, specifically armed with like little debate pervertry moments to try to make his argument seem more coherent. And of course, if you're doing that against someone who is not Norm Finkelstein or Moin Rabbani, who even if they are on the right side of the issue of Palestinian genocide, they might not be able to deal with that. Norm, on the other hand, is a very specific demon. He is a stubborn debate pervert, on top of being incredibly well-read. So he, in many respects, is a perfect counter to Mr. Boner Dog's rhetorical prowess. Okay? That's it. He has rhetoric. He's armed with rhetoric, and he can try to catch you in a logical trapping of his own device that he has cultivated specifically to make you seem like you don't know what you're talking about. Okay? But you can't do that to someone who is just so incredibly well-read on this subject matter and is also unwilling to let things go. Literally posted about how pissed he was that two-thirds of his prep was useless because Finkelstein didn't fall into his talking points. Exactly. Because debates for the most part, especially online, are just about like trying to trap your interlocutors. Okay? That's it. And if your interlocutors are not falling on that trap, then you're cooked. You have nothing left because you are not a vociferous reader. You're not a big reader. And you're against one of the biggest readers of all time. You're not going to be able to fucking scroll through your iPad fast enough for talking points when you're talking against someone like Norm. He's on a totally different level. More recently, we have the following from Anatomy of a Genocide, the 22 March report issued by Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Palestinian territories occupied since 1967. Francesca Albanese is fucking goated, by the way. She is the one who very clearly said Israel does not have a right to defend itself in an offensive campaign in Gaza as a belligerent occupier. Israel has no legal basis to engage in acts of violence in the Gaza Strip. She was right, and she still is right, and eventually the world will, come to that conclusion. Perhaps too soon. Not too soon, sorry. Perhaps too late. It is already too late. but that does not take away from the truth. The crime of genocide comprises two interconnected elements. The actus reus, the commission of any one or more specific acts against a protected group. These are enumerated. The mens rea, the intent behind the commission of one or more of the above-mentioned acts that must be established, which includes two intertwined elements: a general intention to carry out criminal acts, dolus generalis, and a specific intention to destroy the target group, such as dolus specialis. In other words, dolus specialis is a subdivision of the legal threshold called mens rea, exactly as Finkelstein stated. As they say, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. The end. Let's repost this. What is this? My friend agrees with D on his genocide stance and other takes. I don't know how to bring him out because I think he's going to spiral down a hole. Yeah, it sucks. I mean, time can heal all wounds, I think. And maybe he will snap back to reality. I don't know. I hope. It sucks, man. I've experienced this in my like life as well. D claims that because Groypers posted clips of him not knowing basic facts about the MENA region, anyone else who brings up his lack of knowledge is just repeating Nazi talking points. Yeah, that's really funny that that's his like last level of coping. The fact that Nazis are so primed to his content is because he literally has like created a ground for them to exist in his community by like banning people who were fucking, what is this? Thread. Stephen Bonnell, stage name Destiny, responded to my previous thread with a series of his own tweets. True to form, it contained more juvenile name calling, cowardly fuck, disgusting human, sniveling worm, etc. Regarding the issue of genocide, he appears to have appointed himself the resident expert of the phenomenon. How can you idiots claim to be scholars or have a strong opinion about genocide while still refusing to understand this term, dolus specialis? Stop talking about this. You are not qualified. That is so funny that he's like presenting himself as qualified to talk on this issue when like basically every subject matter expert disagrees with him on this. Like people who have successfully litigated the issue of genocide in the International Court of Justice disagree with him. But of course it doesn't matter. I'm the expert. Why don't these people understand that I'm the expert? And it's so funny. He's like, no, I'm the expert, please. It's a hug box of his own making. And there are a lot of people who, here's the thing. I think one of the funniest aspects of this entire saga is that so many people at this impasse are left with this choice. It's very simple. Either you start recognizing that maybe this infallible beacon, this deity of debate that you thought was like impossible to shake down, is actually, at least on this issue, intellectually fraudulent, right? Now, this should call into question all of the other issues that he's debated on and get you to think like perhaps he's just confident and talking about these issues from a framework that makes sense to me. Maybe I should reconsider immediately listening to everything he's saying and repeating it out in the wild and agreeing with him 100%. Or you go, no, everyone else is wrong. The saddest aspect of this isn't the radicalization, in my opinion. I mean, that's sad in and of itself, but the really silly part of it is that this is training you to be intellectually lazy. Many people probably joined Mr. Bonercelli's community because they saw him to be a giant, an intellectual titan, that he was always doing the research and coming correct and killing these fucking debaters in the marketplace of ideas by bringing up facts and doing all of this, right? Like, because he does. He owns like anti-vaxxers all the fucking time, right? And that is appealing for a lot of people. They want to also own anti-vaxxers in a similar vein, so they listen to him, they listen to his talking points, and they repeat it. And it's funny because, like, on that issue, he is right, and his research is correct. Except on this issue, he's leading you astray. He's making you just as intellectually lazy as the anti-vaxxers. He is ultimately the anti-vaxxer in the Israel-Palestine conversation. That's it. And that is the sad state of affairs for his audience that's like maybe in a very genuine way looking for someone who is going to basically own these silly anti-science people when he himself is the one who is the anti-science, taking the anti-consensus position and the anti-science position and the anti-truth position in this regard. And I think it's because of, I think it does stem from his own personal biases, specifically his Islamophobia. I think that like he kind of rides for that. That's a genuine position that he holds. It's unfortunate. But I think that like his anti-Arab sentiment and his Islamophobia is clouding his judgment. And it basically blinds him to seeing the truth. And I think that a lot of people growing up in the United States of America, in the Western world, also share that Islamophobic sentiment as well. And they agree because they also have that cognitive bias. So they're looking for an out. They're looking for something that like reinforces their wrong opinions, not realizing that like you should probably investigate the issue a little bit further and come to your own conclusions. This is the Sam Harris phenomena, right? Sam Harris did this for years and it was very successful for him. Ironic because I'm pretty sure there are Bonercelli videos from like 2018 around that time when he's like owning Sam Harris's like just unrestricted Islamophobia as backwards thinking. It's interesting because remember, Sam Harris got fucking wiped by one email back and forth with Noam Chomsky, if you recall. Sam Harris also famously would say that white supremacists are actually not radicalized by some kind of text, but instead radicalized by their own living conditions in the United States of America, but never offered that same analysis to Islam and Arabs in general as a whole. Islam was the radicalizing factor in Islamic terrorism, but material conditions are the radicalizing factor in white supremacy. It's ironic because he's right when he's talking about white supremacists, but he's so fucking off base because personally, he doesn't recognize that like there is humanity. He's lost in his own sauce. He doesn't recognize that there's humanity to Arabs. There's humanity to the Muslims. If you can recognize that a dude living in fucking Iowa that can eat a burger every fucking day of the week for every goddamn meal could be radicalized into becoming a white supremacist, you should absolutely understand when the material conditions are as bad as it is in the Muslim world due to imperialism, due to destabilization, deliberate acts of violence against the Muslim world by the Western world with material interest, then yeah, of course those guys are going to come across more fundamentalist. It has nothing to do with Islam at all. Sam Harris once said that out of all the worst ideas in the world, Islam is the worst one. D has literally said similar shit to that statement. Exactly. I don't understand it though. Why would he debate two experts on a subject if it was obvious he was going to be made a fool? It's like if you tried to debate Bonarelli on divorce law or something. Dunning-Kruger, arrogance, ego, wanting to ride the clout train. That's what it is. Knowing that like his audience, like his core fan base will not look at this and go, you know what, maybe this guy's in the wrong. Yeah, blind confidence. I mean, what do you expect from a dude, yes, who openly and proudly says he's Islamophobic and hates Muslims because he's an atheist? Of course, he's not going to say the same thing about Jewish people and how he's anti-Semitic because Islamophobia is considered permissible. Islamophobia is a career boost for you in the United States of America because Muslims are oftentimes depicted as enemies. That is the best way to justify the failed war on terror. Bonarelli admitted that he didn't go hard on Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens recently to maintain a relationship. He's a joke. Yeah, I mean, of course. He also said that being divorced twice is better than not having been married at all like you. The fuck? Okay. I don't think people will agree with that statement. I think that's maximum. That's copious maximus. I was going to do an IRL today, but I realized that it's Easter Friday and apparently the streets are fucking empty. How can you idiots claim, stop talking about this, you're not qualified? The point in fact, regarding this particular term I previously referenced, in addition to my own understanding of it, the views of Bonarelli, Norman Finkelstein, and an international lawyer involved in cases before the ICJ, and of Francesca Albanese, the author of a recent report on genocide on the UN Human Rights Council. See, this is the other thing. The thing is, I think like if given the opportunity, he'd love to fucking debate like Francesca Albanese too, or like other ICJ lawyers, because like ultimately he believes that he's very skilled in going up against people who are infinitely more knowledgeable than him, because he's very good at like boop, 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 hitting like all of the right talking points and making a fool of their interlocutors. And in many instances, he is very good at that, especially when he's talking to people who don't know what the fuck they're saying. Okay? That's it. Because that carries big weight in the marketplace of ideas, especially because people that watch debates online watch it for fun. They are not watching it because they're like genuinely curious about all the facts. If they were, they wouldn't be watching a debate at all. They would be going to the fucking actual resources, you know? Because it is, after all, for entertainment. This one just happened to be very entertaining for us. Anyway, everybody's good at debate lording when the opponent knows much less than them. That's not an accomplishment. Yeah, I mean, it's ironic because they say that about me all the time. Hasan only debates people he knows he can win against. And it's funny because, like, so does Destiny. And then when he objectively gets fucking slapped around, he literally cries about it for a month on Twitter, before and a month after, it seems. Oh yeah, he owned Andrew Tate, but Andrew Tate is a dumbass. It's like, okay, what about like 700 fucking right-wing POA dipshits that you've debated that will take positions like, I think wife beating is good? No shit. On the subject of understanding terms, Bonarello doubles down on insisting that Jim Crow in the United States did not constitute apartheid. In his words, Jim Crow in the United States wasn't apartheid because people could travel, among other things, and the segregation wasn't done top-down constitutionally and federally, but rather geographically throughout the U.S. with a collection of local restrictions and policies. You're utterly clueless. In fact, as noted in my previous thread, Jim Crow was a formal system of rigidly enforced segregation in the United States imposed by a state authority, enforced by legislation and violence, and confirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court. Last time I checked, the U.S. Supreme Court, whose infamous 1896 ruling in Plessy versus Ferguson confirmed state laws enforcing segregation, was a federal institution. But, assuming for the sake of argument that Bonelli's points about travel and federal edicts are correct, are these in any way relevant? Here's how the ICC defines apartheid, which it classifies as a crime against humanity. He's basically taking advantage of the fact that the apartheid legal term came after Jim Crow, which is really funny because, like, the apartheid legal term came from the South African apartheid, which, as Moen Rabbani points to, was greatly influenced by American Jim Crow laws. So just because it predates the legal definition of apartheid does not change the reality that it would fit the apartheid legal definition. And it's very strange to try to debate this point. It is also just as stupid as being like, well, South Africa constitutes an apartheid, but Israel doesn't, because technically, I don't know. What do the Israel defenders say? Like technically there are, I guess there are Arabs in Israel proper, so technically it's not an apartheid. It's like saying, and this is a thing that Turks will do all the time, it's like saying, oh, the Armenian genocide is not a real genocide because, like, there were Armenians in Istanbul who weren't killed, who weren't wiped out. That doesn't change anything. There was a deliberate ethnic cleansing and a targeting of an entire ethnicity. It's still a genocide. It's fucking ridiculous. You're just doing genocide denial. See, someone in the chat said, funny, I heard a very similar argument about a Turkish guy while talking about the Armenian genocide. It's such a bad argument. Exactly. The only reason why you can get away with this kind of argumentation without everyone going, oh my God, you're like a fucking genocide denier, what the fuck is wrong with you, is that it is being done towards Muslims and in the Western world, in the United States of America. 40 tweets to say absolutely nothing? What do you mean 40 tweets to absolutely say nothing? I think this says a lot. If you look through all of this, parsing through the words and like defining why Bonarcello is in the wrong, you're just signaling to everyone how stupid you are. It makes me sad, dude. You are basically like a Republican. You are literally doing the things that Republicans do all the time. You're doing the things that conservatives do. When they're like, this guy's so fucking stupid. He's still telling people to get the jab, dude. Lol. Imagine believing scientific consensus on the matter. It's like, what do you believe then? I don't know why people are so ready to voluntarily admit their own ignorance and take it one step further, celebrate it, especially when they're in an audience that like gets what this person is saying. Like, if you kept it in your hug box, if you kept it just into your hug box, I'm sure there are plenty of people who would agree with you and go, yeah, this guy's so stupid, he said nothing, lol. But like, when you come to a different place and you try to do that same thing, people look at you like you're a dumbass, don't
Aren't you embarrassed to admit that? Don't you admit that you reading 40 tweets of words is a lot, motherfucker? People read whole books. Aren't you embarrassed to admit that? Yeah, I mean, this is what happens when you think that you are on a path where you are celebrating intellectualism, and in some instances, the guy that is like led you down that path is, but in this circumstance is actually celebrating anti-intellectualism. It dulls your senses. It makes you intellectually incurious. And when you do that, you've lost. Okay? You've lost the plot. It sucks. Like you now find power in your ignorance. My coworker at J Street said that because there are Arabs in the government of Israel, it's not an apartheid. How do I argue against that? I mean, it's silly as fuck. I don't know what to explain to you other than the fact that there are 5 million Palestinians that live under Israeli control, and they do not have the same amenities as like citizens living inside of Israel. That's it. You can show them that there are Israeli institutions like B'Tselem, like human rights groups like B'Tselem, that openly state that Israel is an apartheid state. They straight up detail it as well. Restriction of civil liberties, freedoms, freedom of movement, freedom to participate in your religious beliefs, freedom of speech. Like, this kind of stuff is not up for debate, really. It took a long time. It took a very long time for like a lot of these human rights organizations to finally openly admit that, but it's been an apartheid in perpetuity. Pre-1967, it was an apartheid for all the Palestinian citizens of Israel. Post-1967, it was an apartheid for the additional territories outside that Israel occupied illegally. Post-1967, Israel offered more rights to the Palestinian citizens of Israel to make up 25% of the population there. And yet there are still severe restrictions that would be unconscionable in any other Western nation, like the fact that in Israel right now, Arabs, which are, of course, not Arab Jews, but Arabs are defined by the government as those who are Christian or Muslim origin, because there are plenty of Arab Jews as well, but they're declared Jewish and therefore have full-blown rights. But Arab Christians and Arab Muslims cannot live wherever they want to. They do not have full-blown freedom. If they were to want to move into a Jewish-only neighborhood, legally, they can be barred entry from a Jewish-only neighborhood. This is Israel proper. Doesn't matter that there's an Arab in the Supreme Court. Doesn't matter that there are some Arab parties. And as far as like genocide, how there is no genocide goes, well, I mean, there definitely is. And there is definitely genocidal intent. Tell them to read the ICJ court case that South Africa detailed. And I think at a certain point, you will finally come to that recognition that 17K L fell off. Yeah, dude, I know. I hope that your favorite content creator will fall on to 17K one day. You know what I mean? One day your favorite content creator who keeps saying I've fallen off will get to that 17K point, and they'll fall on to that my fall off point. So seems the but assuming the sake of the argument that Bonnell's position about travel and federal edicts are correct, are these in any way relevant? Here's how the ICC defines apartheid: an institutionalized regime of systematic oppression and domination by one racial group over any other racial group or groups, and committed with the intention of maintaining that regime. Seems the ICC didn't get Bonnell's memo about travel and federal regulations in time to incorporate them into the Rome Statute. Bonnell also declines to address my other point in this regard, which specifically concerns Palestinian refugees. If, in his view, Jim Crow did not constitute apartheid, why does he insist that Arab states exercising their universally recognized sovereign right to not extend collective citizenship rights to refugees on their territory are guilty of a crime against humanity? The end. Which is double ironic because he said he wasn't sure if nuking killing 2 million Palestinians in Gaza would be genocide. That would quite literally be all of them. Yeah, right. It's like, how can you consider him unbiased after he openly said that? It should already be obvious. Nobody should listen to him. Yeah, but people will, because we are not very intelligent, but we want to present ourselves as intelligent. It is a very human thing. Okay. And if we have these like biases, and a person who is presenting themselves as like a super smart guy is very cleverly spitting talking points that maybe we can repeat to other people who are not as knowledgeable to make ourselves feel intellectually superior, then, you know, it's perfect. You staying at Park Hyatt. That's a gorgeous part of Melbourne. Love staying there on my visits. It's old. The hotel I'm staying at is like very old. I thought it was like, I mean, it's like kind of fancy, but it's very old. Oh, here, let's watch this.
Our first question is whether you support Israel's goal to completely destroy Hamas.
Okay, so let me just explain why it's so sad. If I were president, you would have never been attacked because Iran was broke. They had no money. China couldn't buy oil from them because otherwise China wouldn't be able to deal with the United States. I said to China, I said to many nations, 47 nations, I spoke to many of them personally. If you buy oil from Iran, you will not do any business in the United States, and we're going to tariff your products. And Iran did almost no oil business. You know that. Nobody would buy oil because of me. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for anybody. And now they're sitting with $221 billion in cash, and they control Iraq, which has $300 billion in cash. Stupidly, the United States went in and blew everything up. You know, you had two countries that were sort of equal in power, and one of them got blown up by the United States, and now Iran has a big advantage in the Middle East over a lot of other countries. When I saw October 7th, it was one of the saddest things I've ever seen because there was no reason for it. They would have never, ever done that for two reasons. Number one, they were broke, and number two, I was the president. They would have never done that because they knew there would have been very big consequences. All right, that being said, you have to finish up your war. You have to finish it up. You got to get it done. And I'm sure you'll do that. And we got to get to peace. You can't have this going on. And I will say Israel has to be very careful because you're losing a lot of the world. You're losing a lot of support. But you have to finish up. You have to get the job done. And you have to get on to peace. Well, look, there has been...
Guys, by the way, just want to point out how not brigaded this is, okay? How definitely not brigaded this subreddit is. Hasan talks about how his friends began reaching out for concern over his life after Destiny and Twitter take his Discord messages out of context again. 57 upvotes, 479 comments. Guys, they certainly are not brigading this thing like crazy, okay? Certainly not. No, totally. 479 comments, 57 upvotes. That's crazy. They swarm. Maybe there's good conversation happening. Yeah, totally. They swarm that shit like fucking flies the shit, dude. This is why Reddit is so funny and it's like so easily abused. Like people think that like Reddit is a great place for genuine discourse, and it's like, no, you can literally just like brigade anyone that says something reasonable. You know what I mean? Anyone that says something reasonable, you could just like fucking just silence it. They clipped a clip of you talking about a clip of a page clip from Hospital. There's like Inception in here. Yeah, it's why it is how you arrive at like incredible hug boxes. Trump is better on Israel-Palestine than Biden and will be elected this year. Proof. Here, watch this. What? He has been, Trump has been saying like, Israel, you got to fucking stop it. You're losing support. He keeps saying that. The irony is Trump glazing Israel so hard and cutting Palestinian aid probably accelerated the inevitability of something occurring. Oh, 100%. Trump's Abraham Accords is literally almost directly responsible for October 7. Yeah, 100%. He's just as at fault as Netanyahu.
No president better to Israel than me. Iran wanted to make a deal, and with the deal, 90% of the deal that I want to make is no nuclear weapon. I'm a very loyal person. I've been loyal to Israel. I've been the best president in history by a factor of 10 to Israel because of all the things I do. The embassy, Jerusalem being the capital, the best location for the embassy, and getting the embassy built. But then you have Abraham Accords, and then you have Golan Heights.
I want to share with you a question that in our minds, every leader in the world should reply. How would you react if, God forbid, it was your children or grandchildren who were kidnapped by Hamas or suffering the horrors that so many Israelis were going through on October 7?
On October 7, I would say I would act very much the same way as you did. You have to be crazy not to. Only a fool would not do that. That was a horrible attack. But it was an attack that I blame on Biden because they have no respect for him. He can't put two sentences together. He can't talk. He's a very dumb person. He's a dumb person. You're in a very dangerous neighborhood.
They're like, yeah.
And with Iran getting a nuclear weapon, once they have a nuclear weapon, you'll be speaking to...
It's so weird. I've never seen this country glaze another country like this until now. Dude, come on, bro. That's Israel, dog. That's not another country. That's us. That's more. When Trump is glazing Israel, he's basically glazing America. That's it. That's the difference. That's like, we don't see Israel as a separate country. We see it as a state, and an important state, not like a shitty state. Trump will have the smoke for Wyoming. He'll shit on like Alabama. He'll shit on Wyoming. He'll never shit on Israel. He'll be like, Israel's the greatest. It's a beacon. The democracy, I love it. I love it. It's the best.
To them a lot differently than you're speaking right now. They would have never had a nuclear weapon with me. They understood that. They would never have.
And they will not have a nuclear weapon with you if you are reelected?
They will never have a nuclear weapon, no. But you have a long time to go. They could have a nuclear weapon in 35 days, right? I have 7 months to go and 9 months to take office. A lot of bad things can happen in that. You know, that's a lot. That's like an eternity. 7 months in this world, and especially in the Middle East, where it's so combative and so combustible. And this would be a time, if we had a real president, if we had a president that knew what he was doing, that could put two sentences together, that could get solved very quickly.
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
President, thank you very much for this.
Thank you both.
All right, this morning, CNN is hearing from Larry David what he thinks about Donald Trump.
Oh, my
Chris
God.
Wallace had a fascinating conversation with him.
It can't go a day.
Trump is, I like that Trump is it's not his strong suit to just like string words together. He's not very good at that. And yet he's still out here fucking popping off like he is, you know? I can put the best words together, the best.
Without thinking about what he's done to this country, because he's such a little baby that he's thrown 250 years of democracy out the window by not accepting the results.
He's such
of
a
the, I
lib.
mean, it's so crazy. He's such a sociopath. He's so insane. He just couldn't admit to losing. And we know he lost. He knows he lost. And look how he's fooled everybody. He's convinced all these people that he didn't lose. He's such a sick man. He's so sick. Anyway, no, it hasn't impacted me at all.
That's the quintessential Larry David right there. The full conversation streams tomorrow on Who's Talking to Chris Wallace. With me now, CNN senior a senior data reporter.
Whatever you want,
There's just a lot of words they threw in
Why
there.
don't you put chief in there?
CNN chief data reporter, I'm going to get in trouble for that, Harry Etten, it's great to see you. Look, what Larry David was talking about there is election denialism, which is very much in the news this week. The RNC now reportedly with a litmus test asking people, did Donald Trump actually lose the election? Talk to us about what the polls are saying about this idea of election denialism.
Yeah, you know, if we look on Republicans, right? Republicans on Biden's 2020 win, legitimate. Let's go back to December of 2021. 39% said it was legitimate. 58% said it was illegitimate. Jump to December of 2023. Those opinions have not in any way shifted towards the actual truth. They have actually strayed further into the untruth. Now, 67% of Republicans believe that the 2020 election was illegitimate. Of course, they are on Fantasy Island. Everything that we know from the real data said that election was legitimate.
The real Fantasy Island is thinking that there is no 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour when there is one, okay? You're in Fantasy Island if you think you're not going to see an ad at the top of the hour. You will see it. What is this? You're literally an immigrant? Oh my God. Can she say that? Can she say that? Okay. Okay. Respect. Respect. That's good. She got the smoke. Her Tesla is going to shut off suspiciously. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Pretty sure he's also a visa overstayer, so he was an undocumented immigrant at a certain point as well. So before people go, he's actually a legal immigrant, like, no, he is much like the 52% of undocumented immigrants in this country, a fucking visa overstayer. Okay? Just making sure that people understand. There was some issues with his immigration when he got kicked out of one of his colleges that he attended. Why you got a Tesla? He's such a cell phone. I agree.
Yet Republicans are on this fantasy island.
Some of that seems to be correlated to what they're watching on TV, yes?
Yes. So this, to me, I love digging deep into the crosstabs and finding something interesting. Republicans who believe the 2020 election was legitimate. If you're a mainstream media follower, let's say you're watching NBC News, if you're a Republican, 58% of those folks believe the election was legitimate. But if you're following conservative media, look this. Just 23% believe.
Oh my God, fuck this shit. Because no way, Joe Rogan. They lost Joe Rogan.
Hey, I want to know what she was fired for. Because was it criticism of Israel? Was it? I mean, did she show that Edward Snowden video that he put up on Twitter that shows them drone bombing those kids that are those men? I should say unarmed people that were walking towards the rubble.
No, I do think that Candace Owens, dude, God, look. There's a correct way to talk about this, okay? Which Elk Man is not going to do. Ape Man is not going to do the correct way to talk about this. Candace Owens is definitely an anti-Semite. Make no fucking mistake. Turkish commie trust fund baby. Nice. You suck, Nepo baby, fake commie Turkish trust fund baby. Bro, why'd you ban him? He's got such good takes. I'm unbanning that guy. I want to hear more from him. Yeah, he fit all of those big words in there. I'm proud of him. Candace Owens definitely anti-Semitic. This is why we have an awful community. No, these are the opposition must not be banned for speaking the truth to power, dude. See, he's still a Turkish trust fund baby. I do not have a trust fund, my friend. I take care of my parents. You can have some pets. We can have a little bit of pet. He's not coming back to the light. Come on, this is just a broken clock being right twice a day. Yeah, I don't care. I care about the influence that he holds over a massive audience. It's actually dope that he's like still saying Israel is undoubtedly committing a genocide, because his hogs that literally cling on every little word that he says will come to that recognition as well.
That clearly weren't causing any danger to anybody.
Yeah, right.
They just bombed them.
Yeah, no, it's your duty. It's just like for Biden or whoever you like, you're supposed to cover up for them. Because
but the whole thing is like they were always saying they're only targeting Hamas and everybody else is a casualty. Well, if those guys are just unarmed civilians and they're walking alone, that's what they appear to be.
Dresden.
And you just blast them from the sky with robots.
This is the tragedy of war.
Yeah, this is insane. And no one knows what to think now, because if you can't talk about that, if you can't say that's real, then you're saying that genocide is okay as long as we're doing it. And
that is what we're saying.
And if you're saying that from a perspective of someone who literally went through the Holocaust, or your people, your tribe, went through the fucking Holocaust, and now you're willing to do it?
I hope the irony's not lost on you.
It's so nuts. It's so hard to imagine that someone where a culture, like a country was like officially founded in, what, 47?
48.
48? Okay, officially founded. So that's so recent. and you guys are willing to do what was done to you that led you to believe that you needed to start your own country? You're willing to do that, at least on a small scale, in Gaza. Like, there's nothing left. If you see the videos, let's see some recent footage of Gaza.
Damn, bro. What the fuck? He popping off, dude.
Hey, I want to know what she was fired for. Because was it criticism of Israel? Was it, I mean, did she show that Edward Snowden?
I like that Candace Owens being fired is what caught him to fucking say this. Joe Rogan outflanking the vast majority of Dems from the left. Yeah. I think I saw Mac wearing your merch for his Rogan video. Who? Mac? Oh, the Good Politics guy? Is that Mac? Right after that, he shits on SJW Palestine protesters. Nice, of course. You got to do a little column A, column B, dude.
Believe the election was legitimate. We're talking Fox News, we're talking OANN, we're talking Newsmax. Very few of those voters believe that Republicans believe the election was legitimate.
Would you still do his pod? I would do his pod any day of the week. I don't care what his fucking takes are. Like, I don't give a shit. I would love to go on his podcast. It's a massive platform. Like, oh, there's this part that I wanted to talk about as well. The NBC caving the liberal host and firing Ronna McDaniels, which was insane move, by the way, by NBC to just like hire Ronna McDaniels. Was so psychotic. Why the fuck did they think that would be valid to do?
Far more Republicans who follow the mainstream media actually believe the truth.
My statistics professor, no doubt, is yelling at the screen right now. I said it was a correlation. We don't know whether it's correlation or causation, but it's there.
It's there.
It's there. Now, what about this idea of a litmus test? The RNC apparently asking people who want to work for them what they think about the election. What about the idea of it as a litmus test?
Yeah, among all Republicans, they don't like the idea of a litmus test, right? Most Republicans believe that there should not, in fact, be a litmus test. Only 38% believe that there should be. Compared to the hardcore Trump backers, those who backed him at the very beginning of the campaign, the majority of those do, in fact, believe that the party should not be accepting of those who do not believe the election, essentially saying, you better believe that the election was illegitimate if, in fact, you're going to be a public official. But among all Republicans, no, they don't believe there should be a litmus test. But among those hardcore Trump backers, they absolutely believe that there should be.
This is who's running the RNC
That's
right now.
exactly right.
Talk to me about voters as a whole, because we've only been talking about Republicans up until now.
Yeah, all adults on Biden's win. Most Americans believe that Biden's win was legitimate. Stuck in all this conversation about just focusing on Republicans. Most Americans believe that the 2020 election was legitimate. 36%, still a very large portion, believe it's illegitimate, but that's focused mostly among Republicans. You're looking among independents, you're looking among Democrats, you're looking overall. Most of those folks, in fact, do believe the election was legitimate, which, of course, it was, John.
Harry Etten, thank you very much
you,
for that. That was terrific.
But I think you could be doing things at the same time.
NBC dropping former RNC chair Ronna McDaniel as a paid contributor. The move comes less than a week after her hiring was announced.
And
crows before bros. Fun crow fact. If you want to befriend a crow, please do not feed them any salted meats or bread. Salt causes neurological degradation in birds, and bread has no nutritional value. If you want to support your local murder, you can feed them unsalted peanuts and hard-boiled scrambled eggs. You see a crow with avian pox, stop feeding them for a few weeks to stop the spread of the virus. Thank you for the fun crow facts.
Ronna McDaniel reportedly exploring other legal...
I've actually never seen a crow and been like, damn, I really want to feed that fucking thing. Just like very strange. I've never been like, oh man, I really want to feed that bird. But also, I do feel like if I had a salty treat in my hand and the situation demanded it, I probably would have, before this fun crow fact, I probably would have fed the crow the salty treat, not realizing that it will cause neurological disorders within the crow. So thank you for this fun crow fact. If I am walking down the street and I am overcome with emotions and want to feed a crow, I will make sure that the snack that I'm feeding it is not a salty one.
Legal options after finding out about the termination through media reports. Lucas Tomlinson joins us live from D.C. with more. Lucas, fill us in.
Good morning, guys. It appears the entire NBC network was against McDaniel's hiring, many anchors sounding off in lockstep, including President Biden's former press secretary.
When NBC made the decision to give her NBC News' credibility, you got to ask yourself, what does she bring NBC News?
This is about truth versus lies. Ronna McDaniel has been a major peddler of the big lie.
What we've also said to election deniers is not just they can do that on our airwaves, but that they can do that as one of us, as paid contributors to our sacred airwaves.
I find the decision to put her on the payroll inexplicable, and I hope they will reverse their decision.
Jen Psaki also warned democracy was in danger after McDaniel was hired. Last night on Special Report, Hugh Hewitt predicted McDaniel will sue NBC for breach of contract and intentional infliction of mental distress, he said. The chairman of NBC Universal issued a mea culpa while announcing the termination of McDaniel. Quote, no organization, particularly a newsroom, can succeed unless it is cohesive and aligned. Over the last few days, it has become clear that this appointment undermines that goal. I want to personally apologize to our team members who felt we let them down. While this was a collective recommendation by some members of our leadership team, I approved it and take full responsibility for it. So there you have it, guys. The network appeared completely...
I just don't understand why they did this. Like, what benefit does Ronna McDaniels offer NBC? It's such an odd, like, it basically shows me that, like, even MSNBC and NBC across the board is still, like, on that right-wing tip, okay? I thought that MSNBC was, like, trying to be more progressive, retriangulating for a Trump second term, whereas, like, CNN was leaning into the right-wing heel turn and basically suffering as a consequence of that. But nope, all these fucking dumbass liberal boomer executives are still so stupid that they're like, no, it's probably good. It's probably good to have, like, the former fundraising chair of the RNC. I've met your dick and she's Serbian? What? What does that even mean? What the fuck are you saying?
Aligned against hiring Ronna McDaniel, which, Steve, is a big contrast to when Marie Harf was hired here at Fox. Remember your nice warm welcome.
Absolutely. And of course, we also hired Donna Brazil at Fox. We've got all the voices, but thank you very much, Lucas.
Thanks,
but
Lucas.
what it shows to a lot of people, if you want all the news, are you thinking, okay, if I go over to NBC or MSNBC, am I going to get the political viewpoint of people who are conservative or Republican or supporters of Trump. Given what has happened over the last 48 hours, you got to wonder.
Yeah, I just can't believe the Nicole Wallace quote where she said, you can't be one of us with our badge and be on our sacred airways.
Dude, that's so funny. Like, there's hella fucking Republicans on NBC's payroll, dumbasses. They're just mad that this is, like, objectively an insane Republican that is, like, openly said the exact opposite things that they talk about as far as the big lie. It is technically consistent for them to be like, yeah, we don't want this person. It's odd that, like, they don't consider that there could be, like, genuine lines that they have drawn. It makes their prior coverage of the big lie, ridiculous. It makes them inconsistent. Like, maybe some of those hosts do actually believe in the severity of promoting election conspiracies, you know? Is Hasan coming to Brisbane? No. I've also canceled the IRL proportion of the stream today because unfortunately it's Easter Friday and nothing is open. So, I said, nothing is open. March was scouting out the streets earlier today and said that literally everything is closed because it's Good Friday. Good Friday. Are you going to be in Melbourne for the rest of your stay? Yes. This Christian shit is out of control. Yeah, I feel like Australia cares about Christianity way more than we do, honestly. I'm kind of shocked. Australia actually unironically cares about Christianity, it seems. Like, America, do we care about Christianity? I don't think so. We care about fucking Applebee's way more. We care more about public holidays, I guess. You can go spider collecting in the park. We'll pretend so long as we get the public holidays, mate.
Do you know how pretentious that sounds?
In every way, I did find it fascinating that you can decide what management should have done and criticize them. Your boss. And then still have a job. Because, I mean, you could have an opinion, but that's maybe for the water cooler. That's right. And that could be problematic. Imagine being in a small restaurant, you don't like the drink menu, and you go, okay, I'm either going to take my apron off or I'm going to keep serving the drinks. You know, you have to decide. There's people that hire you, but I guess it's okay because they apologize. So I guess Chuck Todd will be interviewing other contributors throughout the week.
But Brian, at its core, I hope that it's a message to Republicans that no matter what you do, it will be never enough until you say that you're never Trump. That is the red line for the people there, because Ronna McDaniel, as you saw in the interview, changed her position on some things, tried to be a little bit more palatable for NBC, but it was never enough. And she was asked to apologize to the country on air, but they never asked any of the Democrats that objected. You got Jim McGovern, who objected to the Alabama votes. Jamie Raskin objected to the Florida votes. Jayapal objected to the Georgia votes. So when they're brought on NBC, are they asked to apologize to the country? It's just such a double standard when it comes to the liberal opinion versus Republican
For 4
opinion.
years, Hillary Clinton said that Donald Trump's an illegitimate president, and he knows it. They all said the Russian situation, the laptop. So why are you letting someone on the air who said the laptop?
Okay, dude. Twitch just made a huge change. Piers Morgan versus Ben Shapiro on Israel Hamas. Jon Stewart deconstructs Trump's victim list, 450 million. Didn't Nicole Wallace advocate for the invasion of Iraq by peddling a WMD hoax that killed like 1 million people? Why don't they care about her? Why doesn't she cross the line? I don't think you guys understand. The lines are stupid. They're busted. Okay? There are no real valid lines. This is just one of them, I guess, because it's like the thing that they care about right now. Church. I'm waiting for a boy. He's coming up right now. I'm not kidding when I say you hearing the demons on the left talk about the big lies making my blood boil, because the big lies, the genocide going on in Gaza, I hate all of them with deep seething passion. Have you had shapes yet? Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I also did a TikTok. Let me see if I can like get to my TikTok without signing in. I did at the Cold One Studio. I did another taste test.
I'm back on my Australian snack review taste test. Okay, we got Grain Waves by Sunbites, sour cream and chives. It looks like fucking Sun Chips. That's what it is. We got Sun Chips, we got Shapes, which I've already tried. It's not great, but you know, we're gonna give it another fucking whirl. I got chicken style veggie chips. This is not super famous or anything, but the chicken style is. It's just broth. or stock that they put in there to salt it with. I fuck with that heavy. We'll see how good it is. And then we got burger rings, big burger. All right, burger rings. Oh, okay. Burger rings, still not very flavorful, but let me tell you something. Kind of feels like special Funyuns. Funyuns with a little bit of extra pepper or extra spices in it. Okay, that's 8 out of 10. Now we got veggie chips. Okay, chicken style. Kind of mid. I just wish that it was saltier, you know what I mean? I feel like American snacks are so sodium slammed. This, on the other hand, no sodium. Not enough sodium. Not enough bad stuff. Not enough chemicals. 5 out of 10. Up next, we got grain waves. Grain waves. Sunbots. Same shit as Sun Chips. I hate Sun Chips. So, let's see. I'm not already a big fan of this, but... Oh. Okay. These are better than Sun Chips. This is the first Australian version of a chip that I've had. The flavor runs out real quick. 6 out of 10. Last but not least, we got the Shapes. Original pizza. This, I've already had. Let me tell you. Not a big fan, okay? Shapes you can see, they say.
Taste you can see. I fucked that up.
You know what this is like? It's like the LaCroix version of an actually good snack. It's like a watered down diet version of it. Shapes pizza. The pepper and the spices run out immediately. 4 out of 10. American snacks are better because we have more chemicals and more bad shit, I think. We don't have those pesky regulations, so American snacks are still on top, with the exception of the burger rings, which is pretty good. Before I end it, I forgot. This one is a legend. Twisties. So, the Twisties, they're basically like Flamin' Hot Cheetos, but without the Flamin' Hot. It leaves much to be desired, okay? I don't understand why you would want Flamin' Hot Cheetos and be like, I just don't want the Flamin' Hot. It makes no goddamn sense. 6 out of 10. All right, I'm back on my Australian snack.
I love when you do things like this. This is how I introduce you to my friends. My one buddy knows you as the streamer who threw a party for his dog lol. Hell yeah. Bro, iDubbbz, yeah. I've been hanging out with my man. Cheese and bacon balls, Smith's chicken chips, chicken twisties, trust me. Have you had golden gay time? No. I have had Tim Tams. I like Tim Tams. Trying to stay relevant any way he can. That's so weird. This is because their government regulates because they have to pay for healthcare if those chemicals affect their citizens. Yeah, bloody dictators, mate. It's a fucking nanny state. How many LBs do you think you've gained? A lot, probably. If I don't get my red 40 dye daily, I get headaches. I need the chemicals. Wait, let me see how long it's going to take. Well, you look skinny. Thank you. Buy VB right now. Don't worry. I'm going to slam some VB long necks. No food weighing on your trip? No, I don't have a scale with me. Fucking VB long neck. Cracking a fucking cold one with the boys. VB long neck. Have you been watching Australian news and is it different? No, I have not been watching Australian news. No bottle-os open on Good Friday, mate. True. You look like you're starving, little bro. That's awesome. 20 to 8 in the fucking morning. Slam some crownies, mate. Nothing beats those Turkish snacks, though. Let's be real. Have you watched the newest Shogun yet? No. So I was going to ask that in the Discord earlier. I don't know how to watch it because unfortunately, Hulu doesn't work out here. So I got to watch it illegally. So I don't know how to watch it. It's fucking region locked. VPN? No, I don't know how to do that stuff. And I don't want to learn. It's like, it's too much. It's too much work. Is everything okay? You've just been looking very skinny lately. Like your waist's been a little snap. Okay, dude, stop. Your guys are saying such good things to me right now. Stop. It's on Disney Plus. I think I have Disney Plus. Any bars that are open will have people slamming shots in Jesus' name. That's what I want. Brittany Broski was using your merch in her last video.
What is up, Broski Nation? That shit weird.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Like a fruit of some kind.
Let's go, Brittany. Did you have a chance to watch Three Body Problem? No. Dude, it's actually really nice out today. It just kind of sucks that it's 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Show us. Oh, here. Sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't on. She's wearing the She's wearing the John Brown Hunting Club. Don't read these out loud. Use Streamio. I do use Streamio. It's fucking fire. I just want to say I appreciate you waking up at 7 a.m. to do news for us. No glazing, I swear, boss. Yeah, I look like I'm in a hostage situation with this cam. Dude, I want to show you how beautiful it is behind me, but like you get blasted in the face with a fucking flashbang when I peek open the curtain because like sunlight is like directly hitting behind me. In the morning, you could get a better view of what's behind me because it's actually very pretty. I got the oldest church in Australia behind me. Here, I'll hit it. Watch out. Flashbang. I had to put, well, you can't even see me. I had to literally put these outside, and they only now, 4 days later, only now did they actually dry up. It took 4 fucking days for these pants to dry up. 4 days. I should have never went in the ocean with these fucking pants. They were the worst material to go in the ocean with. Okay? They smell great, actually, surprisingly. It's that American detergent, that American chemical that just smells good even when you go in the ocean in it. And then these clothes were also outside. Now, you might be wondering, Hasan, why did you put those clothes outside? Let me tell you why. Because I wore them to the hot pot last night, and although I did not get the hot pot on me, because it like literally smelled like hot pot this morning, and they're not like bad. Hey, like the clothes don't smell bad, except they smelled like hot pot this morning. So I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put them outside to get a little bit of air, and it worked. Same with these pants. It's Good Friday, so cathedral bells are going to ring at 12 and 3. Well, they didn't ring at 12, or I didn't hear it if it did ring. Take a pic outside for Instagram? Yeah, maybe. But yeah, this is my, you should go to the aquarium. DM'd you Shogun on Discord. Thank you. Hasan, you're going to get a dog-sized spider. Dude, I've noticed that, like, there's not that many spiders in the hotels, luckily. I feel like they do a good job of hiding the spiders. It's Friday there, and you didn't give us the Mufasa because it's not Friday for you. Technically, it isn't Friday for you. It is, dude, this looks worse now. I feel like this looks more like a hostage situation. This looks like I'm like hiding my identity unless it auto focuses on me. Almost forgot because I haven't been on Twitch. What? Take us outside? There's nothing outside. I'm not taking you guys outside. Every time you lean forward, it gets brighter. Aren't you afraid that freaks like Avi Yemeni are going to find out the hotel you're staying at? Just genuinely concerned. Who the fuck is Avi Yemeni? I don't know what that is. What is he going to do? Come and suck my dick? Like, I don't understand. He's Australian Ben Shapiro. Like, what is he going to do? Come and suck me? You doing fun day on tomorrow? Yes. My goal right now is to put out the tradie IRL stream, hopefully with Laserbeam. Okay. Hopefully we can do that tomorrow. He's been feeling kind of ill. Okay. I am gonna try to do that tomorrow. And then I'm planning on doing another podcast with Ian, iDubbbz, and Laserbeam and Alexa. We're probably gonna do that here actually. And then hopefully if we can do the cold ones, if they don't have a problem with doing it on Easter Sunday, because that's the only time we can do it, we do the cold ones. If we don't do the cold ones because it's Easter Sunday, then I'm planning on having Chad and MaxMofo on Fear for a special episode. Aren't you staying with the boys? The boys do not live in Melbourne. I'm in Melbourne. I thought about that earlier. Revealing your location isn't as much as a problem in a country that doesn't have more guns than people. Yeah. Are you more jacked than a kangaroo? Yes. If you wanted to do Bikey and Union content, you should have contacted the CFMU. MEU. I have contacts there too. Come back to Sydney and play with our nature more. Dude, this is crazy. Look how much is fucking, look at this. I'm like doing crazy stuff here. Director work. You see that? How bad are you missing Kaya? Don't even get me started. I don't even want to talk about it. I miss her so much. All right, where the fuck? Okay, I don't even know where Alexa is. Where is this man? All right, you know what? GG's for Alexa. He said he wanted to come over and say hi to the chat, but honestly, I've done 6 hours, and he seems like he's not gonna be here in anytime soon. So I'm ending it here. You'll get more Alexa time tomorrow though, so don't worry.
I'm going to go and, I guess, try to find something to do. Maybe get a little tin going. Nice little fucking tin. Get a little sun. Are you going to attend the Marxism conference in Melbourne? No, I'm not going to attend the Marxism conference in Melbourne. We thought about it, but we thought it would be bad content. Bad. Because it's like they're trots, I think. And like I don't like, I feel like it would be, I would want to do memes, but I also feel like it would just be bad. Like it would be like too much making fun of, like, the trots do talk a lot of shit about you. Yeah, it would be probably very contentious. And then also on top of that, it would be a lot of like, you're a fucking fake revolutionary, you know, that sort of thing, I suspect. Anyway, that'll be all for today. Tomorrow I will do another morning stream, and then after the morning stream, we have a big dinner tonight. But after the morning stream, I'm planning on doing an IRL as well. So get excited. Get fucking excited, mate, for the content. Fucking hell. Peace.
To the starlight, to the topic just begun. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.
Do not fuck Candace's biggest mistake of